So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel, and today we are gonna see what if Harry Potter was betrayed Order of the Phoenix and joined Voldemort. This will be the crossover between evil Harry Potter and Voldemort. So if you are new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. Also, we are super close for our 10k subscribers, so it really means a lot if you subscribe. So yeah, without any further ado, let's get straight to the video.
You knew. Harry's voice came out flat, dead, like something had been surgically removed from inside his chest. You knew the whole time. Dumbledore's office felt smaller than it ever had before. The silver instruments whirred and clicked on their spindly tables, completely oblivious to the fact that Harry Potter's entire world had just collapsed into rubble. The portraits on the walls had gone silent. Even Fawkes had stopped preening, his black eyes fixed on Harry with something that looked almost like pity. Harry hated that. He hated all of it. "Harry, my boy, if you would just let me explain." "Don't." Harry held up the pensive vial, the silver memory swirling inside like liquid betrayal. "Don't call me that. Don't ever call me that again." He'd found it by accident. That was the worst part. He'd been looking for information about Horcruxes in Dumbledore's private study. Because, of course, Dumbledore had been keeping that from him too. The whole piece of Voldemort's soul living in your scar thing. Real casual omission there. And he'd knocked over a box of memory vials hidden behind a false panel in the bookshelf. Most of them were labeled in Dumbledore's cramped handwriting. Strategic discussions, Wesengeimot proceedings, research notes. But 3 of them had been different. 3 of them had been labeled with dates, and nothing else. Dates that corresponded to major moments in Harry's life: October 31st, 1981, the night his parents died; June 30th, 1992, the night he'd faced Quirrell and Voldemort in the mirror chamber; June 24th, 1995, the night Cedric died and Voldemort returned. Harry had watched all 3. He'd sat in Dumbledore's chair, used Dumbledore's pensieve, and watched his entire life get recontextualized into something monstrous. The first memory showed Dumbledore meeting with Snape 2 hours before Voldemort attacked Godric's Hollow. Snape had warned him. Snape had begged him to move the Potters immediately, to use emergency portkeys to do something. And Dumbledore had said no. Had said the prophecy needed to play out. Had said that if Harry was truly the chosen one, he would survive. Had said that Lily and James's deaths might be necessary to activate ancient protective magic. Might be necessary. Like they were chess pieces. Like Harry's parents were acceptable losses in Dumbledore's grand strategy. The second memory showed Dumbledore discussing the mirror chamber trap with McGonagall. He'd known Quirrell was possessed. He'd known Voldemort would make an attempt on the stone. And he'd deliberately created a path that an 11-year-old could navigate, because he needed to test Harry. Needed to see if Harry would sacrifice himself. Needed data on whether the protection would hold. McGonagall had called it reckless. Dumbledore had called it essential. The third memory was the worst. The third memory showed Dumbledore explaining to Snape that Harry had to die. That Harry had been a Horcrux all along. That Dumbledore had known since the moment he'd seen that scar and done the arithmetic calculations. 17 years of knowing Harry Potter was a dead man walking, and not once, not one single time, had he thought to mention it. "The memory is out of context," Dumbledore said now, his voice gentle in that grandfatherly way that Harry used to find comforting, and now recognized as manipulation. "There are factors you don't understand, connections you haven't. Connections." Harry laughed, and it sounded wrong. Too sharp, too bitter. You mean like how you knew my aunt and uncle were abusing me? How you got Mrs. Figg's reports every month for 10 years and decided to leave me there anyway, because suffering would make me more malleable. Dumbledore's face went pale. That one hadn't been in the memories. Harry had figured that out on his own, piecing together years of small comments and weird coincidences until the picture became undeniable. The blood wards were an excuse. Harry cut him off. Voldemort used my blood in his resurrection ritual. The wards haven't been effective for over a year. You knew that. You admitted it to Snape in the third memory. And you still sent me back. You still made me spend another summer in that cupboard because you wanted me. His voice cracked, just slightly. He forced it back under control. You wanted me desperate. You wanted me so hungry for any scrap of affection that I'd do anything you asked, that I'd die when you told me to. The portraits were whispering now. Harry ignored them. Dumbledore rose from his chair, and for the first time, Harry saw him clearly. Not the wise mentor, not the powerful protector. Just an old man who had decided decades ago that some lives mattered more than others, and had never once questioned that assumption. Harry, I have made mistakes, terrible mistakes. But everything I have done has been to defeat Voldemort and protect the wizarding world. Surely you can understand. I understand perfectly. Harry pocketed the memory vial. You needed a weapon. You found one. You spent 16 years sharpening it, shaping it, making sure it would point in exactly the direction you wanted. And when the time came, you were going to throw it at your enemy and not care when it shattered. He walked toward the door. Dumbledore moved to intercept him, faster than a man his age should be able to move. I cannot let you leave like this. You're upset. You're not thinking clearly. If you would just stay and let me explain the full scope of what we're fighting against. Get out of my way. Harry. Harry drew his wand. Not fast, not dramatically. Just a simple motion, the holly and phoenix feather sliding into his palm like it belonged there. I said, get out of my way. They stood there for a long moment, old man and young, mentor and student, manipulator and weapon. The air between them hummed with potential energy. Then Dumbledore stepped aside. You will regret this, he said softly. Not because I will do anything to harm you. I would never. But because the world you're walking into is darker and more dangerous than you can possibly imagine. Without guidance, without protection. Your protection got my parents killed. Your guidance is grooming me for slaughter. Harry opened the door. I'll take my chances. He walked out of Dumbledore's office for the last time. The gargoyle scraped shut behind him, and Harry Potter started running. Grimmauld Place was chaos when Harry arrived. He'd apparated directly into the entrance hall, not caring that it should have been impossible through the wards. The wards recognized him as family. The wards recognized him as the owner of this house, thanks to Sirius's will that Dumbledore had tried so hard to suppress. Another betrayal. Another manipulation. Another piece of evidence that everyone Harry had trusted had been lying to him from the start. Molly Weasley screamed when he appeared. She'd been walking through the hallway, carrying a stack of freshly laundered sheets, and she dropped them all over the floor in her shock. Harry! Oh, thank Merlin, we've been so worried. Dumbledore said you'd left Hogwarts without permission. Where's my trunk? What? Harry, dear. You need to sit down. Let me make you some tea. Where is my trunk, Mrs. Weasley? Something in his voice made her take a step back. He watched her face cycle through confusion, concern, and then a flicker of something else. Fear, maybe. Or recognition that the boy she'd been feeding and coddling for years wasn't quite as tame as she'd believed. It's in your room. 3rd floor. But Harry, you really should. He was already moving, taking the stairs 2 at a time. Behind him, he heard Molly calling for Arthur, for Remus, for anyone who could help contain the situation. He didn't care. He had maybe 10 minutes before the entire order descended on this house, and he intended to be gone before that happened. His room was exactly as he'd left it. Trunk at the foot of the bed. Hedwig's cage by the window. Empty because he'd sent her ahead to Hogwarts. His few possessions scattered around like they belonged here. Like this was actually his home, instead of just another cage with slightly better food. Harry yanked open his trunk and started throwing things into it. Clothes, books, the photo album Hagrid had given him, which he hesitated over before shoving it in anyway. His parents hadn't been part of the conspiracy. They'd died because of it. "What are you doing?" He spun around. Remus Lupin stood in the doorway, looking tired and concerned and so painfully sincere that Harry almost wavered. "Almost. I'm leaving." "Harry, I know something happened with Dumbledore. Whatever it is, we can talk about it. We can figure it out together. Did you know?" Remus blinked. "Know what?" "Did you know that Dumbledore let my parents die? That he had warning and chose not to act because he wanted to see if I would survive." The silence that followed told Harry everything he needed to know. Remus's face went through about 15 different expressions in 3 seconds, and not one of them was surprise. It's not that simple," Remus said finally. "War requires difficult decisions. Dumbledore has access to information that none of us. Get out." "Harry, please. Just listen. I said get out." Harry raised his wand again. His hand was steadier than it had any right to be. "You were my father's best friend. You let me grow up in hell for 10 years. You never visited. You never checked on me. You never once thought to ask why Dumbledore had hidden me away with muggles who hated magic." Remus flinched like he'd been slapped. "I wanted to. Harry, I swear I wanted to every single day. But Dumbledore said the wards required." "I don't care what Dumbledore said." Harry slammed his trunk shut. "That's the whole point. None of you ever questioned him. None of you ever thought that maybe, just maybe, the old man pulling all the strings might not have everyone's best interests at heart." He shrunk his trunk with a wave of his wand and pocketed it. "You're all so scared of Voldemort that you handed your judgment over to someone else, and you never stopped to ask what you were sacrificing in exchange." He pushed past Remus into the hallway. The werewolf grabbed his arm. "Harry, wherever you're going, whatever you're planning, please. Don't do anything irreversible. Don't throw away everything your parents fought for." Harry looked down at the hand on his arm, then up at Remus's face. The man looked old, older than he should. Worn down by years of war and loss and impossible choices. "My parents fought to protect me," Harry said quietly. "They died for me. And you, all of you, spent the next 15 years pissing on their sacrifice." He pulled his arm free. "Don't follow me." He apparated before Remus could respond. The leaky cauldron was crowded for a Tuesday afternoon. Harry had glamored himself before entering. Darker hair, different eye color. A subtle shifting of his facial structure that wouldn't hold up to close inspection, but would keep casual observers from recognizing the most famous face in magical Britain. He needed time to think. He needed to figure out his next move before the Order mobilized and started hunting him down. For his own protection. The irony wasn't lost on him. He'd spent his whole life being protected. Protected from the truth about his parents. Protected from knowledge about his own nature. Protected from any real agency or choice in how his life would unfold. And all that protection had led him here, to a dingy corner booth in a pub, completely alone, with a death sentence hanging over his head that he'd had no say in. He ordered a fire whiskey. The bartender didn't ask for identification. Glamour or not, there was something about Harry's face right now that discouraged questions. So, options. He could run. Disappear into the Muggle world, fake his death, start over somewhere Dumbledore and Voldemort would never find him. It was tempting. He had enough galleons in his vault to live comfortably for decades, and with a few well-placed memory charms, he could vanish completely. But that wouldn't solve the Horcrux problem. That piece of Voldemort's soul would still be lodged in his scar, connecting them, drawing them together, no matter how far Harry ran. Eventually, one of them would find him. Eventually, he'd have to face this. He could go back. Apologize to Dumbledore. Pretend he'd never found those memories. Play the good little soldier until the moment Dumbledore pointed him at Voldemort and told him to die. There was a certain peace in that option, the peace of surrender, of letting someone else make all the decisions. He'd spent his whole life doing it. He knew how. But the thought made him sick. Actually, physically sick. He'd rather die on his own terms than live as someone else's weapon. Which left the third option. The one that had been forming in the back of his mind, since he'd walked out of Dumbledore's office, growing clearer and more defined with every passing minute. Voldemort had never lied to him. Not once, in all their encounters, had Voldemort pretended to be anything other than what he was. A murderer. A monster. A man so afraid of death that he'd torn his own soul apart to escape it. But honest about it. Brutally, terrifyingly honest. Harry knew exactly what Voldemort wanted from him. Death. The elimination of the threat the prophecy represented. Maybe the acquisition of the Potter bloodline and its connections to powerful magical artifacts. Straightforward goals, clearly stated. Compare that to Dumbledore, who smiled and twinkled and fed Harry candy while mapping out exactly how best to use him as a sacrificial lamb. Harry took a long drink of his fire whiskey. It burned going down, but it was a clean burn. Honest. If he was going to be a weapon anyway, he might as well choose who wielded him. And if he was going to die, he'd rather do it with his eyes open than stumbling blindly into someone else's trap. He finished his drink. Set the glass down. Made a decision. The apparition point closest to Malfoy Manor was in a small copse of trees about half a mile from the main gates. Harry materialized there just as the sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and red that felt almost prophetic. He'd removed the glamour. If he was doing this, he was doing it as himself. No more hiding. No more pretending to be something he wasn't. The wards hit him the moment he stepped out of the trees. Not painfully. They were designed to detect, not destroy. But he felt them sliding over him like cold water, cataloging his magical signature, his blood status, his intent. Somewhere inside the manor, alarms were definitely going off. Good. He wanted their attention. He walked down the gravel path toward the gates. The manor rose up ahead of him, all white stone and dark windows and centuries of pure-blood pride made manifest. It should have been intimidating. It probably would have been a week ago. Now it just looked like a building. Stone and mortar and old magic, nothing more. He'd faced worse. The gates swung open before he reached them. Standing on the other side were 3 figures in black robes and silver masks, Death Eaters, wands drawn, clearly uncertain how to handle this situation. "Harry Potter," one of them said slowly, like he wasn't sure he believed his own eyes. "You're either very brave or very stupid. Both, probably." Harry kept his hands visible but didn't raise them in surrender. "I'm here to see your master." The Death Eaters exchanged glances behind their masks. "You're here to... you want to..." "I have information he'll want, and a proposal he'll want to hear." Harry smiled, and it wasn't a nice smile. "Tell him I know about the prophecy. The whole thing, not just the part he heard. And tell him I'm done playing hero." More glances. Then one of them, the leader, apparently, gestured toward the manor. "Walk, slowly. Any sudden moves and we'll drop you where you stand." "Fair enough." They escorted him up the path and through the massive front doors. The interior of Malfoy Manor was exactly as pretentious as Harry had expected: marble floors, crystal chandeliers, portraits of sneering ancestors lining every wall. It reeked of old money and older prejudice. Draco was waiting in the entrance hall. He looked terrible, pale and thin, with dark circles under his eyes that suggested he hadn't slept properly in weeks. When he saw Harry, his face went through shock, confusion, and then something that looked almost like hope before settling into carefully blank hostility. "Potter, what the hell are you doing here?" "Good to see you too, Malfoy." Harry nodded at his escort. "Mind calling off your dogs?" "I'm not here to fight." "That's exactly what you'd say if you were here to fight." "If I was here to fight, would I have walked up to the front gate alone and unarmed?" Harry spread his hands. "I surrendered my wand at the door." That was true, technically. He'd handed over his holly wand without protest. He'd failed to mention the backup wand, strapped to his forearm under his sleeve. His mother's wand, which he'd found in a hidden compartment in the Potter vault years ago and never told anyone about. Draco stared at him for a long moment, clearly trying to figure out the angle. Finally, he gestured toward a door on the left side of the hall. "The Dark Lord is in the drawing room. He's expecting you, apparently." Harry's eyebrows rose. "He knew I was coming. He knows a lot of things." Draco's voice was bitter. "You'll find out." The drawing room was smaller than Harry expected, still ostentatious. There were probably more galleons worth of art on these walls than most wizards made in a lifetime. But it felt almost intimate compared to the cavern, like spaces he'd seen elsewhere in the manor. Voldemort was sitting in a high, back chair by the fireplace. He didn't rise when Harry entered. He just watched, those red eyes gleaming with an intelligence that had nothing human left in it. "Harry Potter." His voice was soft, almost pleasant. "I confess, when my wards alerted me to your presence, I thought there must be some mistake. Yet here you are, unarmed, alone, walking into the heart of your enemy's domain." He tilted his head slightly, like a snake considering a mouse. "Have you come to die, then? A final act of Gryffindor bravery?" "No." Harry stopped about 10 feet from the chair. Far enough to react if needed, close enough to show he wasn't afraid. "I've come to negotiate." For a moment, something flickered in those red eyes. Surprise, maybe. Or interest. "Negotiate?" Voldemort repeated. "You, the boy who has thwarted me at every turn, the chosen one of prophecy. the last hope of the light, wish to negotiate with Lord Voldemort. I wish to negotiate with the only person who's ever been honest with me about what he wants. Harry met those terrible eyes without flinching. Dumbledore's been manipulating me since the day I was born. Using me, shaping me into a weapon designed to kill you and die in the process. Everything I thought I knew about my life was a lie. And you expect me to believe that you've suddenly seen the error of your ways. That years of conflict can be erased with a few pretty words. No, I expect you to believe that I'm angry enough and smart enough to recognize an opportunity when I see one. Harry paused. I know about the prophecy. The full prophecy, not just the fragment you heard. I know what Dumbledore's been planning. I know things about the Order's defenses, their safe houses, their strategy that could end this war in weeks instead of years. Voldemort's expression didn't change, but something shifted in the air. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees, and in exchange for this information, I want to live. Simple. Direct. Honest. I want to survive this war, whatever that takes. I want to stop being a pawn in someone else's game. He took a breath. And I want to understand. Understand what? Everything. Harry gestured vaguely. Magic. Power. The things Dumbledore kept from me because he was afraid of what I might become. The things I was never allowed to learn because they were too dark or too dangerous. He laughed, and it sounded almost normal. I've got a piece of your soul stuck in my head. I figure that entitles me to some answers. The silence that followed was absolute. Even the fire seemed to stop crackling. Then Voldemort smiled. It was a terrible expression. Too wide, too sharp. Nothing like a human smile at all. But there was genuine amusement in it. You know about the Horcruxes. I know I'm one of them. Accidentally, if I had to guess. The killing curse rebounded. A piece of your soul latched onto the only living thing in the room. Harry tapped his scar. It's why I can speak Parseltongue. Why I see visions of what you're doing sometimes. Why your wand and mine are brothers. And yet you've come here, knowing that as long as you live, I cannot truly die. Knowing that the simplest solution to that problem would be to kill you where you stand. If you were going to kill me, you'd have done it by now, Harry shrugged. Besides, I've been doing research. There are ways to remove a Horcrux without destroying the vessel. Difficult, dangerous, but possible. Help me find one, and you get your soul fragment back intact. Kill me, and it's gone forever. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. For a long moment, he said nothing, those red eyes boring into Harry's with an intensity that felt almost physical. You're lying, he said finally. There's something you're not telling me. Probably. Harry didn't blink. I'm sure there's plenty you're not telling me either. That's how negotiations work. Another pause. Then Voldemort laughed. An actual laugh, high and cold, but genuine. Remarkable. He rose from his chair, moving with a serpentine grace that should have been impossible for a human body. You walk into my home, tell me you wish to betray everything you've ever stood for, and then admit openly that you're holding something back. Either you're braver than I gave you credit for, or you're completely insane. Why not both? They stood face to face now, close enough that Harry could see the inhuman details of Voldemort's features. The slitted nostrils, the waxy texture of his skin, the complete absence of warmth in those burning eyes. I should kill you, Voldemort murmured. It would be the sensible thing, the safe thing. You've been a thorn in my side for years, And now you come to me with promises that could easily be a trap. They could be, but they're not. How can you be so certain I'll believe you? Harry smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. There was too much darkness in it for that. But it was real. Because you want to, he said quietly. Because the idea of the boy, who lived abandoning the light to join you, is too delicious to resist. Because having me on your side would be the ultimate validation. Proof that everything you've ever said about Dumbledore's weakness and lies was true. He paused. And because, deep down, you know exactly how much Albus Dumbledore deserves to lose. You've known it for 50 years. Something shifted in Voldemort's expression, not softening. Nothing about this creature could ever be called soft, but a change nonetheless. Recognition, maybe, or the acknowledgement of a kindred wound. You hate him. It wasn't a question. I hate what he made me, what he tried to make me. Harry's hands curled into fists at his sides. A martyr, a symbol, a weapon to be used and discarded. He never saw me as a person, just a piece on his board, to be sacrificed when the time was right. And you believe I would see you differently. I believe you'll see me as useful, as valuable, as someone worth keeping alive as long as I provide results. Harry met those terrible eyes. That's more than Dumbledore ever offered. Silence. The fire crackled. Somewhere in the house a clock chimed the hour. Then Voldemort extended his hand. "The dark mark," he said. "If you're serious about this, you'll take it. You'll bind yourself to me and to my cause, and there will be no going back. The boy who lived will be dead. Only Harry Potter will remain. Harry Potter the Death Eater, the traitor, the villain of the light's great story." Harry looked at the offered hand. Pale, skeletal fingers. The hand that had killed his parents. The hand that had tried to kill him more times than he could count. He thought about Dumbledore's office, about those memories, about 15 years of manipulation and lies, and being treated like a thing instead of a person. He thought about the Horcrux in his scar, pulsing gently like a second heartbeat. He thought about the look on Dumbledore's face when he found out. Harry Potter took Voldemort's hand. The dark mark burned. Not like fire, like ice, spreading from the point of contact through his veins and into his bones, rewriting something fundamental about who he was. Harry gritted his teeth against the pain and didn't scream. When it was done, he looked down at his left forearm. The skull and serpent stood out stark and black against his skin, ugly and unmistakable, a permanent reminder of what he'd just done. "It's hideous," he said honestly. "It's a brand." Voldemort's voice was mild, a mark of ownership. "Most of my followers find it an honor. Most of your followers are idiots." Harry rolled down his sleeve to cover the mark. "No offense. None taken. I'm well aware of the limitations of my inner circle." Voldemort returned to his chair, settling into it like a king on a throne. "Which brings me to my next question. What role do you see yourself playing in my organization?" "Not cannon fodder, if that's what you're asking." Harry remained standing. He felt unsteady. The mark was still throbbing, still adjusting itself to his magic. But he wasn't about to show weakness now. And not a propaganda piece either. "I'm not interested in being paraded around to prove a point." "Then what do you want?" "Access. Information. Training." Harry ticked them off on his fingers. "I want to learn the things Dumbledore kept from me. Dark magic. Advanced combat techniques, whatever else you've got. I want to understand how magic really works, not the sanitized version they teach at Hogwarts." "You wish to become powerful." I wished to stop being helpless. There was an edge in Harry's voice that surprised even him. My whole life, people have been making decisions for me, protecting me from things I had every right to know, keeping me weak so I'd be easier to control. He met Voldemort's eyes. I'm done with that. I want to be strong enough that no one can ever use me again. Voldemort studied him for a long moment. Whatever he saw seemed to satisfy him. Very well. You'll have your access, your information, your training. In exchange, you'll provide me with everything you know about the Order of the Phoenix. Their locations, their members, their defensive measures, their plans. Some of it's already outdated. They'll have changed everything the moment they realized I was gone. Some is better than none, and you'll have insights into how they think, how they operate, that no amount of changed passwords can erase. Harry nodded slowly. Fair enough. What else? You'll stay here at the manor, where I can keep an eye on you. You'll report to me directly on all matters of significance, and you'll prove your loyalty. How? That terrible smile again. I'll let you know when the opportunity arises. Harry had expected nothing less. You didn't survive as long as Voldemort had by trusting every turncoat who walked through your door. There would be tests. There would be challenges. There would be moments where he'd have to choose between his old life and his new one. He was ready for that. He had to be. One more thing. Harry pulled the shrunken trunk from his pocket and enlarged it with a wave of his hand. I brought some things that might interest you. Strategic documents I copied from Order headquarters. Dumbledore's personal notes on the prophecy. And this. He reached into the trunk and pulled out a small glass vial filled with silver mist. A memory. The night Dumbledore decided to let my parents die. Voldemort's eyes fixed on the vial with unmistakable hunger. You're remarkably well prepared for someone who made this decision impulsively. Who said anything about impulsive? Harry set the vial on the table between them. I've been thinking about this for a while. The memories just gave me the push I needed. How long? Since 4th year. Since Cedric. Harry's voice was flat. Dumbledore knew someone had entered my name. He knew the tournament was a trap. He did nothing. And afterward, when I came to him broken and traumatized and begging for answers, he patted me on the head and sent me back to my abusive relatives to recover. He laughed, short and bitter. That's when I started wondering. It took me 2 more years to confirm my suspicions. And now I'm done wondering. Harry looked around the drawing room. At the expensive art, the fine furniture, the cold grandeur of pure-blood aristocracy. Where's my room? They gave him a suite on the 3rd floor. It was absurdly nice, larger than the entire ground floor of the Dursleys' house, with a 4-poster bed, a private bathroom, and windows that looked out over the manor's sprawling grounds. Harry suspected it was a test, to see if he'd be seduced by luxury. He wasn't. But he also wasn't going to turn down a comfortable bed after the day he'd had. He unpacked slowly, methodically, giving himself time to think. The mark on his arm throbbed with every heartbeat, a constant reminder of what he'd done. He found himself touching it through his sleeve, tracing the outline of the skull and serpent like he could rub it away if he tried hard enough. He couldn't, of course. That was the whole point. A knock at the door interrupted his brooding. He opened it to find Draco, Malfoy, standing in the hallway, looking like he wasn't entirely sure how he'd ended up there. "The Dark Lord sent me," Draco said stiffly, "to make sure you have everything you need. Your lord sent you to spy on me, you mean? Draco's jaw tightened. I'm not a spy. No, you're a babysitter. There's a difference. Harry stepped back to let him in. Come on. You might as well tell me everything I need to know about living in this viper pit. Draco entered the room with obvious reluctance. His eyes swept over Harry's belongings. The trunk, the photo album. The few personal items scattered across the desk, with undisguised curiosity. I can't believe you're actually here, he said finally. You, Harry Potter, in my house. With the dark mark on your arm, life's full of surprises. This isn't a surprise. This is a bloody nightmare. Draco rounded on him, silver eyes blazing. Do you have any idea what you've done? What this means for the war, for the wizarding world, for everything. I've picked a side. Same as you did. I didn't have a choice. Neither did I. Harry's voice was quiet, but something in it made Draco take a step back. Not really. Dumbledore made sure of that. He planned my whole life, Draco. Every single moment. From the night my parents died to the day I was supposed to sacrifice myself to kill Voldemort. I was never going to survive this war, not as his weapon. Draco stared at him. Whatever he'd expected Harry to say, it clearly wasn't that. You're serious, he said slowly. Dumbledore was really planning to use me as a human sacrifice. Yes. Planning it for 16 years, in fact. I found the memories. Merlin. Draco sat down heavily on the edge of the bed. That's completely mental. Tell me about it. They sat in silence for a moment. It was strange. This was the longest Harry had ever been in a room with Draco Malfoy without them trying to hex each other. Stranger still that it was happening here, in the heart of enemy territory, with the dark mark fresh on both their arms. What's it like? Harry asked finally, living here. Being this. Draco laughed, and there was no humor in it. Terrifying, mostly. The Dark Lord doesn't forgive failure, and my father failed him spectacularly last year. We're on thin ice, all of us. One wrong move and... He drew a finger across his throat. Sounds cheerful. It's survival. Draco looked at him, and for the first time, Harry saw something other than arrogance in his face. Fear, maybe. Or exhaustion. That's what you have to understand, Potter. Nobody here is doing this because they want to. We're doing it because the alternative is worse. Some people here definitely want to. Bellatrix, for instance. Draco's face went pale. Aunt Bella she's different. Don't get on her bad side. Is there any other side? Not really, no. Harry filed that information away for later. He'd known Bellatrix Lestrange was dangerous. She'd killed Sirius, for one thing. But it was useful to know that even other Death Eaters were afraid of her. What about the others? He asked. Ain't one I should watch out for? Draco hesitated, clearly weighing how much to reveal. Finally, he seemed to reach some internal decision. Dolahov's sadistic but predictable. Avoid him when he's bored. Yaxley's ambitious. He'll try to use you to gain favor with the Dark Lord. The Carrows are just thugs. Beneath notice, really. He paused. Snape's the one to watch. Harry's attention sharpened. Snape's here. Aish comes and goes. The Dark Lord trusts him completely. Says he's been a loyal servant for years. Draco's expression twisted. I don't know what to think. He was my godfather, growing up. I thought I knew him. But if he's really been serving the Dark Lord all this time, then everything else was an act. Exactly. Harry thought about that. Snape. The man who'd tormented him for 5 years, who'd helped Dumbledore plan his death, who'd begged the old man to save Lily Potter and watched him refuse to act. Where did his true loyalties lie? It didn't matter, he decided. Snape was a piece on the board, same as everyone else. Harry would figure out how to use him when the time came. "Thanks," he said, "for the information. I know you didn't have to share it." Draco shrugged uncomfortably. "We're on the same side now, apparently." He stood up, brushing invisible dust from his robes. "I should go. The Dark Lord wants to see you again in the morning. Something about beginning your training." Training. He didn't say what kind. Draco paused at the door. "One piece of advice, Potter. Don't try to be clever. Don't try to play games. Just do what you're told and stay alive. That's all any of us can do." He left. Harry sat in the silence of his new room, staring at the dark mark on his arm, and wondered if he'd just made the biggest mistake of his life. Then he reached into his trunk, pulled out his mother's wand, and began to plan. 3 hours later, he'd filled 6 pages of parchment with notes. The Horcrux was the key, everything else. His position among the Death Eaters, his relationship with Voldemort, his betrayal of the Order, was just pieces on the board. The real game was happening inside his own head, where a fragment of the darkest wizard in history had been living for 15 years. He didn't know how to remove it yet. The research he'd done was fragmentary, mostly theoretical, based on texts he'd smuggled out of Dumbledore's private library. But he knew it was possible. Souls could be separated from vessels without destroying either. It was just incredibly difficult, requiring a level of magical skill he didn't yet possess. That's what the training was for. Voldemort thought he was creating a weapon, molding Harry into a dark wizard who would serve him loyally and help consolidate his power. And Harry would play that role, for now. He'd learn everything Voldemort could teach him, master every skill, absorb every secret. And when he was ready, when he knew enough to free himself from the soul fragment in his scar, he'd make his move. He wasn't joining Voldemort. He wasn't returning to Dumbledore. He was doing something neither of them had considered, becoming his own player in the game, answering to no one, fighting for nothing, but his own survival and freedom. Let them think they had him figured out. Let them think he was broken, manipulated, corrupted. Let them underestimate him. He'd show them all. Harry tucked his notes into a hidden compartment in his trunk. One of several he'd created using magic he definitely wasn't supposed to know, and finally lay down to sleep. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new tests, new opportunities. He couldn't wait. The nightmare came, as it always did. Green light. Screaming. His mother's voice, begging for mercy that would never come. The cold floor of the nursery in Godric's Hollow, where a 1-year-old Harry Potter had watched his parents die and been too young to understand what was happening. But this time, something was different. This time, he was aware of the dream while it happened. He could feel the Horcrux in his scar, pulsing with dark energy, connecting him to the monster who had murdered his family. And he could feel something else. A presence, watching from somewhere far away. Fascinating. Voldemort's voice whispered through the dream. "Your mental defenses are weaker than I expected." Harry didn't panic. He'd been bracing for this since the moment he'd taken the mark. "Get out of my head." But it's so interesting in here. The presence pushed deeper, rifling through memories like pages in a book. All this panger, all this delicious potential, wasted on someone who was never going to let you use it. Harry pushed back, He didn't have formal training in occlumency. Another thing Dumbledore had claimed to want him to learn, but had never actually followed through on. But he had something better. He had years of experience keeping his thoughts hidden from adults who wanted to control him. He had walls built from a childhood of abuse and an adolescence of betrayal. He had a really strong desire for Voldemort to get the hell out of his brain. The presence recoiled, not defeated. Harry didn't have the power to actually expel it, but surprised. Impressive. There was genuine admiration in Voldemort's voice now. You have natural talent. With proper training, you could become quite formidable. I intend to. Laughter. Cold and high and echoing through the dream space. Perhaps this arrangement will be more interesting than I thought. Sleep well, Harry Potter. Tomorrow, your real education begins. The presence withdrew. Harry woke up gasping, covered in sweat, the scar on his forehead burning like someone had pressed a hot iron to his skull. He lay there in the darkness of his new room, listening to his own heartbeat, and made himself breathe slowly until the pain faded. This was always going to be part of the deal. Voldemort's soul was inside him. Their connection was deeper than any oath or mark could create. If he was going to survive this, he needed to learn to navigate that connection, to use it even when it served his purposes. First step: occlumency. Real occlumency. Not the half-assed version Snape had supposedly tried to teach him. He needed to be able to protect his thoughts, to keep his true plans hidden from the most powerful legilimens in the world. Second step: understand the Horcrux. Not just as a theoretical concept, but as a practical reality. What were its limitations? Its vulnerabilities? Could he influence it the same way Voldemort could influence him? Third step: figure out how to remove it. By any means necessary. Everything else was secondary. The war, the order, even his revenge against Dumbledore. All of it could wait until he'd solved the fundamental problem of carrying a piece of the Dark Lord's soul in his forehead. Harry closed his eyes and willed himself back to sleep. Tomorrow would be long. He needed his rest. The sun was barely up when someone pounded on his door. Harry was on his feet with his wand in his hand before he was fully awake. Old habits. The Dursleys had liked to wake him up early with sudden loud noises, and he'd never quite shaken the reflexive fear response. "Potter, get up, Draco." Harry lowered his wand and opened the door. "What time is it?" 5:30. "The Dark Lord wants you in the training room in 15 minutes. Draco looked like he'd been awake for hours already. Immaculately dressed. Every hair in place, but with that same exhausted tension in his eyes. "I suggest you hurry. He doesn't like to be kept waiting." Training room. East wing, third door on the left. Move. Draco left without waiting for a response. Harry dressed quickly, splashed water on his face, and made his way through the manor's winding corridors toward the indicated room. He got lost twice. The manor was absurdly large, and whoever had designed it clearly had no interest in making navigation easy. By the time he found the right door, he was 3 minutes late and slightly out of breath. Voldemort was waiting inside. The room was bare stone, no furniture, no decoration, just gray walls and a high ceiling. It looked like it had been designed for exactly this purpose. "You're late. I got lost. Your interior decorating is unnecessarily confusing." Something flickered in those red eyes. Amusement, maybe, or annoyance. With Voldemort it was hard to tell. "Your first lesson," he said. Pain. Harry didn't have time to react before the curse hit him. Red light, searing agony, every nerve in his body screaming at once. He was on the floor without remembering how he got there. Writhing, unable to think about anything except the desperate need for it to stop. Then it did. The pain vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving Harry gasping on the cold stone. The Cruciatus Curse. Voldemort's voice was almost conversational. You've experienced it before, I believe. But never for teaching purposes. Harry forced himself to his hands and knees. His whole body was shaking. What exactly are you trying to teach me? How to resist it? Voldemort circled him slowly, like a predator evaluating prey. Pain is a tool. It can be used to break someone, or it can be used to forge them into something stronger. We're going to find out which one you are. The curse hit him again. 2 hours later, Harry couldn't stand anymore. He'd lost count of how many times Voldemort had used the Cruciatus on him. Dozens, at least. Sometimes for a few seconds, sometimes for what felt like eternity. In between, there had been lectures. Cold, clinical explanations of pain receptors and magical nerve pathways and the psychology of torture. The key is compartmentalization, Voldemort said now, watching Harry twitch on the floor. You must learn to separate your mind from your body. To observe the pain from a distance, as though it's happening to someone else. Easy for you to say, Harry croaked. You're not the one getting tortured. No. I'm the one who endured decades of this before I learned to transcend it. Voldemort crouched down beside him, close enough that Harry could see the strange texture of his skin. You think I was always immune to suffering. I was beaten, starved, tormented by muggles who feared what they couldn't understand. I know pain, Potter. I know it better than you ever will. Harry said nothing. He didn't have the energy for witty comebacks. Again. No, please. I don't recall offering you a choice. The curse hit him one more time. But this time, something was different. This time, in the depths of his agony, Harry found a small, still place. A corner of his mind that the pain couldn't reach. He clung to it like a drowning man clinging to a rock, and for just a moment, the world went quiet. Then the curse ended, and he was back in his body, gasping and shaking. Better. There was something almost like approval in Voldemort's voice. You found it. The sanctuary. Harry lay on the cold stone and said nothing. His whole body felt like it had been put through a meat grinder. But somewhere underneath the exhaustion and the pain, there was something else. Satisfaction. He'd done it. Just for a second, just barely, but he'd done it. He'd found a way to survive what should have been unbearable. Same time tomorrow, Voldemort said. We'll see if you can hold that focus for longer. He left. Harry remained on the floor for another 20 minutes before he finally managed to drag himself upright and stumble back to his room. The game was just beginning. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. The Devil's Bargain. Narcissa Malfoy found Harry in the library 3 days later, bleeding from his nose and trying to read a book on advanced healing charms through vision that kept blurring at the edges. You're dripping on the carpet, she said. That rug is older than the Ministry of Magic. Harry looked down. She was right. There was a small pool of blood forming on the ancient Persian weave beneath his chair. He tried to stem the flow with his sleeve, which only made things worse. Sorry. I'll clean it up. You'll do nothing of the sort. You'll sit still and let me handle this before you make an even bigger mess. Narcissa crossed the room with the kind of elegant efficiency that made everything she did look effortless. She pulled out her wand and cast something complicated over Harry's face. The bleeding stopped immediately, followed by a cool sensation that made the throbbing in his skull fade to almost nothing. "Thanks. Don't thank me. I'm protecting my furnishings, not your health." But there was something in her voice that didn't quite match her words. She sat down in the chair across from him, arranging her robes with precise, practiced movements. The Dark Lord's training methods are intensive. That's one word for it. He believes in forging strength through adversity, breaking down the weak to build something stronger. Narcissa's pale eyes studied him with an intensity that reminded Harry uncomfortably of her sister. "Most don't survive the first week." "I'm not most people." "No, you're not." She tilted her head slightly. "I confess, I don't entirely understand you, Mr. Potter. My son tells me you came here willingly, that you sought out the Dark Lord and offered your services. I find this difficult to believe." "Why?" "Because I'm supposed to be the hero of the story." Harry closed his book. He wasn't absorbing anything anyway. Heroes don't exist, Mrs. Malfoy. There are just people with different kinds of power, making different kinds of choices. I made mine, and you don't regret it, even now, with your blood on my carpet and the Dark Lord's curse still echoing in your bones. Harry thought about it. Really thought about it, not just giving the reflexive answer. "Ask me again in a year," he said finally. "When I know whether this was the right call or not." Something shifted in Narcissa's expression. Not quite respect. She was too much of a pure-blood aristocrat to respect someone like him. But acknowledgement. Recognition that he wasn't the naive child she'd expected. Fair enough. She rose from her chair with that same fluid grace. "Dinner is at 7. The Dark Lord expects attendance. I suggest you make yourself presentable before then." She left. Harry sat alone in the library, surrounded by thousands of books he didn't have time to read, and wondered what the hell he was doing. The dining room at Malfoy Manor could seat 40 people comfortably. Tonight, there were only 12 at the table. Voldemort at the head, flanked by his most trusted lieutenants, with Harry tucked away at the far end like an afterthought. He didn't mind. It gave him a chance to observe without being observed. Bellatrix Lestrange sat at Voldemort's right hand, her dark eyes gleaming with a devotion that bordered on religious ecstasy. She'd been watching Harry since he arrived, not with hostility exactly, but with a kind of hungry curiosity that made his skin crawl. Like she was trying to figure out whether he was a threat to be eliminated or a toy to be played with. Lucius Malfoy sat across from her, looking diminished in a way that had nothing to do with his physical appearance. The man who'd once strutted through the ministry, like he owned the place, now hunched in his chair, avoiding eye contact with everyone except his wife. His failure at the Department of Mysteries had cost him dearly, and everyone at this table knew it. The others were a mix of familiar faces and strangers. Snape was there, seated near the middle of the table, his expression as unreadable as ever. The Carrows, Amicus and Alecto, were whispering to each other with the kind of gleeful malice that suggested they were planning something unpleasant. Yaxley, Dolohov, Roll, names Harry had heard in order meetings, attached to warnings and wanted posters. Now they were his allies. Sort of. "A toast," Voldemort said, rising from his chair with a glass of wine that Harry was pretty sure he never actually drank. "To new beginnings, to the unexpected turns that war sometimes takes, and to our newest brother in arms, Harry Potter." who has seen the truth of Dumbledore's deceptions and chosen to join the winning side. Harry raised his glass with everyone else. The wine tasted expensive and slightly bitter. "Tell us, Potter." Bellatrix's voice cut through the murmured congratulations like a knife. "How does it feel to betray everything you ever believed in?" The table went quiet. Even Voldemort seemed interested in the answer. "I didn't betray anything," Harry said calmly. "I woke up." "There's a difference." "Eyes there." Bellatrix leaned forward, her wild hair spilling over her shoulders. "You fought against us for years. You killed Death Eaters. You defied the Dark Lord at every turn. And now you sit at our table, wearing our mark, and we're supposed to believe you've simply changed your mind. Believe what you want. I don't really care. You should care." Her wand was in her hand now, pointed at his chest. "I could kill you right now. No one at this table would stop me." "Bella." Voldemort's voice was mild, but there was an undercurrent of warning in it. "Put your wand away. Mr. Potter is our guest. He's a traitor and a liar. He killed my husband's brother. He did what any soldier does in war." Harry didn't flinch from her wand. He'd stared down worse than Bellatrix Lestrange in the past week. Rodolphus knew the risks when he took the mark. So did everyone else at this table. If you want to blame someone for the casualties on your side, blame your lord for starting the war in the first place. Dead silence. Harry could feel every eye in the room on him. Even Snape had stopped pretending to be disinterested. But he kept his gaze locked on Bellatrix, refusing to back down. After a long moment, she laughed. It wasn't a nice laugh. Nothing about Bellatrix was nice. But there was genuine amusement in it. She lowered her wand and settled back in her chair, still grinning at him with too many teeth. "Oh, I like you," she said. "You've got spine. Most people can't even look me in the eye, and here you are, insulting the Dark Lord at his own dinner table." "I wasn't insulting him. I was stating facts." "Same thing. Sometimes." She raised her glass in a mock toast. "To Harry Potter. May he live long enough to be interesting." The tension in the room eased slightly. Harry took another sip of his wine and made a mental note. Bellatrix was dangerous, but she could be managed. She respected strength more than diplomacy. As long as he didn't show weakness, she'd probably leave him alone. Probably. After dinner, Snape cornered him in the hallway. "A word, Potter." Harry stopped. He'd been heading back to his room, already exhausted from the social performance of dinner. But something in Snape's tone made him wary. "What do you want?" "To understand." Snape's black eyes bored into him with an intensity that felt almost physical. "You claim to have discovered Dumbledore's true nature. You claim to have seen the memories, understood the manipulation. But I knew Albus Dumbledore for decades, and I never believed him capable of what you're describing. Then you weren't paying attention. Or you're lying." Snape stepped closer, looming over Harry with the same intimidating posture he'd used in potions class for years. "The Dark Lord may be willing to take you at your word, but I am not. I know you, Potter. I know your capacity for deception is virtually non-existent. You wear your emotions on your face like a Hufflepuff first year. People change. Not this much, not this fast." Snape's wand appeared in his hand, not pointed at Harry, but visible. A threat and a promise. "Tell me the truth. Now, or I'll extract it from your mind myself." Harry met his eyes without flinching. "Go ahead and try." The legitimacy probe hit him like a battering ram. Snape wasn't being subtle about it. This was a full-force assault, designed to break through any defenses and lay Harry's mind bare. But Harry had been practicing. 3 days of torture at Voldemort's hands had taught him something valuable. How to find that quiet place inside himself, that sanctuary where pain and intrusion couldn't reach. He went there now, letting Snape's probe crash against walls he hadn't even known he had. For a long moment, they stood frozen in the hallway, 2 wizards locked in mental combat, neither willing to back down. Then Snape withdrew. His face was pale, his breathing slightly uneven. "How?" he demanded. "You had no training." Dumbledore himself said. Dumbledore said a lot of things. Harry smiled, and it wasn't friendly. Turns out most of them were lies. That's not an answer. No, it's not. Harry stepped around Snape, heading for his room. "Stay out of my head, Professor. You won't like what you find in there." He left Snape standing alone in the corridor, staring after him with an expression that might have been fear. The summons came at midnight. Harry had just fallen asleep when the dark mark on his arm began to burn. Not the agonizing fire of the Cruciatus, but a sharp, insistent heat that dragged him back to consciousness. He was on his feet and dressed within minutes, following the pull of the mark through the manor's winding corridors, until he reached a part of the house he hadn't seen before. The walls here were older, rougher, the kind of ancient stonework that predated the more elegant additions above. Voldemort was waiting in a circular chamber lit by green fire. He wasn't alone. Bellatrix stood at his side, along with a handful of other Death Eaters Harry didn't recognize. "Harry." Voldemort's voice was soft, almost intimate. "I have a task for you. At midnight, the best work is often done in darkness." Voldemort gestured, and one of the Death Eaters stepped forward, dragging a bound figure. "This is Marcus Belby. Perhaps you remember him from Hogwarts." Harry looked at the prisoner. He did remember Marcus, a quiet Ravenclaw, a year or 2 ahead of him, who'd been invited to one of Slughorn's dinners because his uncle had invented wolfsbane. The boy was gagged now, his eyes wild with terror above the cloth stuffed in his mouth. "His family has been passing information to the Order," Voldemort continued. "Names, locations, weaknesses in our defenses. Marcus here was the courier, carrying messages between his father and Dumbledore's agents." Harry's stomach tightened. He knew where this was going. "You want me to interrogate him? I want you to prove your loyalty." Voldemort's red eyes gleamed in the firelight. "The Belby family has cost us 3 operations and 7 soldiers. Someone needs to pay for that, and since you're so eager to learn, I thought this would be an excellent opportunity." The other Death Eaters were watching him now. Bellatrix with hungry anticipation, the strangers with skepticism and contempt. They all expected him to fail, to hesitate, to reveal himself as the fraud they believed him to be. Harry looked at Marcus Belby. The boy was shaking, tears streaming down his face, making desperate muffled sounds behind his gag. "What information do you need from him?" "Everything. Names of Order contacts, safe house locations, communication methods. I want to know every secret the Belby family has been hiding." Voldemort's voice dropped to a whisper. "And when you're done, I want you to kill him." The chamber went very quiet. Harry's mind was racing. He'd known this moment would come. Known that Voldemort would test him with something like this eventually. He'd prepared himself for it, told himself he could do whatever was necessary to maintain his cover. But standing here, looking at a boy he'd shared a school with, seeing the terror in those familiar eyes. Understood. His voice came out steady. He was proud of that. Voldemort smiled. "Excellent. Bella will observe and report on your progress. Take your time. I want this done thoroughly." He left. The other Death Eaters followed, until only Harry, Bellatrix, and the prisoner remained. Bellatrix settled into a chair in the corner, watching with undisguised excitement. "Well, get on with it." Harry drew his wand and approached Marcus Belby. The boy was screaming behind his gag now, thrashing against his bonds, doing everything he could to get away from the inevitable. "Sorry about this," Harry said quietly. Then he raised his wand. Legilimens. The mind was a strange place. Harry had experienced legilimency from the receiving end. First with Snape's brutal lessons, then with Voldemort's constant probing. But he'd never tried to use it on someone else before. He'd studied the theory, practiced the wand movements, but nothing had prepared him for the actual sensation of diving into another person's thoughts. Marcus Belby's mind was chaos. Fear dominated everything, a screaming, overwhelming terror that made it almost impossible to navigate. Harry pushed through it, searching for the memories he needed, trying not to get lost in the maelstrom. There. A conversation with his father 3 weeks ago. Instructions on where to leave messages for the Order. A dead drop behind the leaky cauldron, a signal involving specific book placements at Flourish and Blots. Harry pulled back, gasping. Marcus was sobbing behind his gag, his whole body convulsing with the aftermath of the intrusion. "The dead drop is behind the leaky cauldron," Harry reported. "Messages hidden in a loose brick, third one from the left. Communication through Flourish and Blots. Specific book arrangements signal when new information is available." "Names," Bellatrix demanded. "Who's he been meeting with?" Back into the mind. More searching, more wading through fear and desperation. A face emerged. Hestia Jones, Order member, meeting Marcus in a Muggle cafe to receive updates. Another face. Daedalus Diggle, exchanging coded phrases in a crowded street. Harry pulled back again. Hestia Jones and Daedalus Diggle. Primary contacts. Meetings in Muggle locations to avoid detection. Good. Bellatrix's eyes were bright with pleasure. Very good. Now kill him. Marcus was staring at Harry with something beyond terror now. He knew what was coming. He'd given up everything, betrayed people who trusted him, and now he was going to die anyway. Harry raised his wand. This was the moment. The line he'd told himself he could cross if necessary. The price of playing this game, of staying close to Voldemort, of surviving long enough to find another way. He thought about his parents, about Sirius, about everyone who'd died in this war already. He thought about what Marcus had done, passing information that had gotten people killed. 7 soldiers, Voldemort had said. 7 people dead, because of the intelligence this boy had provided. He thought about Dumbledore, who had been willing to sacrifice Harry's life for the greater good, who had considered his parents acceptable losses, who had manipulated and lied and schemed for decades, all in the name of winning. Was Harry any different? Was there a line between what Dumbledore had done and what he was about to do? Did it matter? Avada Kedavra. The words came out flat and emotionless. Green light filled the chamber. Marcus Belby's body slumped to the ground, lifeless, the terror in his eyes frozen forever. Harry lowered his wand. His hand wasn't shaking. He wasn't sure what that said about him. Well done. Bellatrix rose from her chair, gliding over to examine the body with professional interest. Clean kill, no hesitation at the end. I admit, I didn't think you had it in you. Neither did I. She looked at him sharply, searching for sarcasm or weakness. Whatever she found seemed to satisfy her. The Dark Lord will be pleased. You've passed your first real test. She nudged the body with her foot. I'll have someone dispose of this. You should get some sleep. Tomorrow's training will be even harder than today's. She left him alone with the corpse. Harry stood there for a long time looking at what he'd done. Marcus Belby, 17 years old, Ravenclaw, son of a family that had tried to fight back against the darkness. Dead now. Because of Harry. He walked out of the chamber without looking back. There would be time for guilt later. For now, he had a role to play. The bathroom mirror showed him a stranger. Same black hair, same green eyes, same lightning scar. But something in the face had changed. Something in the way he held himself, the set of his jaw, the flatness of his gaze. He'd killed someone tonight. Not in the heat of battle, not in self-defense. He'd executed a prisoner on Voldemort's orders, and he'd done it without hesitation. What did that make him? Harry turned on the tap and splashed cold water on his face. It didn't help. Compartmentalize, he muttered to himself. That's what he said. Separate the mind from the action. Observe it from a distance. But he couldn't. Not really. The weight of what he'd done was settling into his bones, becoming part of him. He could rationalize it all he wanted. Marcus had been a spy. His information had killed people. Someone would have executed him anyway. But rationalizations didn't change reality. Harry Potter had murdered a defenseless boy. And he'd do it again, if that's what it took to survive. The scar on his forehead pulsed once, gently, like a heartbeat. I know you're watching, Harry said to the empty room. I know you felt that. What did you think? Silence. Then, faintly, a whisper of cold amusement that might have been his imagination. Satisfied, Harry shut off the tap and went to bed. He didn't expect to sleep, but exhaustion claimed him anyway, dragging him down into dreams he wouldn't remember. Morning brought another training session. This one was different. Today we work on combat magic, Voldemort announced as Harry entered the training room. Real combat magic. Not the defensive tricks they teach at Hogwarts. You've shown aptitude with the killing curse. Now we'll see what else you're capable of. The next 6 hours were brutal. Voldemort didn't just teach, he demonstrated. He threw curse after curse at Harry, forcing him to dodge, shield, and counter while explaining the theory behind each spell. Bone-breaking hexes, blood-boiling jinxes, organ-liquefying curses that had been banned by international treaty. Dark magic isn't about hate, Voldemort said, watching Harry struggle to cast a particularly nasty cutting curse. That's the lie the Ministry tells to keep people afraid. Dark magic is about will, about wanting something badly enough to force reality to comply. And the cost? Harry gasped, clutching his wand arm where a practice curse had gotten through his defenses. Everyone says dark magic has a cost. Everything has a cost. Light magic drains your energy. Dark magic drains your flexibility. The more you use it, the easier certain thought patterns become. The harder others get. Voldemort shrugged. Whether that's a cost or a benefit depends on your perspective. Harry filed that information away. It matched what he'd read in some of the more honest texts about magical theory. The idea that all magic shaped the caster as much as the spell. Try again. This time, mean it? He tried again. By the end of the session, Harry could barely stand. But he'd learned more about combat magic in 6 hours than he had in 5 years of defense against the dark arts. His body was covered in bruises and minor burns. His magical reserves were nearly empty, and his mind felt like it had been stuffed with too much information. But he was alive, and he was stronger than he'd been yesterday. You learn quickly, Voldemort observed, faster than any of my other students. The connection between us makes it easier, I think. My magic recognizes yours on some fundamental level. Because of the Horcrux. Yes. Voldemort studied him with those inhuman red eyes. You're remarkably accepting of that particular revelation. Most people would be horrified to learn they carried a piece of another's soul. Most people haven't been manipulated their whole lives by a man who knew and didn't tell them. Harry wiped blood from his lip. You at least gave me the truth. I gave you what serves my purposes. Never mistake that for generosity. I don't. But I appreciate the honesty about it. Something almost like respect flickered in Voldemort's expression. Tomorrow will continue with occlumency. Your natural barriers are impressive, but they need refinement. You shouldn't be able to sense my presence at all. I thought you wanted to be able to monitor me. I want you capable of defending yourself against other legilimens. My own access to your mind is guaranteed regardless of your shields. He smiled that terrible smile. Rest now. Regain your strength. We have much more work to do. Harry spent the afternoon in the library researching. The Malfoy collection was extensive. Centuries of accumulated knowledge, much of it dark, all of it fascinating. Harry had access to texts here that he'd never have found anywhere else. Books that had been banned or destroyed or hidden away from public view. He was looking for information about Horcruxes. The problem was finding anything useful. Most of the texts mentioned them only in passing. Brief references to soul containers or anchors against death. The actual mechanics were shrouded in deliberate obscurity, as if even the darkest wizards were reluctant to commit such knowledge to writing. But there were hints. Fragments of theory that, pieced together, started to form a picture. Horcruxes required murder to create. The act of killing tore the soul, and that torn fragment could be captured and bound to an object. The process was apparently agonizing for the creator. A footnote in one text mentioned, pain beyond description. As part of the ritual, destroying a Horcrux required equally extreme measures. Basilisk venom, fiendfire, the killing curse in certain circumstances. Nothing gentle would work. The soul fragment was anchored too deeply, protected by magic that predated civilization. But what about removing a Horcrux without destroying it? What about freeing a vessel from its unwanted passenger while keeping both intact? That's where the information got thin. Harry found one reference, a single paragraph in a book about soul magic that had clearly been annotated by dozens of previous readers. In theory, a Horcrux bound to a living vessel might be extracted through willing sacrifice. The vessel must choose to release the fragment, accepting the pain of separation as the price of freedom. Such extraction has never been documented, as it would require the vessel to survive a trauma equivalent to death itself. The soul fragment, once released, would be vulnerable, unbound to any anchor, exposed to the natural forces that seek to draw departed souls onward. Harry read the passage 3 times, committing it to memory. Willing sacrifice. Trauma equivalent to death. The soul fragment becoming vulnerable, unbound. It wasn't much, but it was something. You're plotting something. Harry looked up from his book. Draco was standing in the library doorway, looking uncertain about whether to enter. I'm reading. There's a difference. Not with you, there isn't. Draco approached slowly, like he was approaching a dangerous animal. I've been watching you. You're too calm, too deliberate. Nobody adjusts to life as a Death Eater this quickly unless they're planning something. Maybe I'm just adaptable. Or maybe you're playing a longer game than anyone realizes. Draco sat down across from him, keeping the table between them like a barrier. I'm not going to tell anyone. I just want to know. Harry studied him, the boy he'd known at Hogwarts, the arrogant, cruel, pathetic boy who'd made his life miserable for years, was almost unrecognizable now. This Draco was worn down, scared, stripped of everything that had made him insufferable. What would you do if I was? Harry asked. Planning something, I mean. Depends on what it is. Draco's voice was barely above a whisper. If you're planning to betray the Dark Lord, that's suicide. He'll know. He always knows. But if you're planning something else, something that might actually work. Draco hesitated, then pushed forward. I want out. My whole family wants out. We thought being on his side would protect us, but we're just as trapped as anyone else. More trapped, maybe, because there's no going back. Harry considered this. Having an ally inside the Death Eater ranks could be useful. Draco had access, knowledge, connections that Harry lacked. But he could also be a trap, a test of loyalty. Voldemort's way of seeing whether Harry could be turned against him. I'm not planning anything, Harry said carefully. Not yet. I'm still learning, still figuring out how all the pieces fit together. And when you do figure it out, then we'll talk. Draco nodded slowly. Whatever he'd been hoping for, that seemed to satisfy him. The Dark Lord trusts you, he said. More than he trusts most of us. That's dangerous. For you and for everyone around you. When his favorites fall, they fall hard. I'll keep that in mind. Draco left. Harry returned to his research, but his mind was elsewhere now. An ally, a potential ally anyway. It was more than he'd expected to find this early in the game. He wondered how many others were just as trapped, just as desperate for a way out. He wondered if he could use that. The next few weeks blurred together, training every morning with Voldemort. Combat magic, occlumency, dark curses that made his skin crawl even as he mastered them. His body adapted to the constant punishment, grew stronger, faster, more resilient. His mind sharpened, learning to defend itself against intrusion, to compartmentalize pain and emotion. Afternoons in the library researching Horcruxes, soul magic, anything that might help him understand his situation and find a way out of it. Evenings at dinner, navigating the politics of Voldemort's inner circle. Bellatrix's dangerous interest in him. Snape's suspicious watchfulness. The Malfoys' careful neutrality. The constant jockeying for position, for favor, for survival. And underneath it all, the Horcrux in his scar, pulsing, watching, waiting. Harry learned to feel Voldemort's presence at the edges of his mind. A cold shadow that was always there, always observing. He couldn't block it entirely, but he could compartmentalize it. Push his real thoughts and plans into the sanctuary he'd built, showing Voldemort only what he wanted him to see. It was exhausting. Maintaining that level of mental control required constant vigilance, constant energy. But it was working. Voldemort seemed satisfied with what he saw in Harry's mind. The anger, the determination, the genuine desire to become stronger, the underlying strategy, the long-term plans, those stayed hidden. For now. Daphne Greengrass came to the manor on the 1st of September. Harry didn't know she was coming until she appeared at dinner, seated between her father and a nervous-looking Draco. The Greengrass family was old blood, not as wealthy as the Malfoys, but respected in pure-blood circles. Neutral during the First War, neutral now. As much as anyone could be neutral with Voldemort demanding loyalty from every established family. She was beautiful in a cold, distant way. Pale skin, dark hair, blue eyes that seemed to see right through everyone they looked at. She spoke little during dinner, but when she did, her words were precise and devastating. "So you're the famous Harry Potter," she said when they were introduced. "I expected you to be taller. I expected you to be blonder. Malfoy keeps talking about pure-blood superiority. I assumed you'd all look like Vikings." Something flickered in those blue eyes, amusement, maybe, or surprise. "Draco talks too much about a lot of things. Most of it's nonsense." "I heard that," Draco muttered from across the table. "You were meant to." Daphne turned back to Harry. "Why did you really come here? And don't give me the speech about Dumbledore's manipulation." "I've heard it. I don't believe it." "What do you believe?" "I believe you're smarter than you pretend to be. I believe you have a plan, and I believe you're dangerous. Not to the Dark Lord, necessarily, but to everyone who underestimates you." Harry raised his glass in a mock toast. "That's the most honest assessment anyone's given me since I arrived. I make a habit of honesty. It's considered quite rude in pure-blood circles." "I can imagine." They looked at each other for a long moment. Something passed between them. Recognition, maybe, of kindred spirits. Two people playing roles, wearing masks, navigating a world that wanted to crush them. "I'd like to talk more," Daphne said. "Privately. Tomorrow, perhaps. When there are fewer ears listening." "I'd like that too." She smiled. It was the first genuine emotion Harry had seen from her. They met in the gardens the next morning. The Malfoy grounds were extensive. Acres of manicured lawns and ancient trees, carefully maintained to project an image of timeless nobility. Harry found Daphne sitting on a stone bench near a fountain, looking completely out of place in such a formal setting. "You came," she said. "I wasn't sure you would." "Why wouldn't I?" "Because I'm a stranger. Because this could be a trap. Because trusting anyone in this place is idiotic." She patted the bench beside her. "Sit. I promise not to curse you." Harry sat. The stone was cold even through his robes. "Why did you want to talk to me?" he asked. "Really? Because you're interesting. Because you're not what I expected." She turned to look at him directly, those blue eyes uncomfortably penetrating. "And because I think we want the same thing. Which is survival, freedom. A world where we're not just pieces on someone else's board." She laughed, short and bitter. "The Greengrass family has survived for centuries by being useful to whoever's in charge, without being threatening. We don't pick sides. We make ourselves indispensable to all sides. It's exhausting, but effective. Until now. The Dark Lord doesn't want neutral allies. He wants subjects. My father's trying to find a middle path, but there isn't one. Eventually, we'll have to commit. And then we'll be just as trapped as everyone else." Harry understood. He understood perfectly. "What do you want from me?" he asked. "Information. Access. Perspective." Daphne's voice dropped. "The ability to know when the tide is about to turn, so my family can position ourselves accordingly." "You want me to be your spy?" "I want us to help each other. You need allies who aren't completely loyal to the Dark Lord. I need insight into what's really happening at the center of this war." She paused. And I think you're going to be important. However this ends, you're going to be at the heart of it. I'd rather be on your side than against you." Harry thought about it. Daphne was right. He needed allies. People he could trust, at least partially. People who had their own reasons to want this war over. But trusting anyone here was dangerous. Voldemort's legitimacy couldn't read Harry's deepest thoughts, but it might be able to read Daphne's. Any alliance they formed would need to be careful, oblique, deniable. "I can't promise anything," he said finally. "I don't know how this ends. I don't know if I'll survive it. But if you want information, I can share what I know, and if you can help me understand the political landscape. Who's loyal, who's not, who might be turned, that would be valuable. A partnership then. Informal, deniable, exactly." Daphne smiled again. This time, it reached her eyes. "I think I'm going to like you, Harry Potter. Despite everything, I think I'm going to like you quite a lot." Life at Malfoy Manor settled into a rhythm. Training in the mornings, research in the afternoons, politics in the evenings, stolen conversations with Daphne whenever they could manage them, sharing information, building trust, planning for a future neither of them could see clearly. Harry's skills improved dramatically. Within a month, he could hold his own against mid-level Death Eaters in combat. Within 2, he was beating them consistently. His occlumency became strong enough that even Snape's probes couldn't penetrate his outer defenses. Though Harry suspected the potions, Master wasn't really trying. The Horcrux remained the central problem. Harry's research had confirmed what he'd suspected. Removing it would require some kind of near-death experience, a trauma significant enough to shake the soul fragment loose from its anchor. But the details remained elusive. How to survive such trauma? How to ensure the fragment was actually expelled rather than just damaged? How to deal with the fragment once it was free? He kept looking. The answers had to be somewhere. Meanwhile, the war continued outside the manor's walls. The Order of the Phoenix was on the defensive. Harry's information had allowed Voldemort to shut down several safe houses and intercept multiple communications. Moody was dead, killed in an ambush that Harry had provided intelligence for, and several other Order members were in hiding. Harry tried not to think about that too much. The people he was helping to kill had been his allies once. Some of them had been his friends. But he'd made his choice. He couldn't afford regret. Not if he wanted to survive long enough to make it mean something. Hermione's letter arrived in October. He didn't know how she'd gotten it through the wards. Later, he'd learned that she'd bribed a house elf. The same house elf who'd been feeding Voldemort information about the Order. But at the time, it appeared on his pillow like magic. "Harry, I don't know if this will reach you. I don't know if you'll read it. I don't even know if the boy who left Grimmauld Place that night still exists. But I have to try. I know what you found in Dumbledore's office. I know what he was planning. We all do now. He told us after you left, trying to explain, trying to justify. Most of the Order still follows him, but some of us understand why you did what you did. He was wrong. Not for wanting to defeat Voldemort, but for deciding that your life was an acceptable sacrifice. For treating you like a weapon instead of a person. For 16 years of manipulation and lies. I'm so sorry, Harry. I'm so sorry I didn't see it. I was so focused on being a good student, on following the rules, on trusting authority, that I never questioned whether the authority deserved to be trusted. But joining Voldemort isn't the answer. You know that. Whatever Dumbledore did, Voldemort is worse. He kills people. Harry. He tortures them. He wants to build a world where people like me are enslaved or dead. You're not a monster. I refuse to believe you've become one. Whatever you're planning, whatever game you're playing, please let there still be some part of you that remembers who you were. I miss you. Ron misses you. Even if you never come back, even if this war ends with us on opposite sides, I needed you to know that. We haven't given up on you. We never will. Hermione and Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he burned it. He couldn't afford to keep it. Voldemort's spies were everywhere, and a letter from Hermione Granger would raise questions he didn't want to answer. But the words stayed with him. Late at night, lying awake in his comfortable bed, he heard them echoing. We haven't given up on you. He wondered if she'd feel the same way when she learned about Marcus Belby, about Moody, about all the other people who'd died because of intelligence Harry had provided. He wondered if there was still enough of the old Harry left to deserve her faith. He didn't have an answer. You received a letter. Harry looked up from his breakfast to find Voldemort watching him with those cold red eyes. The Dark Lord rarely appeared at meals. He didn't eat, as far as Harry could tell. But here he was, looming at the head of the table like death personified. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't lie to me, Harry. It's insulting. Voldemort sat down, his movements fluid and inhuman. Miss Granger is resourceful. More resourceful than I gave her credit for. But you should know that nothing enters or leaves this manor without my awareness. Harry's heart was pounding, but he kept his face calm. Then you know what the letter said. I do. Touching, really. The mudblood still believes in you, still thinks you can be saved. He laughed softly. Will you respond? No. There's nothing to say. Nothing. Voldemort tilted his head. You don't wish to tell her what you've become. To describe the people you've killed in my service. To crush her pathetic hope once and for all. Harry met those terrible eyes without flinching. She's not a threat. Hurting her serves no purpose. Sentiment, Harry. I'm disappointed. Strategy. The Order already sees me as a traitor. Confirming it changes nothing. But leaving Hermione's faith intact might be useful later. If she still believes I can be redeemed, she might try to contact me again. And that contact could be exploited. Silence. Then Voldemort smiled. You continue to surprise me. Very well. Leave Miss Granger her illusions. But understand that my patience is not infinite. Eventually, you will be required to demonstrate your commitment in ways that cannot be rationalized away. I understand. Good. Voldemort rose from his chair. Training in 1 hour. We'll be working on something new today. Something I think you'll find particularly interesting. He left. Harry finished his breakfast mechanically, not tasting any of it. The game was getting more dangerous. Voldemort was testing him, probing for weaknesses, looking for cracks in his loyalty. Every interaction was a potential trap. But Harry was learning. Every day. He got a little better at the role he was playing. A little more convincing as the dark wizard Voldemort wanted him to be. He just hoped he wouldn't lose himself entirely before the game was done. The something new turned out to be Parseltongue magic. Very few wizards have ever been able to access this. Voldemort explained, standing in the center of the training room. It requires the ability to speak the serpent tongue, a gift that cannot be learned, only inherited or transferred. Harry repeated. Like how I got it from you. Precisely. The Horcrux connection gives you access to abilities that would otherwise be beyond your reach. Parseltongue is one. But there are others. Voldemort raised his wand and spoke a word that seemed to twist reality around it. The sound wasn't quite language. It was something deeper, something primal. Harry felt it resonate in his scar, in his bones, in some part of him he hadn't known existed. A snake made of green fire coiled into existence, hissing and spitting, looking at Harry with eyes that held actual intelligence. Parseltongue magic can create, control, and communicate with serpents in ways no other wizard can match. But more importantly, it can be used to bind, to compel, to break through magical defenses that would stop any other form of attack. Voldemort gestured, and the fire, snake lunged at Harry. Defend yourself. In Parseltongue, Harry scrambled back, instinctively raising his wand, but normal shields wouldn't work against this. He could feel the wrongness of the magic, the way it slipped between the gaps in ordinary defenses. Stop, he hissed, the word coming out in that strange serpent language. The fire snake paused, confused, caught between two commands. Good, now take control. Harry focused, reaching for that place inside him where the Parseltongue lived. It was connected to the Horcrux, he realized, wrapped around the soul fragment like a vine around a trellis. Using it meant drawing on Voldemort's power, at least partially. But it also meant controlling it. Mine, Harry hissed. You answer to me. The fire snake shuddered once, then turned away from Harry and coiled at his feet, docile and waiting. Excellent. There was genuine pleasure in Voldemort's voice. You have a natural talent for this. With practice, you'll be able to create your own serpents, command any snake you encounter, and use Parseltongue to enhance nearly any spell you cast. Harry looked down at the fire snake. It was beautiful, in a terrible way, all flickering green flames and hungry intelligence. A weapon that no one else could use against him. Teach me, he said. Voldemort smiled. I thought you'd say that. The months passed. Harry grew stronger, not just physically, not just magically, but in ways that were harder to define. He learned to think like a Death Eater, to see the world through the lens of power and survival. He learned to compartmentalize his guilt, his doubts, his lingering humanity into boxes he could lock away when needed. He became someone new, someone harder, someone capable of doing things the old Harry would have found unthinkable. But he also kept planning, kept researching, kept looking for a way out that didn't involve his own death. The answer came from an unexpected source. There's something you should see. Daphne had found him in his usual spot in the library, surrounded by books on soul magic and looking frustrated. She was holding a thin, ancient-looking journal, its leather cover cracked with age. What is it? Something my family's had for generations. We never knew what it was. Just that it was dangerous. And we should never let anyone else know we had it. She set the journal on the table. I think it belonged to Salazar Slytherin. Harry's hands went still. You think? The writing's in Parseltongue. I can't read it. But based on the age and the magical signatures. She shrugged. It's either his or someone very close to him. Harry reached for the journal carefully, half expecting it to bite him. The leather was warm under his fingers, almost alive. He opened to the first page and began to read. The words came easily. Parseltongue was second nature to him now, but the content made his blood run cold. This wasn't a diary. It wasn't a spell book. It was a manual, a step-by-step guide to creating, maintaining, and destroying Horcruxes, written by one of the founders of Hogwarts himself. And near the end, a section titled, On the Extraction of Soul Fragments from Living Vessels. Harry read it 3 times. Then he looked up at Daphne, who was watching him with those penetrating blue eyes. "This is it," he breathed. "This is how I survive." Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3. Walking among serpents, the journal changed everything. Harry spent 3 days locked in his room, reading and rereading Slytherin's words until they were burned into his memory. The ancient wizard's parcel tongue was archaic, full of constructions and idioms that had fallen out of use centuries ago. But the meaning was clear enough. A Horcrux bound to a living vessel could be extracted. The process required 3 things: the vessel's willing participation, a moment of genuine near-death trauma, and an anchor point for the released fragment to attach to. Without all 3, the extraction would fail, either killing the vessel or leaving the fragment in place. The willing participation was the key. A Horcrux couldn't be ripped out by force. The soul fragment had to be released, let go of by the vessel who'd been carrying it. And that release had to happen at the exact moment of maximum vulnerability, when the boundary between life and death was thin enough for the fragment to slip through. Slytherin had designed the process for a specific purpose: to allow a dark wizard to move their Horcrux from one vessel to another. Create a Horcrux in an object, later transfer it to a living creature for added protection, then transfer it back when circumstances changed. The idea of using it to free someone from an unwanted soul fragment had apparently never occurred to him. But it would work. Harry was certain of it. The problem was the near-death part. He needed to die, or come close enough that it made no difference. At the exact moment he released the Horcrux, and he needed to survive the experience afterward. That required preparation, research, and allies who could help him through the process. He started making plans. "You've been distracted lately." Harry looked up from his breakfast to find Bellatrix watching him with those unsettling dark eyes. She'd taken to sitting next to him at meals, inserting herself into his space with the casual possessiveness of a cat claiming territory. "Training's been intense. Hard to focus on anything else. Liar." She smiled, showing too many teeth. "I know that look. You're plotting something, planning, scheming." She leaned closer, close enough that he could smell her perfume, something dark and floral that didn't quite mask the underlying scent of madness. "Tell me what it is." "Why would I do that?" "Because I'm curious. Because I could help. Because—" She trailed off, her fingers walking across the tablecloth toward his hand. "Because I find you fascinating, Harry Potter. The boy who lived, the chosen one, sitting at the Dark Lord's table with our mark on his arm. It's delicious." Harry didn't pull away. He'd learned that showing weakness around Bellatrix only encouraged her. "I'm just trying to survive, same as everyone else. No one just survives in this world. Not really." Her fingers reached his hand, traced along his knuckles with feather-light touches. "We all want something: power, revenge, recognition." "What do you want, Harry?" He met her eyes. "Freedom. From what?" "From everyone who's ever tried to control me. Dumbledore, the Ministry, the Prophecy." He paused. "Your master." Bellatrix's hand went still. "That's dangerous talk." "It's honest talk. You asked what I want, that's it. I don't want to be anyone's weapon. Not anymore." For a long moment, she just stared at him. Then she laughed, that wild, unhinged cackle that made everyone in earshot flinch. "Oh, I do like you," she breathed. "Most people are too afraid to even think such things, let alone say them out loud. But you're different, aren't you? Something broken and rebuilt into a new shape." Her hand resumed its exploration, tracing up his wrist. "The Dark Lord sees it too. That's why he's investing so much time in you. He thinks he can use that broken thing, point it in the right direction. And what do you think? I think broken things are unpredictable. I think they bite the hands that try to control them." She pulled back, leaving his skin tingling where she'd touched it. "I think you're going to do something spectacular, Harry Potter. I just hope I'm there to see it." She rose from the table and glided away, leaving Harry alone with his cold breakfast and racing thoughts. Bellatrix was smarter than she appeared, more observant. He'd need to be careful around her, more careful than he'd been. But she'd also given him something valuable. Confirmation that Voldemort saw potential in him. That his position here was more secure than he'd realized. He could work with that. The training room was empty when Harry arrived that afternoon. No Voldemort waiting with new tortures. No Death Eaters lurking in the corners. Just stone walls, cold air, and silence. He'd arranged for this. A small manipulation, suggesting to Voldemort that he needed time for independent practice, framing it as initiative rather than avoidance. The Dark Lord had seemed pleased by the request. Harry locked the door and pulled out Slytherin's journal. The extraction ritual required practice. Not the full thing. He wasn't ready for that yet. But the component pieces. The mental discipline to release the Horcrux willingly. The magical techniques to create an anchor point. The physical conditioning to survive the trauma. He started with the mental work. The fragment must be acknowledged. Slytherin had written. Not fought, not suppressed, but accepted. Only then can it be released. A soul cannot let go of what it refuses to see. Harry closed his eyes and reached inward. The Horcrux was there, as it always was. A cold presence nestled behind his scar, intertwined with his magic in ways he was only beginning to understand. He'd spent years trying to ignore it, to pretend it wasn't part of him. Now he needed to do the opposite. "Hello," he thought. The presence stirred. Not Voldemort himself. The Dark Lord's consciousness was elsewhere, occupied with war planning or political machinations. But the fragment of his soul was always there, always watching. "I know you're there," Harry continued. "I've always known. And I'm not afraid of you anymore." Something shifted. The cold presence seemed to focus, like a sleeping creature slowly waking up. "You're part of me now. Whether I like it or not, you've been part of me for 15 years. You've shaped how I think, how I feel, how I do magic." Harry took a mental breath. "But you're not going to control me. And when the time comes, you're going to leave." The presence pushed back, not aggressively, more like a cat stretching, testing its boundaries. Harry held firm, maintaining his awareness without trying to fight. This was the key, according to Slytherin. Not combat. Not domination. Acceptance. The soul fragment would release more easily if it felt acknowledged. Seen. Treated as a legitimate part of the vessel rather than an invader to be expelled. It was counterintuitive. Everything Harry had ever learned about dark magic suggested you had to fight it, resist it, refuse to give it power. But Slytherin's approach was different. More subtle. More Slytherin, really. Harry spent an hour in that meditative state, getting used to the Horcrux's presence without trying to change it. By the end, something had shifted. The cold feeling behind his scar was still there, but it felt less hostile, less oppressive, a first step, tiny but real. You look exhausted. Daphne found him in the gardens that evening, sitting on their usual bench and staring at nothing. She sat down beside him without waiting for an invitation. Long day. Training. Sort of. He turned to look at her. In the fading light, her pale features seemed almost ethereal. I've been working on something. Something important. The journal. Yeah. He hesitated, then decided to trust her. He needed someone who knew what he was planning. Someone who could help if things went wrong. I found what I was looking for. A way to remove the thing in my head. Without dying. Daphne's eyes widened slightly. You're serious. Dead serious. Literally. He laughed at his own bad joke. The problem is it's complicated. Dangerous. I can't do it alone. What do you need? Someone to monitor the process. To pull me back if I go too far. He met her eyes. Someone I trust. The word hung between them. Trust. Such a fragile thing in a place like this. You trust me? Daphne asked quietly. I trust that you want to survive. I trust that you see what's happening here, and you don't want to be part of it forever. I trust that if this works, it changes everything, for both of us. Harry paused. Is that enough? She was silent for a long moment. Then she nodded. Tell me what I need to do. The weeks that followed were a blur of preparation. Harry continued his training with Voldemort, maintaining the appearance of a dedicated student while secretly working on his own agenda. His combat skills improved dramatically. He could now hold his own against any Death Eater, except maybe Bellatrix or Snape. And even they would have to work for their victory. His Parseltongue magic became fluid and natural, an extension of his will rather than a borrowed power. Voldemort seemed pleased. The Dark Lord spoke of Harry as his greatest project, a weapon being forged in the fires of war. He didn't realize that weapon was developing a mind of its own. Meanwhile, Harry practiced the extraction ritual in secret. The mental component was the hardest. Learning to hold the Horcrux in his awareness without fighting it, accepting its presence while simultaneously preparing to let it go. It was like trying to hold water in his hands without squeezing. The moment he grasped too tightly, everything slipped away. The physical preparation was simpler, but more dangerous. He needed to be able to survive a near-death experience, which meant conditioning his body and magic to endure trauma that would kill most wizards. Voldemort's torture sessions helped with that. Ironically, every cruciatus, every curse, every moment of agony was teaching him to survive what should be unsurvivable. The anchor point was the final piece. The released Horcrux needed somewhere to go, or it would simply dissipate, destroying a piece of Voldemort's soul in the process. That might seem like a bonus, but Slytherin's journal was clear. Destroying a Horcrux while it was still attached to a living vessel would damage the vessel too, possibly fatally. Harry needed a container. Something that could hold the soul fragment temporarily until he figured out what to do with it. He found his answer in the Malfoy family vault. You want me to what? Draco's voice was pitched higher than usual, his pale face somehow managing to go even paler. They were in his sitting room, speaking in whispers despite the privacy wards Harry had erected. I need access to your family's vault. Specifically, the artifact collection. That's insane. My father would kill me. The Dark Lord would kill both of us. The Dark Lord doesn't need to know, and neither does your father. Harry leaned forward. You said you wanted out. You said your family was trapped. This is how we get free. All of us. By stealing from my own vault. By borrowing something that your family probably doesn't even remember they have. Harry pulled out a sketch he'd made from Slytherin's journal. I need a phylactery. An old one designed to hold soul fragments. Your family collected dark artifacts for centuries. There's bound to be something in there that fits. Draco stared at the sketch. How do you even know about phylacteries? Research. Lots and lots of research. Harry met his eyes. Can you do it? Long pause. Draco's hands were shaking slightly. Fear or excitement, Harry couldn't tell. Maybe, he said finally. There's an inventory somewhere. Mother keeps track of everything we own, even the things we're not supposed to have. If there's a phylactery in the vault, it'll be listed. Find it. Find out how to access it. And don't tell anyone. Not your parents. Not anyone. Harry stood up. This is the beginning, Draco. The first real move against him. Are you with me or not? Draco swallowed hard. Then he nodded. I'm with you. The phylactery turned out to be a small crystal vial, no bigger than Harry's thumb, hidden in a secret compartment of the Malfoy vault. According to the inventory, it had been in the family for over 400 years. A relic from a time when soul magic was more common and less forbidden. Draco delivered it to Harry 3 days later, wrapped in protective cloth and looking terrified. I don't want to know what you're planning to do with this, he said. I don't want any details. Just tell me when it's done. You'll know. Harry tucked the veil into his robes. Thank you, Draco. I won't forget this. Just make it worth the risk. Draco hesitated at the door. My family's future is riding on whatever you're doing. Don't screw it up. He left. Harry examined the phylactery more closely, feeling its magical resonance with his fingertips. It was perfect, designed specifically to contain soul fragments, with enough capacity to hold Voldemort's Horcrux comfortably. One more piece in place. Now he just needed to die. The opportunity came sooner than expected. It was late November when Voldemort called Harry to his private chambers. The first time he'd been summoned there since his arrival. The room was sparse, almost austere: a desk, a chair, shelves of books and artifacts. Nothing that suggested personal comfort or warmth. Voldemort was standing by the window, looking out at the moonlit grounds. I have a mission for you, he said without turning around. Something that will test everything you've learned. What kind of mission? The kind that requires subtlety, intelligence, and a willingness to do whatever is necessary. Voldemort finally turned, those red eyes gleaming in the darkness. There's a safe house. Order members hiding there. Kingsley, Shacklebolt, the Weasley twins, a handful of others. They've been planning something. Organizing resistance in the Ministry. Harry's stomach clenched, but he kept his face neutral. The Weasley twins. Fred and George, who'd made him laugh when nothing else could. Who'd slipped him joke products and fire whiskey and treated him like a brother. What? Lid the assault. Prove your loyalty beyond any doubt. Voldemort's smile was predatory. Kill them all. The words hung in the air like poison. Win. Harry heard himself ask. Tomorrow night. Take whoever you need from the inner circle. Bella has been eager to work with you. And if I refuse? The temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Voldemort moved closer. That terrible presence filling the space until it was hard to breathe. That wasn't a request, Harry. It was an order. His voice was soft, almost gentle. You've done well these past months. You've exceeded my expectations in every way. But loyalty must be demonstrated, not just claimed. This is your demonstration. Harry's mind was racing. He couldn't refuse. Voldemort would kill him on the spot, or worse. But he couldn't attack the Weasley twins either. Not them. There had to be a way out. I understand, he said. Tomorrow night. Voldemort studied him for a long moment, those red eyes searching for any sign of hesitation or deception. Whatever he found seemed to satisfy him. Good. Don't disappoint me. Harry, you're far too valuable to waste. Harry went straight to the gardens. He needed air. He needed to think. Daphne was waiting on their bench, as if she'd known he'd need her. What happened? It wants me to kill Fred and George Weasley. The words came out flat dead. Led a raid on an order safe house. Prove my loyalty. Can you do it? No. Harry sat down heavily. But I can't refuse either. If I refuse, I'm dead. If I run, he'll hunt me down. And if I go through with it. He shook his head. I can't. There has to be another way. Daphne was quiet for a moment, thinking. Warn them, she said finally. What? Send a message, anonymously. Tell them to evacuate before the raid. She leaned closer, her voice dropping. The Dark Lord wants a demonstration of loyalty. If you lead the assault and find an empty safe house, that's not your fault. You followed orders. The target just happened to be gone. He'll be suspicious. He'll investigate. Let him. As long as he can't prove you warned them, you're safe. And in the meantime, you've bought yourself more time. She took his hand. A rare gesture from her, warm and solid. This war isn't going to last forever. You don't have to sacrifice your soul to survive it. Harry looked at their joined hands. She was right. She was absolutely right. I need a way to contact them. Something untraceable. I know someone. A friend from Hogwarts. She's not involved with either side, but she has connections. She can get a message through. Oh, Daphne's lips quirked. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. The message was simple. Order safe house at 7 Grimmauld Place compromised. Evacuate by tomorrow midnight. Friend. Harry didn't sign it. Didn't provide any details that could identify him. Just the warning and the deadline. He sent it through Daphne's contact. A blonde Ravenclaw named Luna Lovegood, who apparently had some kind of underground network for protecting people from Nargles, which Harry was pretty sure was code for something more practical. Then he waited. The next evening, he led the assault as ordered. Bellatrix at his side, eager for blood. A dozen Death Eaters behind them, wands ready for slaughter. The safe house was empty. Harry stood in the abandoned kitchen, looking at the half-eaten meals still on the table, the scattered belongings that suggested hasty departure. He made himself feel frustrated, made himself curse and kick furniture, made himself look like a commander whose mission had just failed. Someone warned them. Bellatrix snarled, her wand sparking with barely contained fury. Someone told them we were coming. Obviously. Harry kept his voice cold. The question is who? One of ours. Has to be. No one else knew the timing. Then we find them. Interrogate everyone who had access to this information. Harry turned to face her, channeling Voldemort's own calculated menace. I don't like being made a fool of, Bella. Whoever did this is going to pay. She studied him for a long moment, searching for any sign that he was the traitor. Whatever she found, or didn't find, seemed to satisfy her. The Dark Lord won't be pleased. No, he won't. Harry started for the door. Let's go deliver the bad news. Voldemort's reaction was exactly what Harry had expected, cold fury, barely restrained. Those red eyes burning with the need to hurt someone. You failed. The target was gone before we arrived. Someone warned them. Harry stood straight, not showing weakness. I've already begun investigating who had access to the mission details. Whoever the traitor is, I'll find them. Will you? Voldemort circled him slowly, like a predator evaluating prey. I find it convenient that your first major mission ends in failure. That the targets just happen to include people you once called friends. If I wanted to warn them, I would have done it weeks ago when you first mentioned the safe house. Why wait until the night of the mission and make myself look incompetent? Harry met those terrible eyes without flinching. I want the Weasleys dead as much as you do. They were part of Dumbledore's conspiracy. Part of the system that used me and lied to me. This failure benefits no one, least of all me. Long pause. The silence stretched out until it was almost unbearable. Then Voldemort laughed. Well argued. You've learned to think like a Slytherin. He stopped circling, standing directly in front of Harry. Very well. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, this time. But understand that my patience is not infinite. The next mission will not end in failure. It won't. See that it doesn't. Voldemort turned away, dismissing him. Investigate the leak. Report your findings to me. And Harry. He glanced back over his shoulder. If I discover you've been playing me false, there is no hole deep enough to hide in. Remember that. I will. The investigation was, of course, fruitless. Harry went through the motions, interrogating Death Eaters, checking communication records, following dead end leads. He found nothing because there was nothing to find. The only evidence of his betrayal existed in his own head, protected by occlumency walls that even Voldemort couldn't penetrate. Eventually, the matter was set aside. The war continued. The Order went deeper underground, and Harry's position remained secure, for now. But he knew he was running out of time. Voldemort would test him again, demand more demonstrations of loyalty. Eventually, he'd be put in a situation where there was no clever way out. He needed to execute his plan. Soon. I think I'm ready. Daphne looked up from the book she'd been reading. They were in the library, ostensibly studying ancient runes, actually planning the most dangerous magical operation either of them had ever attempted. Are you sure? No. But I'm not going to get more ready by waiting. Harry pulled out Slytherin's journal and the phylactery, setting them on the table between them. I've been practicing the mental component for weeks. My body's as conditioned as it's going to get, and we have the anchor point. What about the near-death part? That's where you come in. Harry took a deep breath. I need you to kill me. Daphne's face went very still. Excuse me, not permanently. Just temporarily. He pulled out a small vial filled with clear liquid. This is draught of living death, modified with some additions from the Malfoy potion stores. It'll stop my heart for approximately 3 minutes before the counteragent kicks in. During those 3 minutes, I'll be clinically dead, soul separated from body, the boundary crossed. And you'll use that moment to release the Horcrux. Exactly. The soul fragment should transfer to the phylactery automatically once it's released. Then the counteragent brings me back, and, he shrugged, either it works or it doesn't. And if it doesn't, then I'm dead for real, and you need to get out of here as fast as possible. Harry met her eyes. I'm not going to pretend this isn't dangerous. It might be the most dangerous thing I've ever done. But it's also the only way I can see to actually end this. Not just survive, but win. Daphne was quiet for a long time, When she finally spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. When? Tomorrow night. The Dark Lord is meeting with ministry officials. He'll be distracted, unlikely to sense anything through our connection. Harry paused. Will you help me? Another long pause. Then Daphne reached across the table and took his hand. Yes, she said. God help me. Yes. The next 24 hours passed in a blur of preparation and barely controlled terror. Harry made arrangements. Wrote letters that he hoped would never need to be sent. Secured the phylactery in a hidden location with protective wards that would activate if he died permanently. Practiced the mental exercises one more time, reaching for that quiet place where the Horcrux lived. He was as ready as he was ever going to be. That evening, after dinner, he slipped away to the abandoned wing of the manor they'd chosen for the ritual. Daphne was already there, pale and composed, the modified potion and its counteragent laid out on a small table. Any second thoughts? She asked. About 1,000. You. At least that many. She managed a small smile. Let's do this before we both lose our nerve. Harry lay down on the cold stone floor. The position felt absurdly vulnerable. Flat on his back, staring up at the vaulted ceiling, waiting to die. Remember, he said. 3 minutes. No more. If the counteragent doesn't work after 3 minutes, there's a backup dose in my left pocket. I remember. And if something goes wrong, if Voldemort senses something, if Death Eaters show up, run. Don't try to save me, just run. I remember that too. Daphne knelt beside him, the potion vial in her hand. Ready. Harry closed his eyes, reached inward. Found the Horcrux waiting, cold and watchful. We're going to do this now, he thought. I'm going to let you go. And you're going to go willingly, because that's the only way either of us survives this. The presence stirred. For a moment, Harry felt something that might have been understanding, or acceptance, or just resignation. Ready, he said out loud. Daphne poured the potion down his throat. The world went dark. Not the darkness of sleep or unconsciousness, a deeper darkness, more complete. Harry felt his heart stutter, stop, fall silent. Felt his lungs go still. Felt the connection to his body loosen, then release entirely. He was floating, drifting. The stone floor was somewhere far below him, irrelevant. His body was a distant memory, already cooling. The Horcrux was still there. Still connected to him, even in death. A cold thread linking him to something vast and terrible. Now, Harry thought, it's time. He reached for the thread. Not to pull, not to fight. Just to hold it. Acknowledge it. Accept what it was. You've been part of me for 15 years. You've shaped who I am. But I don't need you anymore. And you don't need me. The thread pulsed, resisted. The soul fragment didn't want to leave. It had found a home, had grown comfortable in its anchor. I'm letting you go, Harry continued. I'm opening the door. You can stay and die with me, or you can leave and find another home. Your choice. Another pulse. Stronger this time. The fragment was considering. Harry thought about the phylactery, waiting in Daphne's hands. A new home, a new anchor. Safety, go, he thought. I release you. Go, the thread snapped. Pain exploded through Harry's consciousness. Not physical pain, but something deeper. The agony of separation, of amputation, of losing something that had been part of him for so long he'd forgotten what it felt like to be whole. He screamed, or tried to scream. There was no body to scream with. The darkness was swirling around him now, pulling at him, drawing him down toward something he couldn't see, but instinctively feared. The boundary between life and death wasn't just thin. It was open, and he was slipping through. Not yet. Not yet. The counteragent. 3 minutes. He had to hold on. But the darkness was so warm, so welcoming, so peaceful. It would be easy to let go, to stop fighting, to slip away into whatever waited beyond. No. Harry grabbed onto something, a memory, a feeling, a thread of connection to the world he'd left behind. Daphne's hand in his. Hermione's letter, burned but not forgotten. The weight of unfinished business. He wasn't done yet. He had too much to do. Too many people to save, too many debts to pay, too much life still to live. Now weight, light, pain, air rushing into lungs that hadn't worked for 3 minutes. Harry gasped, convulsed, rolled onto his side, and vomited the last traces of the potion onto the cold stone floor. Every nerve in his body was screaming. His scar was burning. Not the familiar ache of Voldemort's presence, but a raw, open wound where something had been torn away. Harry, can you hear me?" Daphne's voice, distant and panicked, her hands on his shoulders, rolling him onto his back. "Did it work?" he croaked. She held up the phylactery. It was glowing, a sickly green light that pulsed like a heartbeat. "It worked," she breathed. "Oh my God, it actually worked." Harry laughed. The sound came out broken and wet, but it was genuine. The Horcrux was gone. For the first time in 15 years, his mind was entirely his own. No cold presence, no watching shadow. No thread connecting him to the darkest wizard who ever lived. He was free. Recovery took longer than expected. The extraction had done something to Harry's magic. Weakened it, changed it, reshaped it in ways he was only beginning to understand. For the first few days, he could barely manage a simple levitation charm. His body was exhausted, his mind foggy, his scar a constant low-grade ache. He hid it as best he could. Claimed he'd been ill. Picked up some magical bug that was running through the manor. The excuse was thin, but no one questioned it too closely. Voldemort didn't summon him during that time. Harry didn't know if that was coincidence or something more. Some residual sense that their connection had changed, that something fundamental had shifted. He didn't want to find out. By the end of the week, his magic was starting to return, not the same as before. The Parseltongue abilities were gone, along with whatever other borrowed powers had come from the Horcrux. But his core magic was actually stronger. Purer. As if removing the foreign soul fragment had allowed his own power to finally expand without constraint. He'd lost something, yes. But he'd gained something too, freedom. We need to talk about what comes next. Daphne had found him in the gardens, 3 weeks after the extraction. The winter frost had turned the grounds into a crystalline wonderland, beautiful and deadly. "What do you mean?" "I mean we've solved one problem and created several others." She sat down on their bench, wrapping her cloak tighter against the cold. "The Horcrux is out of your head, but it still exists. Voldemort will eventually notice something's changed. And you're still here, still pretending to be a loyal Death Eater, while everything you've built is balanced on a knife's edge. I know. So what's the plan? Stay here forever. Try to take down Voldemort from inside. Run away and hope he doesn't notice." Harry was quiet for a moment, watching his breath fog in the cold air. "There's something I haven't told you," he said finally, "about the Horcruxes." Daphne's eyes sharpened. "What about them?" "There's not just one. There are 7, or there were, originally. Voldemort split his soul into pieces over and over, hiding them in different objects, making himself harder and harder to kill." Harry paused. "The one that was in me was accidental. The others are deliberate. 7 pieces of soul. 6. Now that mine's out. And according to what I know, at least 2 others have been destroyed. The diary, by me in 2nd year. And a ring that Dumbledore found somewhere. He turned to look at her. Which means there are still 3 or 4 out there. As long as any of them exist, Voldemort can't truly die. And you know where they are. Some of them. Maybe. Harry shook his head. Dumbledore was researching this before I left. He thought one might be hidden at Hogwarts, another with a Death Eater family, another somewhere only Voldemort could reach. I don't have all the details, but I have enough to start looking. Daphne processed this silently. When she spoke again, her voice was careful. You're planning to destroy them. The Horcruxes. I'm planning to end this. Properly. Harry met her eyes. Voldemort can't be killed while those things exist. The Order can't beat him. The Ministry can't beat him. As long as he has those anchors, he'll keep coming back no matter how many times people think they've defeated him. But if someone found them all, destroyed them all, then he'd be mortal again, vulnerable. Harry's voice dropped. I've been inside his organization for months. I know things no one else knows. Where he's strong, where he's weak, who's loyal and who's just afraid. If I can take out the Horcruxes and feed that intelligence to the right people, you could end the war. I could try. He laughed, short and bitter. Probably die in the attempt. But at least I'd be making my own choice about it, instead of being someone else's sacrifice. Daphne was quiet for a long moment. The silence stretched out between them, filled with the weight of everything they weren't saying. Then she reached over and took his hand. I'm in, she said quietly. Whatever you're planning, whatever you need, I'm in. Harry looked at their joined hands. Her fingers were cold from the winter air, but the gesture warmed something in his chest that had been frozen for months. Thank you, he said. For everything. For trusting me when you had no reason to. For helping me when it would have been safer to walk away. I had reasons. She squeezed his hand. You're different, Harry Potter. Different from anyone I've ever met. You looked at a world that wanted to use you and destroy you. And instead of breaking, you started building something new. She paused. I want to be part of that. Whatever it is. They sat together in the frozen garden, hands intertwined, watching the sun set over the Malfoy grounds. 2 conspirators in a war that everyone else thought they understood. They had no idea what was coming. The first Horcrux hunt began the following week. Harry had identified his most likely target, Helga Hufflepuff's cup, hidden somewhere in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. It was the closest one, geographically and in terms of access, and destroying it would strike a blow against Bellatrix personally, which had its own appeal. The problem was getting into Gringotts. The Goblin Bank was the most secure location in Wizarding Britain, protected by enchantments that had stood for centuries. Breaking in would be nearly impossible, unless you had inside information. Tell me about the Lestrange vault, Harry said to Bellatrix one evening, casually, as if making conversation. I've heard it's quite impressive. She preened at the attention. One of the oldest in Gringotts. My family has been banking there since the founding. We have artifacts that predate the Ministry, treasures that would make the Malfoys weep with envy. And the security. The best gold can buy. Anti-theft jinxes on everything. The vault itself is guarded by, well, I shouldn't say. She smiled coyly. Why do you ask? Curiosity. I'm trying to understand how the old families protect their assets." He shrugged. "The Potters never had much to speak of, but I'm starting to think about building something for the future." "If there is a future." Bellatrix laughed. "Oh, there'll be a future. The Dark Lord's future. And you're going to be part of it." She leaned closer, that unsettling intensity in her eyes. "He speaks highly of you, you know. Says you have potential unlike anyone he's trained before." "I'm honored." "You should be." Her hand found his arm, fingers tracing along his sleeve. "Most of us waited years for his attention. You've had it from the moment you walked through that door." Harry forced himself not to pull away. "What can I say? I'm special." "You are." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Very special." The conversation gave Harry what he needed. Confirmation that the cup was in the vault, and a starting point for figuring out how to reach it. The actual plan would take time to develop. Gringotts wasn't a target you could hit impulsively. Every angle had to be planned, every contingency prepared for. But he had time. As long as Voldemort trusted him, as long as his position remained secure, he had time. What he didn't expect was for the war to accelerate. "The Ministry has fallen." Voldemort's announcement came at a dinner gathering, delivered with the satisfaction of a chess player calling checkmate. Around the table, Death Eaters erupted in celebration. Cheers, applause, the clink of glasses raised in toast. Harry kept his face neutral, his mind racing. The Ministry fallen. That meant Voldemort now controlled the entire governmental structure of Wizarding Britain. That meant new laws, new enforcement, new restrictions on anyone who opposed him. That meant the endgame was approaching faster than he'd anticipated. "With the Ministry under our control," Voldemort continued, "we can begin implementing real change. Blood traitors and mudbloods will be registered, their wands confiscated, their freedoms curtailed until they understand their proper place in the new order." More cheering. Harry's stomach turned, but he raised his glass with everyone else. "Harry." Voldemort's red eyes found him across the table. "I have a new position for you, my lord. Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement." Voldemort smiled that terrible smile. "You'll be responsible for hunting down enemies of the state. Order members, blood traitors, anyone who threatens our new peace." The table went quiet. Everyone was looking at Harry now, some with envy, some with suspicion, some with undisguised hatred. "I'm honored," Harry said, and his voice came out steady despite the panic clawing at his insides. "I won't disappoint you. See that you don't." Voldemort raised his glass. "To the new order, to victory, to the world we're building, to the new order," everyone echoed. Harry drank. The wine tasted like ashes. Later that night, alone in his room, Harry stared at the ceiling and tried to figure out how everything had gone so wrong so fast. Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He would be expected to hunt down his former friends, to implement policies that would destroy innocent lives, to become exactly the kind of monster Dumbledore had always feared he might become. He couldn't do it. He wouldn't. But refusing wasn't an option. Failing wasn't an option. Voldemort had given him this position specifically to test him, to force him into situations where there was no clever way out. The game was entering its final stages, and Harry was running out of moves. He pulled out Slytherin's journal and the phylactery, both hidden in a secret compartment he'd created in his trunk. The green glow of the captured Horcrux pulsed gently in the darkness, a reminder of what he'd already accomplished: one down, 3 or 4 to go. He could do this. He had to do this. The alternative was unthinkable. Chapter 3 Ed, Chapter 40, The Other Side of War. The new office smelled like fear. Harry could taste it the moment he walked through the doors of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The sharp, metallic tang of people who knew their lives depended on pleasing the wrong masters. Ministry workers scurried past with their heads down, avoiding eye contact, moving with the hunched posture of prey animals who'd learned that visibility meant danger. Director Potter. His new secretary, a thin, nervous woman named Edith Clearwater, met him at the entrance. Your office is prepared. The department heads are waiting for your first briefing. Thank you, Edith. Harry kept his voice neutral, professional. Coffee. She blinked, clearly thrown by the mundane request. Yes, of course. Right away. She hurried off. Harry walked through the bullpen, feeling dozens of eyes on his back. The boy who lived, the chosen one, now wearing Death Eater robes and commanding the very department that had once hunted dark wizards. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. His office was large and cold, all dark wood and leather furniture. The previous occupant, Amelia Bones, who'd been killed in the ministry takeover, had left behind personal touches that someone had hastily removed. Harry could see the outlines on the walls where photographs had hung, the empty spaces on the desk where trinkets had sat. He sat in her chair. It felt like wearing a dead woman's clothes. Let's get this over with, he muttered and pressed the intercom. Send in the department heads. The briefing was exactly as terrible as he'd expected. 6 department heads, all of them compromised in one way or another. Some were true believers, loyal Death Eaters who'd been waiting years for this moment. Others were survivors, people who'd bent rather than break when the wind changed. A few were clearly terrified, going through the motions while praying they'd live to see another day. Current priorities, Harry said, keeping his voice flat and businesslike. The Dark Lord wants all known Order members located and apprehended. Blood status registration is to be implemented immediately, and any ministry employee suspected of disloyalty is to be reported for investigation. Nods around the table. No one argued. No one questioned. I'll also be implementing some new policies. Harry paused, watching their reactions. Efficiency measures. Streamlined procedures. We've been wasting too many resources on ineffective tactics. More nods. Cautious interest from some, suspicion from others. From now on, all arrests require my personal authorization. No exceptions. I want detailed reports on every target before we move. He leaned back in his chair. The Dark Lord values precision. We're not going to embarrass him with sloppy work. The true believers exchanged glances. This wasn't what they'd expected from their new director. A young man who should have been eager to prove himself through violence and excess. Good, let them wonder. Dismissed. I want status reports on my desk by end of day. They filed out. Harry sat alone in his borrowed office, staring at the empty walls, and began to plan. The new position was a curse and an opportunity. On one hand, Harry was now directly responsible for implementing Voldemort's most oppressive policies. Every arrest, every registration, every act of violence would have his name attached to it. The blood would be on his hands. On the other hand, he now had access to information and resources that would have been impossible to obtain otherwise. He knew who the ministry was targeting. He knew when raids were planned. He knew which families were on the registration lists. He could use that. The first warning went out that same evening. A coded message to an old order contact, passed through 3 intermediaries, alerting them to a planned raid on a Muggle-born safe house. The raid happened anyway, but the house was empty when the Aurors arrived. Bad intelligence. Harry reported to Voldemort. We're investigating the source. The Dark Lord's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing. The second warning was trickier. A family of blood traitors, the Creevies, whose son Colin had been in Harry's year at Hogwarts, was scheduled for arrest and processing. Harry couldn't stop the order, but he could delay it. Paperwork errors, jurisdictional disputes, bureaucratic tangles that bought the family 3 days to disappear. They made it to France. Harry heard about it through his network of informants and allowed himself a small moment of satisfaction. But he couldn't save everyone. That was the terrible truth of his position. For every family he helped escape, a dozen others were captured. For every raid he derailed, 3 more succeeded. The machine of oppression was too big, too powerful, for one person to stop. All he could do was slow it down, buy time, and hope that the opportunity to do something bigger would eventually present itself. You're playing a dangerous game. Snape appeared in Harry's office one evening, uninvited, moving with the silent grace of someone who'd spent decades navigating deadly political waters. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't insult my intelligence. Snape closed the door behind him and cast a series of privacy wards with practiced efficiency. The failed raids, the delayed arrests, the paperwork that always seems to go missing at the most convenient times. Someone less observant might attribute it to incompetence, but I know better. Harry set down his quill. What do you want? Snape. To understand. The potions master sat in the chair across from Harry's desk, crossing his legs with casual elegance. You arrived at the Dark Lord's doorstep, claiming to have seen the truth about Dumbledore. You took the mark. You killed for him. And now, after all that, you're systematically sabotaging his agenda from within. He tilted his head. Why? Maybe I'm just bad at my job. You're many things, Potter. But incompetent isn't one of them. Snape's dark eyes bored into him. Tell me what you're planning. I might be able to help. Harry laughed, a short, bitter sound. Help? You. The Dark Lord's most trusted servant. I was Dumbledore's most trusted spy long before I was the Dark Lord's anything. Snape's voice was quiet, intense. Do you think I enjoy this? Watching the world I've spent decades protecting fall into darkness. Seeing everything I sacrificed for burn. You could have fooled me. The way you sucked up to Voldemort. I figured you'd been waiting for this moment your whole life. Something flickered in Snape's expression. Pain, maybe. Or regret. I made choices, he said slowly. Terrible choices when I was young and stupid and full of anger. I've spent the rest of my life trying to atone for them. He paused. I thought, when you appeared at the manor, that it was over. That everything Dumbledore and I had worked for was finished. The boy who lived turned to darkness. The last hope of the light extinguished. And now. No, I think I was wrong. I think you're still fighting. Just not in the way anyone expected. Snape leaned forward. Tell me I'm right, Potter. Tell me there's still hope. Harry studied him for a long moment. Every instinct screamed at him to stay silent, to trust no one, to keep his secrets locked away where they couldn't be used against him. But Snape was right. He was fighting alone, and it was exhausting. If there was even a chance that Snape could be an ally. The Horcruxes, Harry said quietly, How much do you know about them? Snape's face went very still. Dumbledore spoke of them. Near the end. He believed the Dark Lord had created several, though he wasn't certain of the exact number or locations. His voice dropped. He believed you were one of them. I was. I'm not anymore. The silence that followed was absolute. That's not possible, Snape breathed. Horcruxes can't be removed from living vessels without destroying. It's possible. I found a way. Harry tapped his scar. The fragment is gone, stored somewhere safe, waiting to be destroyed along with the others. The others. There are still 3 or 4 out there. As long as they exist, Voldemort can't be killed permanently. Destroy them all, and he becomes mortal again. Harry met Snape's eyes. That's my plan. Find them. Destroy them. End this properly. Snape sat back, looking genuinely shaken for the first time since Harry had known him. You've been planning this from the beginning. The entire time you've been here. The training, the missions, the apparent loyalty, it's all been preparation for this. Wes. And the Dark Lord has no idea. Known. My occlumency is strong enough to hide it from him, and I've been careful not to give him any reason to look too closely. Snape shook his head slowly. Something almost like admiration in his expression. You're either the bravest wizard I've ever met, or the most foolish. Possibly both. Probably both. Harry smiled grimly. So, are you going to help me? Or are you going to report me to your master? Another long pause. Then Snape stood up, his black robes swirling around him. I'll help you, he said. God help us both, I'll help you. But if this goes wrong, if we're discovered, would die. I know. Harry shrugged. I've been living on borrowed time since I was 11. What's a little more risk? Snape's lips twitched. The closest thing to a smile Harry had ever seen from him. Your mother would be proud of you, he said quietly. She always did have more courage than sense. He left before Harry could respond. The Gringotts operation came together faster than expected. With Snape's help, Harry was able to gather intelligence on the Lestrange vault that would have taken him months to acquire alone. Security protocols, guard rotations, the specific enchantments protecting the vault and how to bypass them. The most valuable piece of information came from an unexpected source. Narcissa Malfoy. You want to know about Aunt Bella's vault? She raised an elegant eyebrow when Harry approached her. Why? Research. The Dark Lord has asked me to investigate the security of high-value Death Eater assets. The Lestrange vault is the most fortified. If I can identify weaknesses there, I can help protect everyone's holdings. It was a plausible lie, and Narcissa seemed to accept it. The vault is protected by a dragon, she said. Hungarian horntail, partially blinded to make it more aggressive. There are also Gemino and Flagrante curses on everything inside. Anything you touch multiplies and burns. How do the Lestranges access their own property? There's a clanker, a magical instrument that subdues the dragon temporarily. And Bella has a way of deactivating the curses, though I don't know the specifics. Narcissa paused. Why are you really asking? Like I said, research. She studied him with those pale, calculating eyes. Whatever she saw seemed to satisfy her, or at least convince her not to push further. Be careful, Harry. Whatever you're planning. She rose to leave. The vault contains things that have been hidden for centuries. Some of them for very good reasons. The plan was simple, because simple plans were the ones that worked. Harry would enter Gringotts openly, using his position as Director of Magical Law Enforcement to demand access to the Lestrange Vault for investigation purposes. The goblins would resist, but they wouldn't be able to refuse a direct order from the Ministry, not with Voldemort controlling the government. Once inside, he'd locate the cup, grab it, and get out. The Gemino and Flagrante curses would be a problem, but Snape had provided a potion that would temporarily protect him from magical burns. The multiplication curse was trickier, but Harry figured he could work around it by not touching anything except the cup itself. The dragon was the biggest variable. Harry was counting on his experience with dragons. The True Wizard tournament felt like a lifetime ago, but the lessons he'd learned still held to help him navigate that particular obstacle. It wasn't a perfect plan, but it was the best one he had. The night before the operation, Daphne found him in the gardens. "You're going tomorrow," she said. It wasn't a question. "Yes. And if you don't come back," Harry turned to look at her. In the moonlight, her pale features seemed almost luminous. "Then you take what I've given you and you run. The intelligence, the contacts, the phylactery with the first Horcrux. It all goes to the Order. Let them finish what I started." "That's not an answer. It's the only answer I have." He reached out, took her hand. "I don't want to die, Daphne. I have a lot of reasons to live. You're one of them." Her breath caught slightly. They'd never talked about this. Whatever this was between them, it had grown slowly, naturally, built from shared danger and whispered conversations and the simple comfort of having someone who understood. "Then don't die," she said quietly. "Come back to me. I'll try." They stood together in the moonlight, hands intertwined, saying everything they couldn't put into words. Gringotts looked different in the morning light. Harry had been here before, of course, countless times, as a student and a war hero and all the other roles he'd played over the years. But approaching it now, with his Death Eater robes and his Ministry credentials and his plan to rob one of its most secure vaults, the white marble building felt less like a bank and more like a fortress. The goblins watched him with undisguised hostility as he strode through the front doors. They had no love for the current regime. Voldemort's treatment of non-humans had made that clear. But they also couldn't openly defy him. "Director Potter." The goblin at the main desk spoke with elaborate courtesy that didn't quite hide his contempt. "What brings you to Gringotts today?" "Ministry business. I need access to the Lestrange Vault." "That vault is restricted to family members only, and Ministry officials conducting authorized investigations." Harry slid a document across the counter. Official letterhead, official seal, completely fabricated authorization. "The Dark Lord has concerns about the security of certain valuable items. I'm here to conduct an inspection." The goblin examined the document for a long moment. His small, dark eyes flickered between the paper and Harry's face, clearly looking for any excuse to refuse. Finally, he set the document down. "Very well. A cart will be arranged. But I must warn you, Director, the Lestrange Vault has significant protections. The bank takes no responsibility for any harm that may come to you during your inspection." "Understood." This way. The cart ride was as nauseating as Harry remembered. Plunging through miles of underground tunnels at speeds that should been physically impossible. The goblin driving didn't speak, just guided the cart with grim efficiency deeper and deeper into the earth. They passed through waterfalls of security enchantments. Doors that required blood and magic to open. Checkpoints where other goblins examined them with suspicion before waving them through. Finally, they reached the dragon. It was bigger than Harry remembered from the True Wizard tournament. A massive Hungarian horntail, its scales scarred and mottled, its eyes milky and half-blind. Chains held it in place, but its head swung toward them as they approached, nostrils flaring, flame building in its throat. "The clankers," the goblin said flatly. He pulled out a small bag and handed it to Harry. "Shake them. The beast has been trained to expect pain when it hears the sound. It will retreat." Harry took the bag. Inside were small metal instruments that clinked together when moved. "That's barbaric. That's security." The goblin's expression didn't change. "The vault is through there. I'll wait here." Harry stepped forward, shaking the clankers. The dragon flinched at the sound. A trained response, fear and pain conditioned into it over years of captivity. It retreated into the shadows, whimpering, leaving the path to the vault clear. Harry felt sick, but he kept moving. The vault door was massive, ancient iron covered in runes and enchantments. The goblin had given him a key, another fake, created by Snape with magic that shouldn't have been possible. And it turned in the lock with a satisfying click. The door swung open. The vault was a treasure hoard from a nightmare. Gold and silver and precious gems were piled everywhere, glittering in the dim light. Magical artifacts sat on pedestals and shelves, radiating power that made Harry's skin crawl. And at the center of it all, on a simple stone platform, sat a small golden cup with two finely wrought handles. Helga Hufflepuff's cup, the Horcrux. Harry approached carefully, remembering what Narcissa had said about the curses. He could feel them now, the Gemino curse humming with potential multiplication. The Flagrante curse waiting to burn anyone who touched the treasure. He pulled out the vial Snape had given him and drank it in one gulp. The potion was bitter, leaving a cold sensation spreading through his chest. Protection against magical fire. Temporary, but hopefully enough. He reached for the cup. The moment his fingers touched it, everything went wrong. Alarms screamed. The treasure around him began to multiply. Copies of coins and gems and artifacts cascading from every surface. And worst of all, the cup itself resisted, fighting against his grip, burning even through the potion's protection. Harry grabbed it anyway. Pain seared through his hands, but he held on, tucking the cup into his robes and turning to run. The vault door was closing. The dragon was roaring. And somewhere above him, he could feel Gringotts itself waking up, ancient defenses activating to trap the intruder within. He had maybe 30 seconds before he was buried alive under multiplying treasure. Harry did the only thing he could think of. He apparated. Apparition inside Gringotts was supposed to be impossible. The bank's wards had stood for centuries, preventing exactly this kind of escape. But Harry had something the ward's creators hadn't anticipated, a direct connection to the most powerful dark wizard in history. Even with the Horcrux removed, traces of that connection remained, enough to punch through barriers that should have been impenetrable. He materialized in Diagon Alley, gasping, the cup still clutched in his burned hands. Behind him, Gringotts' alarms were screaming. People were running, shouting, chaos spreading through the street. Harry didn't wait to see what happened next. He disapparated again, this time to a safe house Snape had arranged. A tiny cottage in the middle of nowhere, warded against everything, invisible to anyone who didn't know exactly where to look. He collapsed on the floor, the cup rolling from his nerveless fingers, and let the darkness take him. When he woke, Daphne was there. "You idiot," she said, her voice shaking. "You absolute, complete, reckless idiot." Harry tried to smile. It came out as more of a grimace. "Did I get the cup?" She held it up. The golden vessel gleamed in the dim light, radiating that sickly wrongness that all Horcruxes seem to share. "You got the cup. You also got third-degree burns on both hands, a concussion, and about 17 different types of magical contamination." She set the cup down and reached for his bandaged hands. "What were you thinking?" "That I needed to get out of there before the dragon ate me." "You apparated through Gringotts wards. That's not supposed to be possible." "I know. I'll add it to the list of impossible things I've done this year." Daphne made a sound somewhere between a laugh and a sob. She leaned forward, resting her forehead against his shoulder. "Don't do that again. Don't scare me like that." "I'll try." Harry lifted one bandaged hand and awkwardly patted her back. "But I can't promise anything. We've still got Horcruxes to find." "I know." She pulled back, her blue eyes red, rimmed but determined. "Snape was here while you were unconscious. He said the Gringotts break, and is all anyone's talking about. The goblins are furious. Voldemort is furious. Everyone thinks it was Order agents. Good. That's good." Harry struggled to sit up. "The last thing we need is them suspecting me. They don't. Not yet." Daphne helped him upright. "But Harry, you can't go back. Not right away. Your hands are a mess, and if anyone sees you injured right after a major heist at Gringotts—" "I know. I'll figure something out." He looked at the cup, sitting innocently on the table. "First, we destroy this thing. Then we plan our next move." Destroying a Horcrux was harder than finding one. Harry had 2 weapons available: the fang of a basilisk, which he'd kept hidden since second year, and fiendfire, which was incredibly dangerous and nearly impossible to control. He chose the fang. The cup screamed when he stabbed it. Not a physical sound, something deeper, something that resonated in the bones and the blood and the soul. The Horcrux fought back, throwing images into Harry's mind. Voldemort's memories, his fears, his rage at being destroyed piece by piece. Harry saw the orphanage where Tom Riddle had grown up, the cruelty he'd suffered and inflicted, the cold, calculating intelligence that had concluded, even as a child, that the world was divided into predators and prey. He saw Voldemort's first murder, his own father, killed without remorse, the beginning of a soul fracturing. He saw the creation of each Horcrux, the rituals and sacrifices, the price paid for immortality. And underneath it all, he saw fear. The one thing Voldemort could never escape, no matter how many pieces of himself he hid away, the terror of death, of ending, of ceasing to exist. "You're already dying," Harry whispered, driving the fang deeper. "Every piece I destroy, you get closer to the end. And there's nothing you can do to stop me." The cup shattered. The scream cut off abruptly, leaving Harry kneeling on the floor, gasping, the basilisk fang dripping with black ichor. 2 down, 2 or 3 to go. Recovery took a week. Harry stayed at the safe house, letting his hands heal, processing everything he'd learned from the cup's destruction. Daphne visited when she could, bringing news from the outside world and carefully maintained cover stories for his absence. "You've been recalled to the manor," she reported. "The Dark Lord wants to see you. Apparently, the Gringotts incident has him paranoid. He's worried his own defenses might be vulnerable." "Perfect. I can use that. Are you sure you're ready?" Your hands. Air fine. Harry flexed his fingers, still stiff and scarred but functional. I've had worse. Win. Pretty much constantly since I was 11. He stood up, testing his balance. I need to get back before anyone starts wondering where I've been. The longer I'm gone, the more questions people ask. What are you going to tell him? That I was investigating the break-in. Following leads. Being a good little Death Eater and trying to figure out who embarrassed the organization. Harry smiled grimly. The best lies are the ones that are almost true. Voldemort was waiting in his private chambers, looking more agitated than Harry had ever seen him. Where have you been? Investigating, my lord. The Gringotts incident. I've been trying to track down the perpetrators. Harry kept his voice calm, respectful. I followed several leads, but they all went cold. Whoever did this was extremely professional. The goblins claim it was a single wizard. Someone who apparated through their wards. Something that should be impossible. Voldemort's red eyes fixed on Harry with uncomfortable intensity. They also claim certain items were taken from the Lestrange vault. Items of great personal significance. Harry kept his face neutral, but his heart was racing. What items? That's none of your concern. Voldemort turned away, staring out the window at the darkened grounds. What matters is that someone is targeting my followers. Someone with capabilities we didn't anticipate. Do you have any suspects? Several. None confirmed. The Dark Lord's voice was quiet, but there was an undercurrent of rage that made the air feel thick. I want you to increase surveillance on all known Order contacts. Anyone who might have the skills and knowledge for an operation like this. And I want reports. Daily, detailed, comprehensive. Of course, my lord. Good. Voldemort turned back, and something in his expression made Harry's blood run cold. One more thing. I've received word that some of my most trusted servants have been unreliable lately, showing signs of divided loyalty. I want you to investigate. Investigate who? Everyone. That terrible smile again. Trust no one. Harry, not even the people closest to you. That's the only way to survive in this world. I understand. Do you? Voldemort stepped closer, close enough that Harry could feel the unnatural cold radiating from his body. I wonder sometimes. You've done everything I've asked. You've proven yourself in ways that most of my followers never could. And yet what? Yet something about you doesn't quite fit. Something I can't quite see. His red eyes bored into Harry's. What are you hiding, Harry Potter? The Legilimency probe hit without warning, a brutal assault on Harry's mental defenses. But Harry was ready. He'd been practicing for months, building walls within walls, hiding his true thoughts beneath layers of carefully constructed lies. What Voldemort saw was exactly what Harry wanted him to see. Loyalty tainted by personal ambition, fear masked by confidence, a young man who wanted power and was willing to do anything to get it. It was close enough to the truth to be convincing. After a long moment, Voldemort withdrew. You're hiding something, he said slowly. But it's not betrayal. Not yet, he smiled. Perhaps I'm being paranoid. The Gringotts incident has me on edge. You may go. Harry bowed and left, his heart pounding so hard he could feel it in his temples. That had been close. Too close. He needed to be more careful. And he needed to move faster. The next Horcrux was at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's research had suggested something hidden in the castle. Probably Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. Lost for centuries but possibly found by Tom Riddle during his time as a student. The room of requirement was the most likely hiding place. The problem was getting there. Hogwarts was under Death Eater control now, with the Carrows running the school and Snape serving as headmaster. Harry could probably gain access through his ministry position, but it would require explanations, cover stories, potential witnesses. Too risky. He needed another way in. "There's a passage," Snape said during one of their clandestine meetings. "From Hogsmeade to the castle. It comes out in the room of requirement itself, or at least in the corridor outside. The Dark Lord doesn't know about it." "How do you know about it?" Snape's expression flickered. "I attended Hogwarts with your father, Potter. We knew all the secret passages. Some of them, even Dumbledore never discovered. Can you get me in? I can arrange for the wards to be temporarily confused. Long enough for you to enter and exit without being detected." He paused. "But you'll have to move quickly. The Carrows are paranoid, and they've been increasing security ever since the Gringotts incident." "How long do I have?" "An hour, maybe less." "That's enough." Hermione found him first. He was in Hogsmeade, preparing to enter the tunnel, when a figure stepped out of the shadows. For a moment, he thought it was a Death Eater. Someone who'd spotted him. Someone who'd blow his cover. Then she lowered her hood, and he saw the familiar bushy hair, the determined brown eyes, the face of his best friend. Harry. Hermione. His wand was in his hand before he could think. "What are you doing here?" "Looking for you. We've been tracking your movements for weeks, ever since the Gringotts break-in." She stepped closer, her own wand raised but not pointed at him. "We know it was you. The apparition through the wards, the specific vault targeted, the timing. It all points to someone with inside knowledge and unusual abilities. So you came to arrest me." "I came to understand." Her voice cracked slightly. "Harry, what are you doing? You joined Voldemort. You took the mark. You've been running his ministry, implementing his policies, hunting people like me. And then you robbed Gringotts to steal a dark artifact." "None of it makes sense." Harry lowered his wand slowly. He was on a tight schedule. Every minute he spent here was a minute he didn't have. But this was Hermione. She deserved the truth. "The thing I stole was a Horcrux. Voldemort split his soul into pieces and hid them in objects. As long as they exist, he can't be permanently killed." He met her eyes. "I've been hunting them, destroying them, working from inside to bring him down." Hermione's face went through about 15 different expressions in 3 seconds. You're fighting him. This whole time. Every manipulation, every betrayal, every terrible thing I've done. It's all been part of the plan. Why didn't you tell us? We could have helped." "No, you couldn't. The order is compromised. Voldemort has spies everywhere. If I'd told anyone my real plans, they'd have been discovered within a week." He paused. "I had to do this alone. It was the only way." Hermione was crying now, tears streaming down her face. "I thought you were lost. I thought the Harry I knew was gone. He is, in some ways. I've done things, terrible things. Things I can't take back." Harry's voice was quiet. "But I'm still fighting. That hasn't changed. What do you need? How can we help now?" Harry thought quickly. Having the Order's support would be valuable, especially for the final stages of his plan. But it would also be dangerous. More people knowing meant more chances for the secret to leak. "The diadem," he said, finally. "Ravenclaw's diadem. It's hidden at Hogwarts in the room of requirement. I'm going there tonight to destroy it. Let me come with you." "No." Too risky. But you can help from outside. He pulled out a scrap of parchment and scribbled quickly. This is where I'll be exiting. If I'm not out in 90 minutes, something's gone wrong. Don't try to rescue me. Just take this information to whoever's left in the order and finish what I started. Hermione took the parchment, her hands shaking. Harry, I know. He reached out, squeezed her arm. I'm sorry. For everything. For the lies and the deception and making you think I'd abandoned you. You did what you had to do. She managed a watery smile. You always do. Promise me something. What? If this works, if we actually win, don't let them make me into a hero. I'm not a hero, Hermione. I'm just someone who saw a terrible situation and made a choice. He paused. Make sure they remember that. Make sure they remember what it actually cost to fight. She nodded, unable to speak. Harry turned and walked into the darkness of the tunnel. The room of requirement was a maze. Harry had asked for the room where things were hidden, and it had delivered. An endless labyrinth of forgotten objects, piled high in towering heaps that seemed to go on forever. Broken furniture, ancient textbooks, discarded toys. The accumulated detritus of 1,000 years of students, hiding things they didn't want found. Somewhere in here was a Horcrux. Harry moved quickly, letting instinct guide him. He could feel the diadem. Not with the connection he'd once had to Voldemort's Horcruxes, but with something subtler. An awareness of wrongness, of something that shouldn't be. He found it on top of a cabinet, half hidden beneath a wig and a dusty tiara that turned out to be something completely different. The diadem was beautiful in a twisted way, delicate silver, gleaming with dark magic, radiating the same sickly energy as the cup. Harry reached for it. I wouldn't do that if I were you. He spun around. Standing behind him, wand raised, was Amicus Carrow, Director Potter. Carrow's smile was ugly, triumphant. Funny finding you here, in the middle of the night, in a room that's supposed to be secret. He stepped closer. What are you looking for? That's ministry business. Really? Because it looks to me like you're doing something you shouldn't be. His wand twitched toward the diadem. That's a pretty piece. Old, too valuable, I'd wager. Harry's mind was racing. Carrow was a fool, but a dangerous fool, especially if he decided to report this to Voldemort. You're right, Harry said slowly. It is valuable, very valuable, and I was going to take it for myself. Carrow's eyes widened with greed. Were you now? We could split it. I know people who'd pay a fortune for something like this. Harry let his voice drop conspiratorially. The Dark Lord doesn't need to know. For a moment, Carrow looked tempted. Then suspicion crept back into his expression. Why should I trust you? You could be setting me up. Because I have as much to lose as you do. More, actually. I'm the one who broke into Gringotts. Harry smiled. You think I'm really a loyal Death Eater. I'm in this for myself, same as everyone else. The Dark Lord is a means to an end. Carrow stared at him for a long moment. Then he laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. I knew it. I knew there was something off about you. He lowered his wand slightly. All right, Potter. Let's see this treasure of yours. Harry turned toward the diadem, reaching for it again. Stupefy. The spell caught Carrow square in the chest. He crumpled without a sound, his wand clattering on the stone floor. Harry grabbed the diadem, shoved it in his bag, and ran. He made it out with 3 minutes to spare. Hermione was waiting at the exit point, her face pale with worry that transformed into relief when she saw him. You got it. I got it. He pulled out the diadem, showing her briefly before tucking it back away. Had a run-in with one of the Caros, but I handled it. Eyes he, stunned. He'll wake up eventually. Harry started walking toward the apparition point. I need to get out of here before anyone finds him and starts asking questions. What about the Horcrux? I'll destroy it when I get somewhere safe. Can't risk doing it here. Too many witnesses, too many ways for Voldemort to find out. He paused, turning to look at her. Thank you, Hermione, for being here. For not giving up on me. I meant what I said in my letter. We never will. She reached out and hugged him, brief, fierce, full of everything they couldn't say. Be careful, Harry. We'll be waiting for you when this is over. I know you will. He apparated away, leaving her standing alone in the darkness. The safe house was quiet when Harry arrived. Daphne wasn't there. She'd said something about maintaining appearances at the manor. So he was alone with his thoughts and his stolen Horcrux. The diadem sat on the table, gleaming malevolently in the candlelight. Harry pulled out the basilisk fang, feeling its weight in his still, healing hands. Another piece of your soul, he said to no one. Another step closer to the end. He stabbed the diadem. The scream was different this time, higher, more desperate, as if the soul fragment knew how few hiding places remained. Harry saw flashes of Voldemort's terror, his rage, his frantic search for who was hunting him. And underneath it all, a growing certainty someone was targeting him. Someone who knew his secrets. Someone who wouldn't stop until they'd destroyed everything he'd built. The diadem shattered, the scream cut off. 3 down. Harry slumped back in his chair, exhausted, triumphant, and terrified in equal measure. The endgame was approaching, and Voldemort was starting to suspect. Chapter 4a, Chapter 5a. The Ministry falls, the summons came at dawn. Harry was barely awake when his dark mark flared with that familiar burning urgency. Not the slow pulse of a routine meeting, but the sharp, insistent pain that meant come now, immediately, or face consequences. He threw on his robes and apparated to the manor within minutes, his mind racing through every possible reason Voldemort might want him this urgently. The throne room was packed. Every Death Eater of significance had been called. Bellatrix, Snape, the Malfoys, the Lestrange brothers, Dolohov, Yaxley. Dozens of others Harry recognized from his months among them. They stood in silent rows, faces carefully blank, the tension in the room thick enough to choke on. Voldemort sat on his throne of bones and shadow, and he was furious. Someone, he said softly, his voice carrying through the chamber despite barely rising above a whisper, has been stealing from me. No one moved. No one breathed. First Gringotts. The Lestrange vault violated, ancient protections bypassed, items of great personal value taken. His red eyes swept the room. I assumed it was Order agents, enemies from without. But now I learn that Hogwarts has also been breached. The room of requirement searched. And Amicus Caro lies in the hospital wing, claiming he was attacked by one of our own. Harry kept his face neutral, but his heart was hammering against his ribs. Caro's memory has been examined. He claims the attacker was... Voldemort paused, and his gaze found Harry across the room. You, Director Potter. Every eye turned to Harry. He could feel the weight of their stares, suspicious, hungry, waiting to see how this would play out. My lord, Harry said, keeping his voice steady, Caro is mistaken. Or lying. Is he? Voldemort rose from his throne, moving with that serpentine grace that made him seem barely human. He was quite certain. described your appearance, your voice, even the specific words you used. He claims you were attempting to steal a valuable artifact from the room of requirement. With respect, my lord, Caro is a fool who's wanted me gone since I arrived. This accusation is convenient for him. Harry met Voldemort's eyes without flinching. I was in London last night, conducting ministry business. I have witnesses. Do you? Edith Clearwater, my secretary. 3 Aurors who reported to me. The night shift at the ministry. Harry shrugged. Check with any of them. He was bluffing. Snape had arranged alibis, but they were thin. Anyone who looked closely would find inconsistencies. But Harry was betting that Voldemort wouldn't look that closely. Not yet. The Dark Lord studied him for a long moment. Those red eyes were impossible to read. Ancient, calculating, filled with intelligence that had survived centuries of conflict. Caro's memory could have been tampered with. Voldemort said slowly. The attacker could have been using polyjuice, or glamours, or any number of deceptions to frame you. Exactly, my lord. Or you could be lying. Voldemort was close now. Close enough that Harry could smell the strange, metallic scent that clung to him. You could have been the intruder, using your position and resources to move freely while the rest of us remained ignorant. I could be, but I'm not. Prove it. The legitimacy probe hit Harry like a battering ram. Not subtle, not exploratory. This was a full-force assault. Voldemort's consciousness crashing against Harry's mental defenses with all the power of the most accomplished legilimens who had ever lived. Harry's walls held. Barely. He showed Voldemort what he wanted him to see: frustration at being accused, fear of punishment, loyalty tinged with resentment. The emotions were genuine enough. Harry really was frustrated, really was afraid. He just directed them at constructed memories instead of real ones. The ministry office, late at night. Paperwork, meetings, nothing remarkable. Not the tunnel to Hogwarts. Not the room of requirement. Not the diadem shattering under the basilisk fang. After an eternity that probably lasted 30 seconds, Voldemort withdrew. Clean, he said, and something in his voice suggested disappointment. Your memories appear consistent with your claims. I told you, my lord, Caro is mistaken. Perhaps. Voldemort returned to his throne, settling into it with the practiced ease of someone who'd sat in positions of power for decades. But I am not entirely satisfied. There have been too many coincidences lately. Too many failures that benefit our enemies. What would you have me do? Your job. Voldemort's voice cracked like a whip. Find whoever is truly responsible for these intrusions. Find them, extract everything they know, and bring them to me alive. If there is a traitor in our ranks, I want to deal with them personally. Of course, my lord. And Harry, those red eyes fixed on him with uncomfortable intensity. If I discover that you've been playing me false, if there is even a hint of deception in your behavior, I will make what I did to the Longbottoms look merciful. Do you understand? Perfectly. Good. All of you dismissed, except Severus. I have additional matters to discuss. The Death Eaters filed out. Harry went with them, keeping his pace steady, his expression neutral. But his hands were shaking inside his sleeves. That had been too close. Far too close. Daphne found him in the gardens an hour later. I heard what happened, she said quietly. Everyone's talking about it. Caro's accusation, the Dark Lord's interrogation. It's handled. For now. For now. She sat beside him on their usual bench. Harry, this can't continue. Every time you move against him, the net gets tighter. Eventually, Your luck is going to run out. I know. So what do we do? Harry stared at the frost-covered grounds, thinking. The situation was deteriorating faster than he'd anticipated. Voldemort was paranoid, suspicious, actively looking for traitors, and Harry had just put himself directly in the spotlight. We accelerate, he said finally. The remaining Horcruxes. I need to find and destroy them before Voldemort figures out what I'm doing. Once they're gone, he becomes mortal, killable, and then we end this, one way or another. Daphne was quiet for a moment. You said there were 3 or 4 Horcruxes left after the cup and the diadem. Do you know where the others are? I know where one is. Nagini, his snake. She's a Horcrux. Voldemort keeps her close, which makes her the hardest target. Harry paused. The others? I'm less certain. Dumbledore thought there might be something connected to each of the founders. We've got Hufflepuff's cup and Ravenclaw's diadem. If he followed the pattern, there should be something of Gryffindor's and something of Slytherin's. Gryffindor's sword is at Hogwarts, or it was. The sword was never a Horcrux. It's actually been used to destroy Horcruxes. Dumbledore used it on the ring. Harry shook his head. I think Voldemort wanted something of Gryffindor's but couldn't find anything suitable. The locket, though. Slytherin's locket. That's real. Where is it? That's the problem. I don't know. The answer came from an unexpected source. 3 days after the throne room confrontation, Harry received a visitor at his ministry office. A house elf, ancient and trembling, wearing what looked like a filthy pillowcase and speaking in a voice that cracked with age. Director Potter must come with Creature. Creature has something Director Potter needs to see. Harry stared at the elf. He recognized him. This was the Black family's house, elf, the one who'd served at Grimmauld Place, the one who'd betrayed Sirius to the Death Eaters. Why should I trust you? Creature serves the House of Black. Director Potter is the heir of the House of Black. The elf's large eyes gleamed with something that might have been cunning, or might have been desperation. Creature has been keeping a secret. Master Regulus's secret. Creature thinks Director Potter is the one who can finally finish Master Regulus's work. Master Regulus. Sirius's brother. The Death Eater who disappeared years ago under mysterious circumstances. What secret? Creature cannot say here. Too many years. The elf glanced around nervously. Director Potter must come to the old house. Creature will show. Harry hesitated. This could be a trap. Another test from Voldemort. Another attempt to catch him in betrayal. But something in the elf's manner suggested genuine urgency. All right, he said. Take me there. Grimmauld Place looked worse than Harry remembered. The old Order headquarters had been abandoned after the Ministry fell. The protective enchantments degraded without maintenance, the house itself slowly falling into decay. Dust covered every surface. Shadows pooled in corners that seemed darker than they should be. And Walburga Black's portrait had been removed from the wall, leaving a lighter rectangle of wallpaper where she'd hung for decades. This way, Creature said, leading Harry down to the kitchen. Creature has been waiting for the right person to finish what Master Regulus started. What did Regulus start? The elf didn't answer directly. Instead, he pulled open a cabinet that Harry had never noticed before. Hidden behind a glamour, warded against casual detection, and withdrew a small, ornate locket. Harry's breath caught. He knew that locket. He'd seen images of it in Dumbledore's research, read descriptions of it in books about the founders. Slytherin's locket. The Horcrux that Dumbledore had died trying to find. Where did you get this, Master Regulus? Creature's voice was heavy with old grief. Master Regulus discovered the Dark Lord's secret. Discovered what he had done to become immortal. And Master Regulus decided to stop him. Regulus Black tried to destroy a Horcrux. Master Regulus ordered Creature to help him steal the locket from its hiding place. A terrible place, a cave full of dark magic and poison. The elf shuddered. Creature watched Master Regulus drink the poison that protected the locket. Watched him suffer and scream and beg for death. And then Master Regulus ordered Creature to take the locket, to destroy it, to never tell anyone what had happened. But you couldn't destroy it. Creature tried. Creature tried everything, fire, magic, weapons. Nothing worked. The elf's face crumpled with shame. Creature failed Master Regulus, failed his last order. Has kept the locket hidden all these years, waiting for someone who could finish what Master Regulus started. Harry took the locket carefully, feeling its weight, its wrongness. Another piece of Voldemort's fractured soul, waiting to be destroyed. You didn't fail him, Creature. You kept it safe. You made sure it didn't fall back into Voldemort's hands. He looked at the ancient elf with something approaching respect. You did well. Creature stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, his expression shifted. The hostility and suspicion that had always colored his interactions with Harry seemed to drain away, replaced by something almost like hope. Director Potter will destroy it. We'll finish Master Regulus's work. Yes, I will. Then Creature will help. However Creature can. Harry destroyed the locket that night, in the basement of Grimmauld Place with Creature watching. The scream was the worst yet. High, desperate, filled with rage and terror. The locket showed him visions as it died. Voldemort's memories of creating it. The murder that had split his soul. The dark satisfaction of hiding another piece of himself away from death. And underneath it all, that same fear. The same desperate, howling terror of ending. When it was over, Harry sat on the cold stone floor, breathing hard, the destroyed locket smoking at his feet. 4 down. Only Nagini remained. Is it finished? Creature asked quietly. Almost. There's one more. The snake. The Dark Lord's familiar. The elf nodded slowly. Creature has seen that snake, has felt the wrongness in it. Director Potter will destroy that too. Yes. And then Voldemort himself. Creature was silent for a moment. Then he did something Harry had never seen him do before. He smiled. Master Regulus would be pleased, he said. Creature thinks Master Regulus would be very pleased indeed. The return to the manor was tense. Harry half expected to find Death Eaters waiting to arrest him. Voldemort's suspicions finally confirmed. But the house was quiet when he arrived, the halls empty except for servants going about their business. He made it to his room without incident. Collapsed on the bed, exhausted, his mind still reeling from everything that had happened. 4 Horcruxes destroyed, the sole fragment from his scar safely contained. Hufflepuff's cup shattered in a safe house. Ravenclaw's diadem stabbed in the depths of Gringotts. Slytherin's locket destroyed in the basement where a house elf had guarded it for years. Only Nagini remained. The snake was always with Voldemort, always close, always protected. Getting to her would require getting to him. And that meant the final confrontation was approaching, whether Harry was ready for it or not. He needed allies. More than Daphne, more than Snape, more than the fragile contacts he'd built within the Death Eater ranks. He needed an army. He needed the Order of the Phoenix. The meeting was arranged through Hermione. Harry sent a message through the same channels she'd used to contact him at Hogsmeade. Luna's mysterious Nargle Protection Network, which turned out to be an underground railroad for Muggle-borns trying to escape the regime. The response came within hours of time. A place, a promise of safe passage. "This is insane," Daphne said when he told her his plan. "You're going to walk into an order meeting as a known Death Eater and expect them not to kill you on sight." Hermione vouched for me. They know what I've been doing. They know what she told them. That's not the same thing. She grabbed his arm, her blue eyes fierce. "Harry, these people have lost friends and family to Voldemort's forces. Forces you've been commanding. You think they're just going to forgive that. I don't need forgiveness. I need allies." He gently removed her hand. "The final Horcrux is Nagini. She's always with Voldemort, which means taking her out requires taking him on directly. I can't do that alone. So what's your plan? Walk in, explain everything, and hope they believe you." Something like that. Daphne stared at him for a long moment. Then she laughed. A short, sharp sound that was more disbelief than humor. "You're going to get yourself killed. Probably. But I'm going to try anyway." The meeting place was an abandoned farmhouse in the Welsh countryside, warded so heavily that Harry could feel the magic pressing against him from 100 yards away. He approached slowly, hands visible, making no sudden movements. Figures emerged from the shadows as he got closer. He recognized some of them. Kingsley Shacklebolt, tall and imposing despite the exhaustion in his eyes. Remus Lupin, looking even more worn than the last time Harry had seen him. Arthur Weasley, his face hard with an expression Harry had never seen there before. And Hermione, standing slightly apart from the others, her wand drawn but lowered. "Harry." Kingsley's voice was flat, giving nothing away. "Hermione tells us you have information. That you've been working against Voldemort from inside." "That's right. She also tells us you've destroyed 4 Horcruxes. That you've been sabotaging Death Eater operations, warning targets, buying time for the Resistance." "Also true. And yet." Kingsley stepped closer, his dark eyes boring into Harry's. "You took the mark. You killed for him. You ran his ministry, implemented his policies, hunted people like us. I did what I had to do to maintain my cover. To get close enough to destroy those Horcruxes." Harry met his gaze without flinching. "I'm not going to apologize for it. People died because of choices I made. That's a weight I'll carry for the rest of my life, but more people would have died if I'd done nothing." "How do we know you're not lying? That this isn't another manipulation, another trap?" "You don't." Harry shrugged. "All I can offer is my word and the results. 4 Horcruxes destroyed. Dozens of lives saved through warnings I passed along. Intelligence on Death Eater operations, safe houses, defensive positions. Everything I've learned in the past year, I'm offering to share." Silence. The Order members exchanged glances, communicating in that silent way that came from years of working together. "Why now?" Remus asked quietly. "Why come to us now, after all this time?" "Because I'm running out of time. Voldemort is suspicious. He nearly caught me after the Hogwarts break-in. And the last Horcrux is Nagini, his snake. She's always with him. Taking her out means taking him on directly." Harry paused. "I can't do that alone. I need help. And in exchange, I'll give you everything. The location of every Death Eater's safe house I know about. The names of every Ministry official who's secretly loyal to Voldemort. The defensive weaknesses in his organization, the internal conflicts, the people who might be turned. He looked around at the assembled faces, suspicious, hostile, but listening. I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm asking you to use me. I'm the best weapon you've got against him. Point me at the target and let me finish this. More silence. Then Arthur Weasley stepped forward, his face tight with emotion Harry couldn't read. My sons, he said. Fred and George. There was a raid planned on their safe house. They escaped because someone warned them. I know. Was that you? Yes. Arthur stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. I believe him, he said to the others. I don't forgive him. Not yet, maybe not ever. But I believe he's telling the truth. Arthur, Kingsley began. My boys are alive because of him. Whatever else he's done, whatever sins he's committed, that matters. Arthur turned back to Harry. What do you need from us? Harry felt something loosen in his chest. Not acceptance. That would take time, if it came at all, but acknowledgement, a willingness to work together. It was enough. I need a plan, he said, a way to get close to Voldemort and Nagini simultaneously. And I need backup. People who can keep the other Death Eaters busy while I deal with the snake. You're talking about a direct assault on Voldemort's stronghold. I'm talking about ending this war permanently. Kingsley was quiet for a moment. Then he nodded slowly. All right. Let's hear what you've got. The planning took 3 days. Harry met with the Order leadership repeatedly, sharing intelligence, debating strategies, working through the logistics of what would essentially be a suicide mission. The distrust never entirely faded. He caught suspicious glances, heard whispered conversations that stopped when he approached. But it was manageable. They needed each other too much for old grudges to get in the way. The plan that emerged was audacious, risky, and exactly the kind of thing that would either end the war or get everyone killed. Harry would return to Malfoy Manor as if nothing had changed, maintaining his cover for one more crucial operation. At a predetermined signal, Order forces would launch simultaneous attacks on Death Eater positions across Britain. A massive offensive that would draw Voldemort's followers away from the manor. In the chaos, Harry would make his move on Nagini. Kill the snake, destroy the final Horcrux, and confront Voldemort while he was still mortal. Simple, insane. Probably fatal. There's something else you should know, Harry said during the final planning session. The Horcrux that was in my scar, it's not destroyed. It's contained in a phylactery, hidden somewhere safe. Hermione's eyes went wide. You still have a piece of his soul. I couldn't destroy it without potentially killing myself. The extraction process was complicated. Harry pulled out the phylactery, showing them the faint green glow. Once Nagini is dead, this becomes the last piece. Destroy it, and Voldemort is truly mortal. Why not destroy it now? Insurance. If something goes wrong, if I don't survive the confrontation with Voldemort, someone else can finish this. He handed the phylactery to Hermione. Keep it safe. When the time comes, basilisk venom or fiendfire will work. She took it with trembling hands, staring at the glowing vial like it might bite her. Harry, what you've done. What you've sacrificed. I don't know if any of us could have. Don't. He shook his head. I made choices, some of them terrible. I don't need praise for doing what had to be done. You need something. I need this to be over. He looked around at the assembled Order members. These people who had every reason to hate him and were still willing to fight alongside him. Why all do. The night before the operation, Daphne found him in their garden. "You're leaving tomorrow," she said. It wasn't a question. "Yes. And you might not come back." "That's possible." She sat beside him on the frozen bench, close enough that their shoulders touched. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. "I never told you why I really agreed to help you," she said finally. "Back at the beginning, when you asked for an ally, you said you wanted to survive, to position your family for whatever came next. That was part of it. But it wasn't the whole truth." She turned to look at him, her blue eyes bright in the moonlight. "I saw something in you, Harry. That first night, when you looked at me across the dinner table and told me exactly what you were. Dangerous, unpredictable, not what anyone expected. I saw someone who refused to be defined by what other people wanted them to be. That's a generous interpretation. Maybe. But it's what I needed." She took his hand, her fingers cold against his. "My whole life, I've been what my family needed me to be. The perfect pure-blood daughter. Neutral, careful, never committing to anything that might put us at risk. I was so tired of it. So tired of being nothing but a chess piece in someone else's game." "You're not a chess piece. I know that now, because of you." She squeezed his hand. "Whatever happens tomorrow, whatever happens in the days to come, I want you to know that meeting you was the best thing that ever happened to me. You showed me what it means to actually choose, to fight for something, even when the odds are impossible." Harry looked at her. This woman who had risked everything to help him, who had seen him at his worst and stayed anyway. Something shifted in his chest, a warmth that cut through the cold of the winter night. "Daphne, don't." She smiled, sad and fierce at once. "Don't make promises you might not be able to keep. Just come back, if you can. Come back to me." He kissed her. It wasn't romantic or perfect. They were sitting on a frozen bench in the garden of a house full of enemies, and tomorrow he was probably going to die. But it was real, honest. Everything they'd built over months of conspiracy and shared danger and whispered conversations, finally given physical form. When they pulled apart, Daphne was crying. She wiped her eyes impatiently, looking annoyed at herself for showing weakness. "Go," she said. "Do what you have to do, and if you die, I'll never forgive you. I'll try to avoid that. You'd better." The signal came at midnight. Across Britain, order forces struck. Safe house raids, ambushes on Death Eater patrols, coordinated attacks that lit up the night with dueling spells and explosions. At Malfoy Manor, chaos erupted. Death Eaters scrambled to respond, apparating away to reinforce their comrades, leaving the manor increasingly undefended. Harry watched from the shadows as the household emptied. Bellatrix vanishing first, eager for combat, the Lestrange brothers close behind, Dolohov, Roll, Yaxley, all of them drawn away by the spreading conflict. Within an hour, only a skeleton crew remained. Voldemort himself was in his private chambers, Nagini coiled at his feet, apparently unconcerned by the attacks. This was the moment. Harry moved through the manor like a ghost, using every trick he'd learned in months of navigating its corridors. The servants ignored him. He was a familiar presence, unremarkable. The few Death Eaters he encountered nodded respectfully and continued on their way. He reached the door to Voldemort's chambers without incident. One last Horcrux. One last piece of a fractured soul. And then, finally, an end. Harry drew his wand and pushed open the door. Voldemort was waiting for him. The Dark Lord sat in his usual chair. Nagini draped across his lap, those red eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that suggested he'd been expecting this. "Harry," he said softly, "I wondered when you'd finally make your move." Harry's wand was up before he finished speaking. "You knew. I suspected. For some time now." Voldemort stroked Nagini's scales, his movements calm, almost lazy. The failed raids. The warnings that always seemed to reach their targets. The break-ins at Gringotts and Hogwarts. You were so careful, so clever, but patterns emerge eventually. Then why didn't you stop me? Because I wanted to see how far you'd go. What you'd become when pushed to your limits. Voldemort smiled that terrible smile. You've exceeded my expectations, Harry. You've destroyed pieces of my soul that I spent decades creating. You've turned my own organization against itself. You've become exactly what I always knew you could be. I'm not like you. No. You killed for power. You lied to everyone who trusted you. You sacrificed innocent people to achieve your goals. Voldemort's eyes gleamed. We're more alike than you want to admit. The only difference is that I accepted what I am, while you're still clinging to the delusion that you're somehow better. The difference is that I'm going to end you. Harry raised his wand. Nagini first, then you. You're welcome to try. The snake moved faster than Harry expected, uncoiling from Voldemort's lap and launching at him with fangs bared. Harry dove aside, rolling, coming up with his wand, tracking the serpent's movement. Sectum Sempra. The curse caught Nagini across the body, slicing deep, but she kept coming. Horcrux enhanced. She was nearly impossible to kill with ordinary magic. Harry reached into his robes and pulled out the basilisk fang. His last resort, his final weapon against the creatures of Voldemort's making. Nagini struck again. Harry met her head-on, driving the fang into her skull with all his strength. The scream that erupted was unlike anything he'd heard before. Louder, longer, filled with all the agony of a fractured soul, finally being destroyed. Nagini thrashed, her massive body convulsing, and then went still. The last Horcrux was dead. Harry turned to face Voldemort, the bloodied fang still in his hand. "It's over," he said. "You're mortal now. You can die like anyone else." Voldemort rose from his chair. His face was a mask of rage. His wand already raised, dark magic crackling at his fingertips. "You think this changes anything? I am Lord Voldemort. I have survived worse than you, boy. I have conquered death itself. Not anymore. We'll see." The Dark Lord attacked. The duel that followed was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. Voldemort fought with decades of experience, with magic that bordered on the impossible, with a fury born of finally facing his own mortality. Curses flew through the air, killing curses, torture curses. Dark magic that Harry had never seen before and never wanted to see again. Harry fought back with everything he had. The skills he'd learned in his months of training, the power he'd developed since freeing himself from the Horcrux, the desperate determination of someone who'd come too far to fail now. They dueled through the manor's corridors, destroying everything in their path. Walls crumbled. Furniture exploded. Ancient artifacts shattered under the force of their magic. But Harry was outmatched. For all his growth, for all his training, Voldemort was still the most powerful dark wizard who had ever lived. And without the protection of the Horcrux connection, Harry had nothing to shield him from that power. A curse caught him in the shoulder, spinning him around. Another hit his leg, dropping him to one knee. He could feel his strength fading, his magic depleting, his body giving out. Pathetic. Voldemort sneered, advancing on him. All that planning, all that sacrifice, and in the end you're still just a boy playing at being a hero. I'm not a hero. Harry raised his wand one last time. I'm just someone who had to make a choice. And now you'll die for it. Voldemort raised his wand for the killing blow. The spell never came. A figure burst through the doorway behind Voldemort, Daphne. Her wand blazing with magic Harry had never seen her use before. Her curse caught the Dark Lord in the back, staggering him, buying Harry precious seconds. "Go," she screamed. "Finish it." Harry didn't hesitate. He threw himself forward, driving the basilisk fang toward Voldemort's chest, and missed. Voldemort spun, inhumanly fast, catching Harry's wrist and twisting. The fang clattered to the floor. Dark magic wrapped around Harry's throat, lifting him off his feet. "Did you really think it would be that easy?" Voldemort's voice was soft, almost gentle. "Did you really think you could destroy everything I've built and just walk away?" Harry couldn't breathe, couldn't speak. The world was going dark around the edges. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse hit Voldemort from behind. Not Daphne this time. The angle was wrong. Harry's fading vision caught a glimpse of black robes, greasy hair, a hooked nose. Snape. The magic around Harry's throat vanished. He dropped to the floor, gasping, as Voldemort staggered and turned. "Severus." The Dark Lord's voice was filled with genuine surprise. "You. For Lily." Snape's voice was steady, his wand still raised. "For everything you took from me." Voldemort laughed. A high, cold sound that echoed through the ruined corridor. "A killing curse. You think that will stop me?" "No." Snape glanced at Harry. "But it will slow you down." Harry understood. He grabbed the basilisk fang from where it had fallen, pushed himself up, and drove it into Voldemort's chest. This time, he didn't miss. Voldemort screamed. Not with his voice, with his entire being. The sound seemed to come from everywhere at once, a howl of rage and terror and disbelief that shook the manor to its foundations. Harry held on, even as dark magic lashed at him. Even as Voldemort's hands clawed at his arms, even as the world seemed to be tearing itself apart around them, he held on. "You can't die," Voldemort gasped. The prophecy. Neither can live while the other survives. The prophecy was about Horcruxes. Harry twisted the fang deeper. "About the piece of you that was living in me. That piece is gone now, and so are you. No. I am Lord Voldemort. I am immortal. I am." The words dissolved into another scream. Voldemort's body began to disintegrate, crumbling like ash, like dust, like the remnants of a nightmare finally exposed to light. Harry watched him die. He watched the most powerful dark wizard in history, the man who had terrorized the wizarding world for decades, the monster who had murdered his parents and ruined countless lives. He watched him fade into nothing. When it was over, there was only silence. Harry collapsed to the floor, the bloodied fang still clutched in his hand. Every part of his body ached. His magic was depleted. His shoulder and leg were bleeding from curse wounds. But he was alive, and Voldemort was dead. "Harry," Daphne's voice, distant and worried. Her face appeared above him, pale with fear. "Harry, can you hear me? Is it over?" "It's over." She was crying, he realized. Crying and laughing at the same time. "You did it. He's gone." The phylactery. Harry's voice was barely a whisper. "Hermione has it. Tell her to destroy it. Finish the job." "I will. But first, we need to get you out of here." Daphne looked up at Snape, who was standing nearby, looking almost as shocked as Harry felt. "Help me move him." We need to get to the Order. Let them know what happened." Snape nodded slowly. "It's really over. It's really over." They lifted Harry between them and began the long walk out of the ruins of Malfoy Manor. Chapter 5 and Chapter 60 Ghosts and Mirrors 3 weeks after the Dark Lord's death. Harry Potter still couldn't sleep without screaming. The nightmares were always the same. Voldemort's face, inches from his own. Red eyes burning with fury. The feeling of dark magic crushing his throat. The moment, stretched out to eternity in his dreams, when the basilisk fang sank into that inhuman chest, and the most powerful dark wizard in history began to die. He woke gasping, drenched in sweat, reaching for a wand that wasn't there, because Daphne had started hiding it at night, after he'd nearly blown a hole through the wall during a particularly bad episode. Same dream. Her voice came from the darkness beside him. "Yeah." She didn't say anything else, just moved closer. Her warmth a anchor in the cold of the night, and waited for his breathing to slow. This had become their routine. The safe house where they'd taken refuge after the battle wasn't much. A small cottage in the Scottish Highlands, warded against detection by both sides of a war that was technically over but still felt very much alive. Snape had provided it, one of several bolt holes he'd maintained over his years as a double agent. Snape himself was gone now, disappeared into the chaos of the war's aftermath, leaving behind only a brief note. "My debts are paid. Do not look for me." Harry didn't know if he was alive or dead, and wasn't sure how he felt about either possibility. "You should talk to someone," Daphne said quietly. "A healer, someone who specializes in this kind of trauma." "And tell them what?" "That I spent a year undercover as a Death Eater, killed multiple people, destroyed pieces of the Dark Lord's soul, and now I can't close my eyes without seeing his face." Harry laughed bitterly. "They'd have me committed. They'd understand. The war affected everyone. Not like this." He sat up, running his hands through his sweat-dampened hair. "I made choices, Daphne. Deliberate, calculated choices that got people killed. That's not trauma. That's consequences." She was quiet for a moment. Then she sat up too, her hand finding his in the darkness. "Do you regret it?" "Which part?" "Any of it. All of it." Harry thought about Marcus Belby, executed on Voldemort's orders. About Moody, killed in an ambush Harry had helped plan. About all the other names on a list that he'd stopped counting because the numbers were too heavy to carry. "I regret that it was necessary," he said finally. "I regret that I couldn't find another way. But if I had to do it again, knowing what I know now," he trailed off, "you'd make the same choices." "I'd make the same choices." Daphne squeezed his hand. "Then stop punishing yourself for them. You did what you had to do. The war is over because of you. The war is over because a lot of people did a lot of terrible things." Harry pulled his hand away, standing up and moving to the window. Outside, the Highland moors stretched away into darkness, empty and cold. "I'm just one of them." The wizarding world was in chaos. Without Voldemort to hold them together, the Death Eaters had fractured into a dozen competing factions. Some had fled the country, seeking refuge in magical communities that had stayed neutral during the war. Others had tried to blend back into society, claiming they'd been under the imperious curse or acting under duress. A few die-hards were still fighting, launching guerrilla attacks against Ministry targets and Order's safe houses. The Ministry itself was in shambles. Harry's department, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement that he'd run as director, had been purged of Voldemort loyalists, but that left gaping holes in the organizational structure. The new minister, Kingsley Shacklebolt, was doing his best to hold things together, but the task was overwhelming. And through it all, the wizarding public wanted answers. They wanted to know how Voldemort had really died. They wanted to know who was responsible, who to blame, who to celebrate. They wanted Harry Potter. "You can't hide forever," Hermione told him during one of her visits to the safe house. "People need to know the truth. The truth would destroy them." Harry was sitting by the fire, staring into the flames. They want a hero. They want someone who fought the good fight and emerged victorious. They don't want to hear about the moral compromises, the people I sacrificed, the darkness I embraced to get close enough to strike. Maybe they need to hear it anyway. Maybe they need to understand what it actually costs to fight a war. Or maybe they need the comfort of a simple story. Good versus evil, light versus dark. The chosen one fulfilling his destiny. He laughed. It's not true, but it's what they want to believe. Hermione sat down across from him, her expression troubled. "What do you want?" "Harry, I don't know anymore." He looked up at her. "For so long, everything I did was focused on one goal: destroy the Horcruxes, kill Voldemort, end the war. Now that it's over, I don't know who I'm supposed to be. The person I was before doesn't exist anymore. And the person I became," he shook his head, "I don't know if I like that person very much. Then become someone new, someone you can live with. It's not that simple. No, but nothing worth doing ever is." The summons came a week later. An official ministry owl, bearing an official ministry seal, requesting Harry's presence at an official ministry hearing. The Wizengamot wanted testimony about the events leading to Voldemort's death. They wanted a full accounting of Harry's activities during his time as a Death Eater. They wanted, in short, to put his actions on trial, if not legally, then publicly. "You don't have to go," Daphne said when he showed her the letter. "They can't compel you. Kingsley would never authorize it. Kingsley might not have a choice. There are factions in the Wizengamot who want blood. Death Eater blood, collaborator blood. Anyone they can blame for the horrors of the past year." Harry set the letter down. "If I don't appear voluntarily, they'll use it as evidence that I have something to hide." "You do have something to hide." "Exactly. Which is why I need to control the narrative." He stood up, his decision made. "I'll go. I'll tell them what they need to hear. Enough truth to be credible. Enough omission to be survivable. And if they don't believe you, then I'll deal with that when it happens." The ministry atrium was crowded when Harry arrived. Word had gotten out about the hearing, and half the wizarding world seemed to have shown up to watch. They lined the walls, filled the galleries, crammed into every available space. Their eyes tracked Harry's movements as he walked toward the courtroom. And he could hear the whispers following in his wake. "That's him, Harry Potter. They say he was a Death Eater. Killed you. No, who with his bare hands. My cousin says he murdered people. Hero of the war. Traitor to everything." Harry ignored them all. He'd learned that skill well in his time among the Death Eaters, the ability to tune out background noise, to focus on what mattered. Right now, what mattered was the door ahead and the judgment waiting behind it. The courtroom was smaller than he'd expected. The Wizengamot members sat in tiered rows, their faces ranging from hostile to curious to carefully neutral. Kingsley was there in his role as minister, looking uncomfortable. So was Arthur Weasley, representing the Order's interests. And at the center of the prosecution bench, looking like she'd been waiting for this moment her entire life, sat Dolores Umbridge. Of course. Because apparently cockroaches could survive anything, including the fall of two separate governments. Mr. Potter. Umbridge's voice was sweet as poisoned honey. How good of you to join us. Please, take your seat. Harry sat in the chair at the center of the room. It wasn't the same chair they used for criminal trials. No chains, no restraints. But the positioning was deliberate. He was meant to feel surrounded, exposed, vulnerable. He didn't. This hearing, Umbridge continued, has been convened to examine your activities during the recent conflict. Specifically, your decision to join the organization known as the Death Eaters, your service as Director of Magical Law Enforcement under the illegitimate regime, and your role in various actions that resulted in the deaths of Ministry employees and private citizens. Alleged actions, Harry said calmly. I beg your pardon. You said your role in various actions. The correct phrasing would be alleged role in alleged actions. Unless you're prejudging the outcome of this hearing, which would be improper. Umbridge's smile tightened. Of course. My apologies. Accepted. The hearing proceeded from there. Witnesses were called. Death Eaters who'd survived the war, Ministry officials who'd worked under Harry's command, Order members who'd been on the receiving end of his department's operations. Each one told their piece of the story, and each piece painted a slightly different picture. To the Death Eaters, Harry had been a true believer. He'd killed for the cause, tortured for information, implemented policies that had destroyed innocent lives. They described a cold, ruthless operator who'd risen through the ranks through sheer competence and brutality. To the Ministry officials, Harry had been a bureaucrat. He'd focused on efficiency, on results, on maintaining order during a time of chaos. Some of them even suggested that his policies had been less harsh than they might have been under different leadership. Though they were careful not to say this too loudly. To the Order members, Harry had been a double agent. They described the warnings he'd passed along, the lives he'd saved, the intelligence he'd provided that had kept the resistance alive during its darkest hours. 3 different Harrys. 3 different truths. All of them accurate, none of them complete. When it was finally his turn to speak, Harry stood and faced the assembled Wisengamot. You want to know what I did, he said. You want to understand how I could join the Death Eaters, serve Voldemort, become everything I was supposed to fight against. So let me tell you. He told them about Dumbledore's office, the memories he'd found, the realization that his entire life had been a manipulation, a grooming process designed to turn him into a willing sacrifice. He told them about his decision to join Voldemort. Not out of hatred or anger, but out of cold calculation. The recognition that the only way to destroy the Dark Lord was to get close to him. Closer than anyone else had ever managed. He told them about the Horcruxes. The years of research, the careful planning, the methodical destruction of Voldemort's soul anchors one by one. He left out some details. Slytherin's journal, the phylactery, the specifics of how he'd freed himself from the Horcrux in his scar. But he gave them enough to understand. He told them about the price, the people he'd killed to maintain his cover, the compromises he'd made, the parts of himself he'd sacrificed to become the weapon that could destroy Voldemort. I'm not a hero, he concluded. I'm not a villain. I'm just someone who saw what needed to be done and did it. You can judge me for that if you want. You can condemn me, exile me, throw me in Azkaban. But Voldemort is dead. The war is over. And if I had to make those same choices again. He looked around the room, meeting the eyes of everyone who was staring at him. I would. Silence. Then Kingsley stood up. This hearing is adjourned, he said. The Wisengamot will deliberate and render its verdict in due course. They found him not guilty. Not unanimously. Umbridge and her faction had pushed for prosecution to the bitter end. But by a substantial margin. The official finding was that Harry's actions, while regrettable, had been undertaken in service of the greater goal of defeating Voldemort, and had ultimately contributed to the war's successful conclusion. It was a compromise, a political solution that let everyone save face while avoiding the messiness of actually putting the boy, who lived on trial for war crimes. Harry didn't care. The verdict was irrelevant to him. He'd already tried himself in his own mind and found himself guilty of things no court could ever judge. What mattered was what came next. The meeting with Dumbledore happened 2 months after the war ended. Not the real Dumbledore. He was dead. Killed by Snape on a tower at Hogwarts in a moment that had apparently been planned between them. One final manipulation in a lifetime of manipulations. But his portrait remained in the headmaster's office, and that portrait retained enough of Dumbledore's essence to hold a conversation. Harry went alone. He'd thought about bringing Hermione, or Daphne, or someone else who might provide support. But this was between him and the man who'd shaped his entire existence. It needed to be private. The office looked different than he remembered. McGonagall had taken over as headmistress, and she'd made subtle changes, removing some of Dumbledore's instruments, adding touches of tartan and stern practicality. But the portrait was still there, hanging in its place of honor, the painted Dumbledore watching Harry with those familiar twinkling eyes. Harry. The portrait's voice was warm, welcoming. I wondered when you would come. Did you? You have questions. You've always had questions. And now that the war is over, you finally have time to ask them. Harry sat down in the chair across from the portrait. It was strange, talking to a painting. The likeness was perfect, the mannerisms eerily accurate. But there was something missing. Some spark of genuine life that no magic could quite replicate. I found your memories, Harry said. The ones you hid in your office. The night my parents died. The mirror chamber. The prophecy. I know. You planned everything. From the very beginning. You knew I was a Horcrux. You knew I would have to die. And you spent 16 years preparing me for that moment. Never once telling me the truth. Yes. Why? The portrait was silent for a moment. When Dumbledore spoke again, his voice was softer, sadder. Because I was afraid. Afraid that if you knew the truth, you would refuse to play your part. Afraid that the knowledge would break you, or drive you to desperation, or push you into choices that would make everything worse. He paused. I told myself it was for the greater good, that your ignorance was a kindness. But the truth is simpler and uglier than that. I didn't trust you. I didn't believe that you could handle the burden I needed you to carry. You were wrong. I was wrong. The painted eyes met Harry's. I have been wrong about many things, Harry. I was wrong about Tom Riddle, all those years ago when I first met him at the orphanage. I saw the darkness in him, and instead of trying to help, I withdrew. I watched him become a monster and did nothing to stop it. And then you tried to make up for that failure by creating me. Yes, I thought. I thought that if I could shape you correctly, guide you carefully, you might succeed where Tom failed. You might become what he could have been, should have been, if someone had cared enough to save him. I'm not your redemption project. No, you're not. You're your own person, with your own choices and your own agency. I see that now. Dumbledore's painted face was heavy with regret. I spent so long fighting Voldemort that I became blind to my own capacity for manipulation. I told myself that the ends justified the means, that sacrifices were necessary, that I was doing what had to be done. But I was wrong. There is always another way. There is always a choice. Easy to say now that it's over. Yes. Easy to say. Much harder to have believed it when it mattered. The portrait sighed. I am sorry, Harry. Truly, deeply sorry. Not just for the things I did, but for the person I became while doing them. You deserved better. Your parents deserved better. And I failed you all. Harry sat with that for a long moment. He'd waited years for this apology. An acknowledgement of everything Dumbledore had done wrong. Everything he'd taken from Harry in the name of the greater good. It wasn't enough. It would never be enough. But it was something. Forgive you, Harry said finally. Not because you deserve it. Not because what you did was right. But because carrying this anger is exhausting. And I'm tired of letting you take up space in my head. That is more than I deserve. I know. Harry stood up. Goodbye, Professor. I don't think I'll be coming back. Goodbye, Harry. And thank you for finishing what I could not. Harry walked out of the office without looking back. The reconstruction took years. Slowly, painfully. The wizarding world put itself back together. Death Eaters were tracked down and tried. Victims were identified and compensated as best they could be. Laws were changed, institutions reformed, old prejudices challenged. Harry participated in some of it. He testified at trials, provided intelligence to the new ministry, helped identify hidden caches of dark artifacts that Death Eaters had left behind. But he refused every official position that was offered, every medal, every honor. The idea of being elevated to hero status for things he'd done made him physically ill. Instead, he focused on something smaller, something more personal. The orphanage was Daphne's idea. There are going to be children, she said. War orphans. Kids who lost their parents to Death Eaters or order battles or just random violence. Someone needs to take care of them. There are already orphanages. There are institutions. Cold, impersonal places where children get warehoused until they're old enough to be someone else's problem. Her eyes were fierce. I'm talking about something different. A place where they can actually heal. Where they can learn to be people again instead of just survivors. Harry thought about his own childhood. The Dursleys, cupboard. The years of neglect and abuse. The way no one had ever thought to check on him, to see if he was okay, to offer him a way out. Okay, he said. Let's do it. They called it Phoenix House. It started small, just a few kids in a converted manor that Daphne's family had donated. But it grew over time. Word spread. Donations came in. Volunteers appeared. Within a few years, they had 3 locations and a waiting list of children who needed help. Harry wasn't good at the day-to-day work. He was too damaged, too haunted, too prone to retreating into himself when the memories got bad. But he was good at the big-picture stuff. Finding funding, navigating politics, protecting the organization from people who wanted to exploit it for their own purposes. And sometimes, late at night, he would sit with the kids who couldn't sleep, the ones who had nightmares like him, the ones who woke up screaming and didn't know how to stop. He would sit with them and tell them the truth, that the darkness never completely went away, that some wounds took a lifetime to heal, that survival wasn't about forgetting what happened, but learning to live with it. "You're going to be okay," he would say. "Not right away, maybe not for a long time, but eventually you'll find something worth living for. And when you do, you'll realize that all this pain was the price of admission." Some of them believed him. Some of them didn't. But they all remembered the boy who had faced the darkness and survived, and that memory gave them something to hold on to. It wasn't redemption. It wasn't absolution. But it was something. Hermione came to visit on the 5th anniversary of Voldemort's death. She found Harry in the garden of Phoenix House's main campus, watching a group of children play Quidditch on miniature brooms. He looked older than he should. There were streaks of gray in his hair and lines around his eyes that hadn't been there before the war. "You look tired," she said. "I'm always tired." He smiled faintly. "How's the ministry?" "Chaotic, rewarding, frustrating." She'd risen through the ranks quickly, becoming the youngest head of magical law enforcement in history, a position she'd taken specifically to reform the department Harry had once run. Wa finally got the Muggle Born Registration Act officially repealed last week. Only took 5 years of legal battles. Congratulations. It doesn't feel like enough. There's so much left to fix. So many laws that are still unjust, so many attitudes that need to change. She sighed. Sometimes I wonder if we're making any progress at all. You are. It just doesn't feel like it from inside. Harry gestured at the children playing in the garden. 10 years ago, half of these kids would have been dead or enslaved. Now they're arguing about Quidditch scores. That's progress, I suppose. Hermione sat down beside him on the bench. "Ron wanted me to ask if you're coming to the memorial service. The big one at Hogwarts." "No. Harry." "I can't, Hermione. I can't stand up there and pretend to be what they want me to be. I can't listen to speeches about heroism and sacrifice when I know what it actually cost." He shook his head. "They're better off without me there. They want to honor you. They want to honor a story. The boy who lived, the chosen one, the savior of the wizarding world. That's not me. It never was." He turned to look at her. "Let them have their myth. It's more comforting than the truth." Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she reached out and took his hand. "I know who you really are," she said softly. "I know what you did and why you did it and what it cost you. And I still think you're a hero. Not because you killed Voldemort, but because you never stopped trying to do the right thing, even when the right thing was impossible to find. That's a generous interpretation. It's the truth." "My truth. Anyway." She squeezed his hand. "You don't have to come to the memorial. But don't disappear completely, okay? Don't let the guilt swallow you. You've done too much good to end up alone and broken. I'm not alone." Harry looked toward the house, where Daphne was visible through a window, organizing something with her usual fierce efficiency. "I have her. I have this place. I have work that matters. But do you have peace?" Harry thought about the nightmares that still came, the memories that ambushed him at unexpected moments. The weight of all those names, all those choices, all those prices paid. "No," he said honestly, "but I'm learning to live without it. The letter arrived on an ordinary Tuesday. Harry was in his office at Phoenix House, reviewing budget proposals, when an owl he didn't recognize dropped an envelope on his desk and flew away without waiting for a response. The handwriting on the outside was unfamiliar, elegant, precise, almost artificially perfect. Inside was a single sheet of parchment with 3 words, "I found it." No signature, no explanation. Just those 3 words and a set of coordinates. Harry stared at the letter for a long time. His mind was racing through possibilities. Who had sent it, what they'd found, whether it was a trap. The old paranoia, never entirely dormant, was stirring. But underneath the paranoia was something else. Curiosity. The sense that this was important. That it connected to something he'd left unfinished. He told Daphne he had an errand to run. She gave him that look she had. The one that said she knew. He wasn't telling her everything but trusted him anyway. And told him to be careful. The coordinates led to a small village in northern Scotland, not far from the safe house where he and Daphne had hidden after the war. The village was quiet, unremarkable, the kind of place people passed through without remembering. In the center of the village was a pub. In the corner of the pub sat Severus Snape. He looked different, older, grayer, wearing muggle clothes that seemed almost comically out of place on his angular frame. But those black eyes were the same, sharp, assessing, missing nothing. Potter. Snape gestured to the seat across from him. "Sit." Harry sat. "I thought you were dead." "Many people think that. I prefer it that way." Snape took a sip from the glass in front of him. "Whiskey, by the smell. I've been traveling. Researching. Trying to understand what we actually accomplished. And what we might have missed. And I found something troubling." Snape reached into his coat and pulled out a small, leather-bound journal. This was in one of Voldemort's secret caches, a location he never told anyone about. "It took me 3 years to track it down." Harry took the journal carefully. The leather was old, cracked, covered in runes he didn't recognize. When he opened it, the pages were filled with dense, spidery handwriting. "What is it?" Voldemort's private research notes. His plans for what came next. Snape's voice was flat, but there was an undercurrent of tension in it. He wasn't planning to stop with Britain, Potter. The Death Eaters, the Ministry takeover, all of it. It was just the first phase. He had contacts across Europe, Asia, the Americas. People who shared his ideology, who were waiting for his signal. But he's dead. Is dead. His network is not. Snape met Harry's eyes. There are cells in a dozen countries, all operating independently, all waiting for someone to unite them. And according to these notes, Voldemort had already chosen his successor. Harry's blood went cold. Ooh, that's the problem. The name is encoded, hidden behind layers of magical encryption that I haven't been able to break. Snape tapped the journal. But whoever it is, they're out there. They know what Voldemort was planning, and they have access to resources and followers that could make the last war look like a skirmish. Harry sat back, the weight of this revelation settling onto his shoulders. He'd thought it was over. He'd thought, after everything, that he was finally done. He should have known better. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you're the only one who might be able to stop it." Snape's voice was harsh. "You did the impossible once. You infiltrated the enemy, destroyed their leader, survived against every odd. If there's anyone who can find this successor before they rebuild Voldemort's network, it's me." Harry closed the journal. "You want me to go back?" to become what I was. I want you to consider it. The alternative is waiting for the next war to find us. Snape stood up, leaving money on the table. Keep the journal. Study it. And when you decide what to do, you know how to reach me. He walked out without looking back. Harry sat alone in the pub, staring at the journal in his hands, and felt the weight of a future he thought he'd escaped settling back onto his shoulders. He told Daphne that night. She listened in silence as he explained what Snape had found, what it meant, what it might require him to do. Her face was carefully neutral, but he could see the fear in her eyes. The terror of losing him to another war, another crusade, another impossible mission. "You don't have to go," she said when he finished. "You've given enough. More than enough. Let someone else handle this." Ooh. The ministry is still recovering. The order is scattered. Most of the people who could fight this battle are dead or broken. Harry shook his head. "I'm the only one who understands how these networks work. I'm the only one who's been inside. And that's why you should stay away. You know better than anyone what it costs to fight this way." She grabbed his hands, her grip almost painful. "Harry, please. I just got you back. I can't lose you again." "You won't. You can't promise that." "No, I can't." He pulled her close, feeling her trembling against him. "But I can promise that I won't go alone this time. I won't carry it by myself. Whatever happens, we face it together. Together." She laughed, watery and uncertain. "You think I'm going to let you run off and play spy without me? I think you're going to do whatever you want, regardless of what I say. You're learning." They held each other in the darkness of their bedroom. Two survivors of a war that had never really ended, facing the prospect of another battle they'd never asked to fight. "Okay," Daphne said finally. "If we're doing this, we're doing it right. No more improvisation. No more making it up as we go along. We build a team. We gather resources. We go in prepared." "That sounds like a plan." "It's the beginning of a plan." She pulled back to look at him, her blue eyes fierce in the dim light. "But first we finish what we started here. The kids, the organization, everything we've built. We don't abandon that. We won't. We'll find people to take over while we're gone. And when we come back, if we come back, this is what we come back to. This life, this work. No more wars after this one. Deal." They sealed it with a kiss, there in the darkness. Two people who had already lost everything once and were willing to risk it all again. Because some battles never really ended, and some debts could never be fully paid. Chapter 6 End, Chapter 70, The Serpent's True Face. The investigation took 18 months. 18 months of tracking leads across 3 continents. 18 months of safe houses and false identities and conversations conducted in whispers. 18 months of slowly, painstakingly unraveling the network that Voldemort had built in the shadows, the empire that had been waiting for his signal to rise. Harry had forgotten how exhausting this work was. The constant vigilance, the paranoia that became second nature, the weight of knowing that one wrong move could bring everything crashing down. But this time was different. This time, he wasn't alone. Daphne proved to be a natural at intelligence work. Her pure-blood upbringing had given her skills that translated perfectly. The ability to navigate complex social hierarchies, to read people's intentions from the smallest gestures, to smile at someone while calculating exactly how to destroy them. She moved through the European magical elite like a shark through water, gathering information that Harry never could have accessed on his own. They built a team. Carefully, slowly. Recruiting people they could trust from the remnants of the Order and the Reformed ministry. Hermione served as their connection to official channels, providing resources and cover when needed. Luna Lovegood's underground network proved invaluable for moving people and information across borders. Even Draco Malfoy contributed. His knowledge of old Death Eater families opening doors that would have remained closed to anyone else. And through it all, they followed the trail that Snape's journal had revealed. The network was larger than Harry had feared. Cells in France, Germany, Italy. Contacts in magical communities across Eastern Europe and Russia. Connections to dark wizard enclaves in South America and Southeast Asia. Voldemort had spent decades building this infrastructure, and his death had barely slowed it down. But every network had a center. Every conspiracy had a leader. And after 18 months of searching, Harry finally knew who it was. Rodolphus Lestrange. Harry dropped the name into the silence of their temporary headquarters, a flat in Vienna that they'd been using as a base for the past 3 months. The team was assembled: Daphne, Hermione, Luna, Draco, and half a dozen others who had proven their loyalty over the course of the investigation. Rodolphus. Draco's face was skeptical. He's a thug. Always has been. Bella was the real power in that marriage. That's what everyone thought. That's what he wanted everyone to think. Harry spread his evidence across the table. Documents, photographs, intercepted communications. But look at this. Every major decision in the network traces back to him. Every strategic move, every recruitment, every operation. He's been running this from the shadows for years, since before Voldemort died. Hermione leaned forward, studying the documents. Since before Voldemort died. I think. Harry hesitated, putting together pieces that had been nagging at him for months. I think Voldemort knew he might fall. The prophecy, the Horcruxes, the constant attacks. He knew he was vulnerable. So he set up a contingency. A successor who could continue his work if the worst happened. And he chose Rodolphus over Bellatrix. Bellatrix was too visible, too volatile. She would have drawn attention, made enemies, burned the network down through sheer excess. Harry shook his head. Rodolphus is patient, methodical. He's been building power for decades while everyone dismissed him as his wife's shadow. Where is he now? Luna asked, her dreamy voice cutting through the tension. That's the problem. He went to ground after Voldemort's death. We've tracked his movements as far as Bulgaria, but then the trail goes cold. Harry pointed to a map on the wall, covered in pins and string. Our best guess is somewhere in the Balkans. There are old magical communities there, hidden from the modern world. If he's trying to rebuild, that's where he'd do it. So we go to Bulgaria. Daphne's voice was flat, matter of fact. We find him. We end this. It's not that simple. Rodolphus knows someone's been tracking the network. He's been consolidating, pulling his people closer, preparing for a confrontation. Harry looked around the room. If we move on him directly, we'll be walking into a fortress. We need another approach. What kind of approach? Harry took a breath. He'd been dreading this moment, knowing how the team would react. I need to go in alone. Make contact with the network. Offer my services. The silence that followed was deafening. Absolutely not. Daphne's voice cracked like a whip. We talked about this. No more solo operations, no more. I know what we talked about. But this is different. Harry met her eyes, trying to convey everything he couldn't say out loud. Rodolphus doesn't know I'm hunting him. As far as he knows, I'm a retired war hero hiding from the world, bitter about how things turned out. That's a profile he can use. A weapon he'd want to acquire. You want to infiltrate them again. Become one of them again. I want to get close enough to end this. Permanently. And what happens when they figure out who you really are? When Rodolphus decides you're more useful dead than alive. Daphne stood up, her chair scraping against the floor. You barely survived last time, Harry. And that was with Voldemort's arrogance working in your favor. Rodolphus isn't arrogant. He's careful, he's paranoid. He'll see through you, maybe. Or maybe I can stay ahead of him long enough to find his vulnerabilities. Harry stood too, facing her across the table. We've been at this for 18 months. We've gathered intelligence, built a picture of the network, identified the key players. But none of it matters if we can't get to Rodolphus himself. He's the center. Everything else is just branches. Then we cut the branches. We dismantle the network piece by piece until there's nothing left for him to lead. That would take years. Decades, maybe. And every day we spend chipping away at the edges, Rodolphus grows stronger. Recruits more followers. Moves closer to whatever he's planning. Harry shook his head. We don't have that kind of time. The argument continued for hours. Everyone had an opinion. Some supporting Harry's plan, some vehemently opposed. Some proposing alternatives that ranged from practical to absurd. In the end, exhaustion and necessity won out. Harry would go in, but not alone. Daphne would serve as his handler, maintaining contact from a safe distance, ready to extract him if things went wrong. The rest of the team would continue working the network's periphery, gathering intelligence that might prove useful and preparing for whatever came next. It wasn't a perfect plan, but it was the best one they had. The approach to Rodolphus Lestrange took 3 more months to arrange. Harry couldn't just show up at the man's doorstep and offer his services. That would be too obvious, too suspicious. He needed to be recruited, drawn in, made to seem like a valuable asset that Rodolphus had discovered rather than a trap walking willingly into his web. He started by letting himself be seen. Magical communities across Europe, always on the edges, always looking haunted and bitter. He got into fights. He drank too much. He made comments that suggested disillusionment with the post, war order, with the ministry, with everything he'd once fought for. Word spread. The great Harry Potter, fallen from grace. The hero who'd killed Voldemort. Now adrift and angry and looking for purpose. The first contact came in Prague, 3 months after he'd started the performance. A woman approached him in a bar. Young, beautiful, with the kind of smile that promised everything and delivered nothing. Mr. Potter, you're a long way from home. Home doesn't want me anymore. He took another drink, playing up the bitterness. They got what they needed and threw me away. Same as always. That must be difficult. Knowing everything you sacrificed, everything you gave up, only to be discarded when the crisis passed. You have no idea. I might have some idea. She sat down across from him, her eyes calculating behind their friendly mask. There are people who appreciate what you did. People who understand that the old order deserved to fall, even if you were on the wrong side of the fight. Wrong side, Harry laughed. I was on no one's side. I was a weapon, pointed at whoever the people in charge wanted dead. Dumbledore used me. Voldemort tried to use me. The ministry would use me now if I let them. What if there was another option? People who would value you for yourself, not just for what you can do. I'd say you're trying very hard to recruit me for something." Harry met her eyes. "Who sent you?" She smiled. "Someone who'd like to meet you. If you're interested." "I'm interested, but I'm not stupid." He stood up, dropping coins on the table. "When your boss is ready to stop playing games and have a real conversation, he knows how to find me." He walked out, feeling her eyes on his back. The hook was set. The meeting with Rodolphus happened 2 weeks later. Harry was summoned to a manor house in the Bulgarian mountains, so heavily warded that he could feel the magic pressing against him from miles away. He went alone. That had been the condition, leaving Daphne and the others behind in Vienna with strict instructions on what to do if he didn't return. The house was old, elegant, filled with the kind of dark artifacts that would have given Hermione nightmares. Death Eaters lined the corridors, watching Harry with expressions that ranged from curiosity to open hostility. He recognized some of them. Survivors from the war, people he'd worked alongside during his time undercover. None of them tried to stop him. Apparently, Rodolphus's invitation carried weight. The master of the house was waiting in a study at the heart of the manor. He looked different from Harry's memories. Older, harder, with a stillness about him that spoke of absolute control. The thug that everyone had dismissed was gone, replaced by something far more dangerous. Harry Potter. Rodolphus's voice was soft, cultured. Nothing like the rough growl Harry remembered. "I've been watching your performance with great interest." "Performance? Please, give me some credit." Rodolphus gestured to a chair. "Sit, we have much to discuss." Harry sat, keeping his hands visible and his expression neutral. "You've been watching me. For months. The drinking, the fights, the bitter comments about ungrateful governments and faithless allies." A thin smile crossed Rodolphus's face. "Quite convincing. Really, I almost believed you'd actually fallen so far." "Maybe I have." "No, you haven't." Rodolphus leaned forward, his eyes sharp and assessing. "I know who you are, Potter. I know what you did during the war. The real story, not the sanitized version they tell in the history books. You infiltrated our organization, destroyed the Dark Lord's Horcruxes, killed him when everyone thought it was impossible. You're a survivor, a predator, and predators don't drink themselves to death in foreign bars." Harry's mind was racing, but he kept his face calm. "If you know all that, why invite me here? Why not just kill me?" "Because I'm not my wife." There was something almost like contempt in Rodolphus's voice. "Bella would have seen you as a threat to be eliminated. I see you as a resource to be utilized." "Utilized how?" "The Dark Lord's vision didn't die with him. His dream of a world cleansed of Muggle influence, where magical blood reigns supreme. That dream lives on." Rodolphus stood, moving to the window that overlooked the mountain slopes. "I've spent years building a network that can make that dream a reality. But I'm missing something, a symbol. A face that can unite the disparate factions, that can draw followers who might otherwise resist. You want me to be your mascot. I want you to be my partner." Rodolphus turned back, and there was genuine hunger in his eyes. "Think about it, Potter. The boy who killed the Dark Lord, now carrying on his legacy. The hero of the light, finally seeing the truth of what needs to be done. It would be the greatest propaganda victory in magical history." "You think I'd betray everything I fought for? Join the people who killed my parents, tortured my friends, tried to destroy everything I cared about?" I think you've already betrayed everything you fought for, once before. Rodolphus's smile widened. And I think deep down you've never stopped. The things you did during the war. The people you killed, the compromises you made. Those don't wash off, Potter. They become part of who you are. You don't know anything about me. I know you better than you know yourself. Rodolphus moved closer, his presence filling the space between them. I know what it feels like to wear a mask, so long that you forget what's underneath, to play a role so completely that it becomes more real than the truth. I know what it costs to survive in a world that wants to destroy you. Harry said nothing. The words were hitting closer to home than he wanted to admit. Here's what I'm offering, Rodolphus continued. Join me, not as a subordinate, not as a tool, but as an equal partner. Help me build something new from the ashes of Voldemort's failure. In exchange, you'll have power, resources, purpose. Everything you've been pretending you don't want. And if I refuse, then you'll leave here alive and unharmed. I'm not in the business of creating martyrs. Rodolphus shrugged. But you will refuse, eventually, to be left alone. My network will track you. My people will watch you. And sooner or later, you'll be faced with a choice. Join us or spend the rest of your life running. The threat was delivered mildly, almost casually. That made it more frightening than any blustering ultimatum. I need time to think, Harry said. Of course. Take all the time you need. Rodolphus smiled. But don't take too long. The world is changing, Potter. You can either be part of that change or be swept away by it. Harry left the manor with his head spinning. He'd expected a lot of things from this meeting. Threats, manipulation, attempts to recruit him through bribery or coercion. What he hadn't expected was for Rodolphus to see through him so completely. The man knew. Not everything. Not the full extent of Harry's mission or the team backing him up. But enough. He knew that Harry's performance was a performance, that his disillusionment was manufactured, that he was playing a game with stakes he might not fully understand. And he'd made his offer anyway. That scared Harry more than anything else. A suspicious enemy would have tried to trap him, to expose his deception and eliminate the threat. But Rodolphus wasn't treating him like an enemy. He was treating him like a potential ally, someone to be convinced rather than destroyed. Which meant either Rodolphus was supremely confident in his ability to turn Harry to his cause, or he had some other plan that Harry couldn't see yet. Neither option was comforting. We need to accelerate the timeline. Harry was back in Vienna, surrounded by his team, laying out everything he'd learned at the manor. Daphne's face was tight with worry, but she was keeping it together. Professional, focused, ready to act. He knows you're not really on his side, Hermione said. And he invited you in anyway. It means he's confident he can control the situation. Harry nodded. He thinks he can turn me, or use me, or eliminate me when I'm no longer useful. What he doesn't know is how much intelligence we've gathered about his network. So we use that. Hit them before they're ready. That's the plan. But it has to be coordinated. Simultaneous strikes against every major cell we've identified. Time to coincide with a direct assault on the manor. Harry looked around the room. This is the endgame. Everything we've been building toward. If we do this right, we cut the head off the snake and scatter the body. If we do it wrong, die horribly, Luna said cheerfully. Yes, we understood that part. Glad someone's keeping perspective. Harry almost smiled. Here's how it's going to work. The operation was planned for 3 weeks later. 3 weeks of preparation. 3 weeks of positioning assets, confirming targets, rehearsing every possible contingency. Harry went back to playing his role, meeting with Rodolphus's representatives, pretending to consider the offer, slowly letting himself be drawn deeper into the network. It was exhausting. Every conversation was a minefield. Every interaction could be the one where Rodolphus decided Harry was more trouble than he was worth. But he held on. He had to. The night before the operation, Daphne found him alone on the roof of their Vienna safe house, staring out at the city lights. Nervous, terrified. He didn't look at her. "Every time I do this, I think it'll be the last time. That I'll finally be done with the wars and the shadows and the constant fear. And every time, something else comes along. Maybe after this one. Don't." He turned to face her, his expression raw. "Don't say it'll be over. Don't promise me peace. I've heard that too many times to believe it anymore." Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she moved closer, taking his hands. "I can't promise you peace. I can't promise that this will be the last battle, or that we'll survive, or that anything will ever be normal again." Her blue eyes met his. "But I can promise you that whatever happens, I'll be there, right beside you, until the end." "That's not a very cheerful promise. It's the only one I can make honestly." She squeezed his hands. "Is that enough?" Harry looked at her. This woman who had stood with him through everything, who had seen the worst of what he was and loved him anyway. She wasn't offering him salvation or redemption. Just presence, just partnership. Maybe that was enough. Maybe it had to be. "Yeah," he said quietly. "That's enough." The operation began at dawn. Across Europe, order teams hit their targets simultaneously. Safe houses raided. Communication networks disrupted. Key operatives captured or killed. Within hours, Rodolphus's carefully constructed network was in chaos. And at the manor in Bulgaria, Harry made his move. He'd been inside for 2 days by then, playing the role of a potential recruit, letting himself be shown around, introduced to key personnel, brought into the inner circle. Rodolphus seemed pleased with his progress, or at least, pleased with the performance of pleasure that Harry had learned to project. The attack came from 3 directions at once. Ministry orders, secretly coordinated with the operation, apparated to the edge of the wards and began breaking them down. Order members, positioned in the surrounding mountains, launched diversionary attacks that drew the manor's defenders outward. And inside, Harry and the handful of assets he'd cultivated over the past weeks began their work. The chaos was incredible. Explosions, screaming, the crack of apparition and the flash of dueling spells. Harry moved through it like a ghost, heading for the one place that mattered. Rodolphus's private study. He found the man exactly where he expected. Calm, composed, looking out the window at the battle unfolding around his home. "You came yourself," Rodolphus said without turning around. "I half expected you to let your friends do the dirty work. This is between us." Harry's wand was raised, but he didn't fire. "Not yet. It's over, Rodolphus. Your network is finished. Your followers are scattered. Everything you've built is burning." "Is it?" Rodolphus finally turned, and Harry saw that he was smiling. "You think this is everything. You think a few safe houses and some scattered cells are the extent of what? I think you're bluffing." "Am I?" Rodolphus gestured at the battle outside. "Look at them, Potter. Your ministry friends, your order allies, all so proud of themselves for destroying my little network. They have no idea what's really coming. What's really coming? The future. Rodolphus's eyes were bright with something that looked almost like joy. You think Voldemort's vision died with him. You think the dream of magical supremacy ended because one Dark Lord fell. We are inevitable, Potter. We always have been. You can kill me today, kill everyone in this house, burn everything I've touched to the ground, and within a generation, someone else will rise. Someone else will see the truth. Someone else will finish what we started. Maybe, but it won't be you. Harry raised his wand. Avada. He never finished the incantation. Pain exploded through his side. A curse he hadn't seen coming. Fired from somewhere behind him. He spun, staggering, and saw the woman from Prague, the one who'd first approached him, who he'd thought was just a recruiter, standing in the doorway with her wand raised. "Did you really think it would be that easy?" She smiled. "We've been watching you since the beginning, Potter. Every move you made, every contact you established. Rodolphus knew exactly what you were planning." Harry tried to raise his wand, but another curse hit him, driving him to his knees. His vision was blurring. His magic was failing. "It's a shame. Really." Rodolphus moved closer, looking down at him with something like pity. "I genuinely did want you on my side. You would have been magnificent. Go to hell, eventually. But you'll get there first." Rodolphus raised his wand for the killing blow, and then the wall exploded. Daphne came through the breach like a force of nature. She wasn't supposed to be here. She was supposed to be coordinating from a safe distance, managing the operation, staying out of danger. But here she was, wand blazing, face set with deadly determination. The woman from Prague went down first, hit by a curse that sent her flying across the room. Daphne kept moving, putting herself between Harry and Rodolphus, shielding him with her own body. How touching. Rodolphus's voice was mild, amused. The loyal wife, come to save her husband. I'm not his wife. Daphne's wand was steady. I'm his partner. There's a difference. Eyes there. I suppose we'll find out. They dueled. Harry, bleeding on the floor, could only watch as the two of them traded curses with blinding speed. Daphne was good. Better than he'd realized. Her pureblood training showing in every precise movement. But Rodolphus was better, older, more experienced, fighting with a cold efficiency that slowly, inexorably drove her back. Harry tried to move. Tried to help. But his body wouldn't respond, his magic depleted, his wounds draining what little strength he had left. Daphne went down. A curse caught her in the chest, spinning her around, dropping her next to Harry. She was alive. He could see her breathing, but barely. Blood was spreading across her robes. No. The word came out as a whisper. No, no. Tragic. Rodolphus stood over both of them, his wand raised. But necessary. Some things can't be allowed to continue. Harry reached for his magic. Reached for something, anything, that could stop what was about to happen. And found, buried deep inside himself, a power he'd almost forgotten existed. The Horcrux was gone. The connection to Voldemort was severed. But something remained. Some trace of the bond that had linked them for years. Some echo of the dark magic that had lived inside him since he was a baby. Harry grabbed that echo and pulled. The burst of power that erupted from him wasn't controlled. It wasn't precise. It was raw, primal, a scream of magical energy that knocked Rodolphus off his feet and sent him crashing into the far wall. Harry was on his feet before he knew how he'd gotten there. His wounds were still bleeding, his body still failing, but none of that mattered. There was only the magic, burning through him like fire, demanding release. He crossed the room in 3 steps. Rodolphus was trying to rise, trying to bring his wand up, but he was too slow. Harry grabbed him by the throat and slammed him against the wall. "You talk about the future," he snarled, his voice barely recognizable. "About dreams and visions and the inevitable triumph of your cause. But you know what I see, Potter. I see a scared little man who's spent his whole life hiding in other people's shadows. First your wife's, then Voldemort's. Now you're trying to build your own shadow, but it's too late." Harry's grip tightened. The world has moved on. The dream is dead, and so are you. You can't. This isn't. This is exactly who I am. Harry met Rodolphus's eyes and saw something he'd never expected to see there. Fear. Goodbye, Rodolphus. He didn't use a spell. Didn't need one. The magic that was burning through him found its own way out, pouring into Rodolphus's body, tearing him apart from the inside. The scream was brief. Then there was only silence. Harry let the body drop. The power was fading now, leaving him empty, hollowed out, barely able to stand. Daphne. He stumbled across the room, dropping to his knees beside her. She was still breathing, but barely. The curse had hit something vital. No. He pressed his hands to the wound, trying to stop the bleeding. "No, stay with me. Stay with me. Harry!" Her voice was a whisper. Did we win? We won. It's over. But you have to stay with me, okay? You can't. I can't do this without you." She smiled, weak and fading. "Told you. I'd be there. Until the end. This isn't the end. It can't be the end." Tears were streaming down his face. "Please, please don't leave me. Love you." Her eyes were closing. "Always loved you. I love you too. I love you so much." He was sobbing now, clutching her hand, begging whatever gods might be listening. "Please, please don't take her. Haven't I given enough? Haven't I paid enough?" No answer. There was never any answer. But somewhere in the distance, Harry heard the crack of apparition. Voices calling out. Healers, probably. Help arriving too late. He held Daphne's hand and waited for the world to end. Chapter 7 Chapter 18 Neither can live the healing ward at St. Mungo's smelled like antiseptic and despair. Harry had been sitting in the same chair for 72 hours, watching Daphne breathe. The healers had done everything they could. Closed the wounds, stabilized her magic, repaired the damage that Rodolphus's curse had caused. But she hadn't woken up. 3 days of waiting, and she hadn't opened her eyes once. "You need to eat something." Hermione's voice came from the doorway. She looked almost as exhausted as Harry felt, dark circles under her eyes, her hair escaping from its usual careful arrangement. "Not hungry." "Harry, you can't." "I said I'm not hungry." His voice came out harsher than he intended. He took a breath, forced himself to soften. "Sorry, I can't leave her. Not until I know she's going to be okay." Hermione sat down in the chair beside him. For a while, neither of them spoke. "The operation was a success," she said finally. "Rodolphus's network is shattered. We've captured or eliminated every major cell we identified. The Ministry is calling it the most successful counter-terrorism operation in magical history. Good for them. They want to give you a medal." "Another one." She laughed, short and bitter. "I told them you'd probably throw it in their faces." "Smart of you." More silence. The monitoring charms around Daphne's bed pulsed with soft, rhythmic light. "She's going to wake up," Hermione said quietly. "The healers are optimistic. The curse did a lot of damage, but nothing that can't be healed with time. They said that about a lot of people who never woke up. Harry, I know. He finally turned to look at her, and Hermione saw the devastation in his eyes. I know I should be hopeful. I know I should trust the healers and believe that everything's going to be fine. But I've lost so many people, Hermione. So many. And every time, I told myself it would be the last time. That I'd finally paid enough. That the universe would stop taking things from me. It's not the universe. It's just life. Terrible, random, unfair life. That doesn't make it easier. No, it doesn't. They sat together in the quiet of the healing ward. Two survivors of too many wars, waiting to see if they'd have to bury another friend. Daphne woke up on the 5th day. Harry was asleep in his chair. Real sleep, not the fitful dozing he'd been managing. When her hand twitched in his, he was awake instantly, leaning forward, searching her face for any sign of consciousness. Daphne, can you hear me? Her eyelids fluttered, once, twice, then they opened. And those blue eyes he'd been so afraid he'd never see again focused on his face. Harry. Her voice was a croak, barely audible. You look terrible, he laughed, a broken sound that was half sob, half genuine amusement. You almost died. I think I'm allowed to look terrible. Fair point. She tried to sit up, winced, fell back against the pillows. What happened? After I went down. Rodolphus is dead. The network is destroyed. The war is over. Harry took her hand, holding it like a lifeline. We won. We won. She smiled, weak but real. Told you we would. You also told me you'd be there until the end. This wasn't supposed to be the end. It's not. I'm still here. She squeezed his hand. Takes more than one dark wizard to kill a greengrass. Harry bent forward, resting his forehead against their joined hands. The tears he'd been holding back for 5 days finally broke free, streaming down his face in silent relief. I love you, he said. I should have said it more. Should have told you every day instead of assuming you knew. I knew. Her other hand came up, stroking his hair weakly. I always knew. They stayed like that for a long time, holding each other in the quiet of the healing ward, letting the weight of everything they'd survived slowly begin to lift. Recovery was slow. The curse had done more damage than the healers initially realized. Daphne would walk again, talk again, live a normal life. But it would take months of rehabilitation. Months of potions and exercises and frustrating setbacks. Harry stayed with her through all of it. He moved into the hospital room, refusing every attempt to send him home. When the healers insisted he needed rest, he slept in the chair beside her bed. When ministry officials came calling with questions and commendations, he turned them away at the door. For the first time in his life, everything else could wait. You're being ridiculous, Daphne told him one afternoon, 3 weeks into her recovery. I'm not going to disappear if you take a shower. I took a shower yesterday. That was 3 days ago. Was it? Harry looked down at himself, noticing for the first time how rumpled his clothes were. Go, shower, eat a real meal, maybe even sleep in an actual bed. She pointed toward the door with mock severity. I'll still be here when you get back. Promise. Promise. He went. Not because he wanted to, but because she was right. He couldn't keep living in a hospital room forever. The world outside was waiting, full of complications and responsibilities, and all the things he'd been ignoring while Daphne healed. But when he stepped outside sane, Mungo's for the first time in weeks, the world felt different. Lighter, somehow. Like a weight he'd been carrying for so long he'd forgotten it was there had finally been set down. The war was really over. Not just Voldemort's war, but all of it. The endless cycle of fighting and sacrifice and loss that had defined his entire adult life. The enemies were defeated. The threats were neutralized. For the first time he could remember, there was nothing hunting him. He stood on the street outside the hospital, watching ordinary witches and wizards go about their ordinary lives, and felt something unfamiliar stirring in his chest. Hope. The wedding was small. Just family and close friends, gathered in the garden of Phoenix House on a warm June afternoon. Hermione stood as Daphne's witness. Draco, in a development that still surprised everyone including himself, stood as Harry's. Nervous, Draco asked as they waited for Daphne to appear. Terrified. Good. That means you understand what you're getting into. Draco smirked. Marriage to a greengrass woman is not for the faint of heart. Thanks for the encouragement. Anytime. Then the music started, and Daphne appeared at the end of the garden path, and Harry forgot how to breathe. She was beautiful, not in the cold, distant way she'd been when they first met, but in something warmer, more alive. The scars from her injuries were hidden under her dress, but Harry knew they were there. Marks of survival, of strength, of everything they'd been through together. She reached him, took his hands, smiled. "Ready?" she asked. "For you. Always." The ceremony was brief, the vows simple. They'd both seen too much to want elaborate promises or flowery declarations. What mattered was the commitment, the choice to face whatever came next together. When they kissed, the small crowd cheered. Harry barely heard them. He was too busy holding his wife, feeling the reality of it settling into his bones. Married. To Daphne Greengrass, of all people. The Ice Queen of Slytherin, the woman who'd seen him at his worst and loved him anyway. Life was strange. The first year of peace was the hardest. Not because of external threats or lingering enemies, but because Harry had no idea how to live without a war to fight. He'd been a soldier since he was 11 years old, constantly preparing for the next battle, the next sacrifice, the next impossible challenge. Peace felt wrong, somehow. Suspicious. He kept waiting for the other shoe to drop. You need to find something else to focus on, Daphne told him one evening. They were sitting on the porch of the small house they'd bought near Phoenix House, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of orange and gold. You can't spend the rest of your life waiting for an attack that's never coming. I know. He struggled to find the words. I don't know who I am without the fighting. That's all I've ever been. The boy who lived. The chosen one. The weapon. You're also a husband, a friend. The founder of an organization that's helped hundreds of war orphans find homes and healing. Daphne took his hand. You're more than your wars, Harry. You just have to learn to see it. How? I don't know. But we'll figure it out together. They figured it out. Slowly, painfully, with setbacks and arguments and moments of genuine despair. Harry learned to let go of the constant vigilance, to trust that the world could take care of itself for a while. He threw himself into Phoenix House, expanding its reach, building new programs, turning it into something that would outlast him. He reconnected with old friends. Hermione, who was rising through the ministry ranks and transforming magical law from the inside. Ron, who'd struggled with his own demons after the war, but was finding his footing again. Neville, who'd become the herbology professor at Hogwarts and was quietly shaping the next generation of wizards. He even made peace with the parts of himself he'd tried to bury. The darkness, the capacity for violence, the willingness to do terrible things for what he believed was right. He didn't embrace those parts, but he stopped pretending they didn't exist. They were part of him for better or worse. And through it all, Daphne was there. His partner, his anchor, his constant. She pushed him when he needed pushing and supported him when he needed support. She called him on his bullshit and celebrated his victories. She made him laugh when he thought he'd forgotten how. 5 years after the end of the war, Harry woke up one morning and realized he was happy. Not the fragile, temporary happiness he'd experienced before, the brief moments of joy snatched between crises. This was something deeper, something stable. The quiet contentment of a life well lived, surrounded by people he loved. He'd never expected to get here. For so long, he'd assumed he'd die young, consumed by the war that had defined his existence. The idea of growing old, of having a future, had seemed like a fantasy meant for other people. But here he was, alive, loved, at peace. It was more than he'd ever dared to hope for. The 10th anniversary of Voldemort's death brought a ceremony. Harry tried to avoid it. He'd been avoiding these ceremonies for a decade, finding excuses to be elsewhere, delegating his role in the celebrations to other people. But this time, Hermione insisted. "You have to come," she said. "It's the 10th anniversary. People want to see you. They need to see you. They want to see a myth, a story. I'm just a person. You're a person who helped save the world. That matters." She fixed him with the look she'd been perfecting since they were 11. "Besides, Daphne already agreed to drag you there if necessary." "Traitor," Harry muttered, but he went. The ceremony was held at Hogwarts, on the grounds where so much of the final battle had taken place. Thousands of witches and wizards had gathered, filling the lawn, spilling onto the paths that wound through the castle grounds. Magical screens projected the proceedings to crowds in Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley. Speeches were made. Names were read. The dead were honored, their sacrifices acknowledged. Harry sat on the stage with the other war heroes, feeling awkward and out of place despite everything. Then Kingsley called him to the podium. Harry Potter. The boy who lived, the chosen one, the man who did what everyone said was impossible. Kingsley smiled at him. Harry looked out at the crowd. Thousands of faces, all turned toward him, waiting for wisdom or inspiration or whatever it was they expected from their heroes. He thought about what he could say. The prepared remarks he'd been given, full of platitudes about courage and sacrifice and the triumph of good over evil. The kind of speech that would make everyone feel good about themselves and the world they lived in. He threw them away. 10 years ago, he said, his voice carrying across the silent crowd, "I killed Voldemort. Not because I was brave or special or chosen by prophecy. Because I was desperate and angry, and willing to do things that nobody else would do." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. This wasn't the speech they'd expected. The story you've been told. The story of the noble hero who fought the good fight and emerged victorious. It's not entirely true. I did terrible things during the war. I killed people who didn't deserve to die. I made choices that I'm still not sure were right. I sacrificed parts of myself that I'll never get back. He paused, gathering his thoughts. I'm not saying this to diminish what we accomplished, or to suggest that the war wasn't worth fighting. It was. Voldemort was a monster, and stopping him was necessary. But the cost of stopping him was higher than anyone wants to admit. The people we lost, the innocence we sacrificed, the darkness we embraced to survive. He looked out at the faces in the crowd, some confused, some troubled, some nodding in recognition. I've spent the last 10 years trying to understand what all of it meant, why some people lived and others died, whether the ends justified the means, whether I'm a hero or just someone who did what he had to do. And here's what I've concluded: I don't know. I'll probably never know. The questions are too big, and the answers are too complicated to fit into simple stories about good and evil. But I know this: the war is over. Not just the fighting, but the fear, the hatred, the constant vigilance against enemies, real and imagined. We have a chance now, a real chance, to build something better. A world where the next generation doesn't have to make the choices we made. Where children grow up without learning how to kill. That's what we owe to the people we lost. Not monuments or ceremonies or stories about heroism. A future that makes their sacrifice mean something. He stepped back from the podium. The crowd was silent for a long moment. Then, somewhere in the back, someone started clapping. Others joined in. The applause spread, growing louder, until it filled the grounds like thunder. Harry walked back to his seat, feeling lighter than he had in years. That night, after the ceremonies were over and the crowds had dispersed, Harry sat alone on the hill overlooking Hogwarts. The castle gleamed in the moonlight, its towers and turrets standing strong after 1,000 years of history. Somewhere inside, students were sleeping, dreaming of futures that didn't include war. The world was healing, slowly but surely. "Thought I'd find you here." Daphne appeared beside him, settling onto the grass with the easy grace she'd never lost. She was showing now. Their first child, due in 3 months. A daughter, the healers said. "Just thinking," Harry said. "About?" "Everything, nothing." He smiled faintly. "The speech went better than I expected. It was perfect, honest, real." She leaned against his shoulder. "The world needs more honesty and less mythology." Hermione said the same thing. In almost those exact words. Great minds. They sat together in comfortable silence, watching the stars wheel overhead. "I've been thinking about names," Daphne said eventually. "For the baby." "Yeah. I was thinking Lily. For your mother." Harry's breath caught. "You don't have to." "I know I don't have to. I want to." She took his hand, placed it on her belly where their daughter was growing. She should know where she comes from. The people who sacrificed so she could exist. Harry felt the baby kick against his palm. A tiny foot, a flutter of movement, a promise of life to come. "Lily," he said softly. "I'd like that." "Good," Daphne smiled. "Because I already told Hermione. And she's already planning the shower." Harry laughed. A real laugh, full of genuine joy. It echoed across the grounds, startling a few owls from the nearby trees. "What would I do without you?" "Be miserable, probably. Live in a cave somewhere, brooding about the past." She kissed his cheek. "Lucky for you, you'll never have to find out." "Lucky for me," he agreed. The years flowed past like water. Lily was born healthy and loud, with her father's eyes and her mother's stubborn determination. 2 years later came James, named for Harry's father, a boy who seemed determined to give everyone around him gray hair with his fearless approach to life. And 3 years after that, Albus, a quiet, thoughtful child who reminded Harry of the man whose name he bore, but without the weight of manipulation and regret. Harry watched his children grow. Watched them learn to walk, to talk, to do magic. Watched them fight with each other and make up, forge friendships and nurse heartbreaks, become their own people with their own dreams. He thought, sometimes, about everything he'd done to make this possible. The wars he'd fought, the prices he'd paid, the darkness he'd embraced and eventually, painstakingly, walked away from. Was it worth it? Looking at his children, at the world they were inheriting, he thought maybe it was. Not because the ends justified the means. He still wasn't sure about that, but because life had meaning regardless of how it came to be. His children's laughter wasn't diminished by the blood on his hands. Their futures weren't tainted by his past. They were new, fresh, full of possibilities he'd never had. That was something. That was everything. The letter came on Harry's 50th birthday. It was from Teddy Lupin, his godson, who had grown into a fine young man with his mother's gift for metamorphosis and his father's quiet strength. Teddy had become an auror, following in the footsteps of so many who'd come before, but with a gentler touch. He specialized in rehabilitation, helping captured dark wizards find paths back to society. "There's someone here who wants to talk to you," the letter said. "Someone from the old days. I think you should come." Harry went. He didn't know what to expect. Most of the old days, people were dead or imprisoned, or had moved on to new lives far from magical Britain. But Teddy's tone suggested this was important. The meeting took place in a ministry-holding cell. The prisoner waiting inside was thin, gray-haired, unrecognizable until Harry looked into his eyes. Snape. Potter. Severus Snape looked up from where he sat on the narrow cot. "You're old. So are you." Harry sat down on the only chair in the cell. "I thought you were dead. I've thought that several times myself. And yet, here I am." Snape's lips twitched in something that might have been a smile. "I turned myself in last week. The running got tiresome. After 30 years. I wanted to see how the world turned out, whether everything we did made any difference." Snape's dark eyes studied Harry intently. "Did it?" Harry thought about it. The world outside this cell. The children growing up without fear of dark lords. The institutions slowly healing from decades of corruption and war. The future taking shape, messy and imperfect, but alive. "I think so," he said. "It's not perfect, it never will be. But it's better than it was. And you? Are you better than you were?" "Some days. Other days, the past still catches up with me." Harry shrugged. "But I'm alive. I have a family. I found something worth living for beyond the fighting." Snape nodded slowly. "Good. That's good." They sat in silence for a moment. Two men who had once been enemies, then reluctant allies, then something that defied easy categorization. "What will you do now?" Harry asked. "Face trial, I suppose. Accept whatever judgment they give me." Snape's voice was calm, resigned. "I'm tired, Potter. Tired of running, tired of hiding, tired of carrying the weight of everything I've done. Prison might actually be a relief. I could speak on your behalf. Tell them what you did during the war, how you helped." "No." Snape shook his head. "I've spent my whole life having other people define me. Dumbledore's spy, Voldemort's servant, the man who loved Lily Potter. I want this to be my choice. My ending. Even if that ending is Azkaban. Even then." Snape met Harry's eyes. "Some debts can't be paid, Potter. Some sins can't be forgiven. But they can be acknowledged, faced. That has to count for something." Harry understood. He understood better than Snape probably realized. "I'll make sure they treat you fairly," he said. "No dementors, no torture. A real trial with a real defense. That's all I ask. Harry stood to leave, then hesitated at the door. For what it's worth, he said, I forgave you a long time ago, for everything. I know. Snape's voice was soft. That's why I finally came back. The funeral was on a rainy September afternoon. Snape had died in his cell 3 years after his trial, peacefully, in his sleep. The wizarding world barely noticed. He was ancient history, a footnote in wars that most people had only read about in textbooks. But Harry noticed. He made sure there was a service, a burial, a proper acknowledgement of a life that had been complicated and painful and ultimately, in its own twisted way, heroic. He stood at the graveside with Daphne, watching the rain fall on the fresh earth. Do you think he found peace? Daphne asked, at the end. I hope so. He earned it, did he? After everything he did? Maybe earning peace isn't the point. Maybe we just have to learn to accept it when it comes. Harry put his arm around his wife. I spent a long time thinking I didn't deserve to be happy. That the things I'd done disqualified me from a normal life. It took me years to realize that happiness isn't a reward for being good. It's just a choice, a way of living with yourself. That sounds like wisdom. I'm old. I'm supposed to be wise. He smiled faintly. Come on. Let's go home. Home was everything Harry had never dared to dream of. The house was full of noise now. Children and grandchildren. Friends and family. All the connections he'd built over decades of actually living instead of just surviving. Lily had married a muggle, born wizard, and produced 3 children who treated Harry's house like their personal playground. James had become a professional Quidditch player, retired with a bad knee, and now coached the next generation of hopefuls. Albus had followed his namesake into education, though with considerably less manipulation and more genuine care for his students. Daphne was still there. Still fierce, still sharp, still the woman who'd seen him at his worst and loved him anyway. The years had softened her edges, added lines to her face, turned her dark hair silver. But her eyes were the same. Those blue eyes that had first looked at him across a dinner table in Malfoy Manor and seen something worth saving. What are you thinking about? They were sitting on their porch again, watching another sunset. The grandchildren were inside, making noise and breaking things and filling the house with life. How did I get here? Harry said. How did the boy who grew up in a cupboard, who spent his whole life fighting and killing and nearly dying, how did he end up here, with all of this luck, stubbornness, an extremely patient wife? Daphne smiled. And maybe, just maybe, you deserved it. Not because you earned it through suffering, but because everyone deserves a chance at happiness. Even you. Even me. Even you. Harry took her hand, feeling the familiar warmth of her skin, the steady pulse of her heartbeat. 60 years of life had taught him many things, but this was the most important. Love wasn't a reward for being good. It was a gift, freely given, that made being good possible. Thank you, he said. For what? For everything. For seeing me when no one else did. For standing by me through wars and darkness, and all the terrible choices I had to make. For giving me a reason to keep fighting when I wanted to give up. He squeezed her hand. For this, all of this, you're welcome. She leaned against his shoulder. Now stop being maudlin. The grandchildren want to hear the story about the dragon again. Harry laughed. Which dragon? There were several. The big one. The one you flew. That dragon. He stood up, offering her his hand. Come on then. Let's go tell them about the time their grandfather did something incredibly stupid and somehow survived. That's most of your stories. I know. It's a theme. They walked inside together, into the warmth and noise and chaos of family. Behind them, the sun set over the mountains, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. Another day ending, another night beginning, and tomorrow, another chance to live the life that so many had died to make possible. Harry Potter died on a Tuesday, 87 years old, surrounded by everyone he loved. There was no great battle, no final confrontation with darkness. Just a quiet slipping away, his hand in Daphne's, his children and grandchildren gathered around his bed. He went peacefully, with a faint smile on his lips, as if he'd finally figured out the answer to a question he'd been asking his whole life. The funeral was enormous. Wizards came from around the world to pay their respects to the man who'd saved them all. Speeches were made, tears were shed, stories were told and retold until they became legend. But the people who really knew him, the ones who'd fought beside him, loved him, seen past the myth to the complicated, damaged, ultimately hopeful person underneath. They gathered separately. A small ceremony in the garden at Phoenix House, where Harry had spent so many years helping children heal from the wounds of war. Daphne spoke last. "Harry Potter was not a hero," she said, her voice steady despite the tears on her cheeks. "He would have hated me saying that, but it's true. Heroes are simple. They fight evil, save the day, live happily ever after. Harry's story was never that simple." She looked around at the faces gathered before her. Old friends, family, people whose lives had been touched by Harry in ways large and small. He was a boy who grew up unloved and became a man who loved fiercely. He was a soldier who learned to make peace. He was a weapon who chose to become a healer. He did terrible things and wonderful things, sometimes in the same moment, and spent his whole life trying to figure out whether the balance came out in his favor. I don't know if it did. I don't think he knew either. But I know this: he tried, every day, in every way he could. He tried to be better than his circumstances demanded. He tried to leave the world a little brighter than he found it. And he succeeded. Not because he was special or chosen or destined for greatness, but because he refused to stop trying, even when trying seemed impossible. She wiped her eyes, smiling through her tears. "That's the Harry I want you to remember. Not the boy who lived or the chosen one, or any of the other titles the world gave him. Just a man who faced impossible choices and made them anyway. A man who carried darkness inside him and still found light. A man who loved and was loved and in the end found peace." She placed a single flower on the grave. A lily, white and perfect. "Rest now, my love. You've earned it." TT Chapter 8 End.